your counsel and your own pleasure. Thy will be done. Thy kingdom come when it returns. So you create all this wars and rumors of war. War in America, come to a doorstep near you. Military on the streets of 19 states. So it's over. There's no more denying war. This is what war looks like. Wars are always started with tariffs, embargoes, sanctions. First Japan, then bombs, and yep. Oh wait, hold on. We got to go back to Pearl Harbor. They just blew up that boat out in the Caribbean, huh? Called that boats and hoes, huh? Santa Claus hose, right? You want to know where all the hoes are? Ask Satan Claus. Remember Mr. Kronos, the timekeeper here, Mr. Warp Speed, 48-hour jab, rocks, right, and all that. Kick rocks. But anyways, brought to a doorstep neighborhood theater. This is a game. Most people, it's a stage, right? It's a world stage. So thank you for the creating all things, Father. You said, be not anxious in your words. So you're the word. You created all these evil men to do evil things to your bride. And test the bride. And most people are evil. If you think in a world of a bunch of people are nice, you're stupid. Nice means to be stupid. So nice and stupid. Thank you, Father, for the gospel. That's not a jot changed, just nothing changed, right? Same thing with the weather. Remember, one sin was death. Now you can't change a jot. What's different? Nothing. Same I am. Do what's doing here. Come on, phone. All right, there we go. So thank you, Father, for that blessing to know that you create all things. You said, be not anxious. What's going on here? My phone holder is being silly. Oh, goodness. Grenade behind it. I got a smoke or tear gas canister. Not the grenade. Ooh, cover me while I throw my grenade. Trying to drop some bombs in here, some truth bombs. If you're not over the target, you're not over the truth. So you ain't taking any flack. Supposed to take flack, like a vest, armor of the Most High, Ephesians 6:11. So thank you, Father. It's war. This is it. Revelation, checking out. But be not of it. Prison to be imprisoned. Remember? Separated. You were imprisoned. You said Shiloh, and he was thrown in jail for standing up against the corporation of the day. Now America, Halaka, Amerilaka, Halaka, America, Laka, whatever. God, a bunch of oral, what it is, oral, giving self, oral to self. I don't know how they do that, but they do. They're self-driven, autonomous, driven by their master, right? Self. So can't serve two, he says. So they're serving self, and so this is war. That's what war is. This is a Pearl Harbor ×2, right? Can't blow up a boat in the middle of international waters. Where's the proof? Doesn't mean he said, by the number, you don't put 11 dudes. You'd replace some of those dudes with drugs. Narco, 11. Yeah, whatever. Mr. Biggest drug dealer on this rock, Donald John, right, himself. $2.2 trillion Pfizer outpaced any house made by real estate deal. Remember 58-story tower, Satan God Tower in Manhattan, same one that they had in Babylon, a 58-story Babylonian tower. Now, I have the tallest building in the world after he dropped 3 steel buildings with 2 airports. Oh, wait, airplanes. Dropped the whole port on you, huh? Porthole. That's a halo. Did you ever have a whole airport dropped on you? 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes don't add up with me. The math, remember? I'm a math, not math, you idiots. Take your phallic out of here. You're pissing me off. Take your piss, take your pee off there. It's war speed. Remember? War. Warp. Yeah. Peace. Those who say peace and safety, said destruction. MAGA high priest of the Satan church. Peace. Peace and safety. Peace and safety. Destruction. War. Like a taco, he bends over. So anyways, we're going to keep it going and talk about war in America, because now this narco is you. How do you know? How do we know these people are narco? You know what I'm saying? These people push the Afghanistan. You ever know anything about, Operation? Let's not talk about Operation. They put on the armor of the Most High, brothers, sisters, Desert Storm, Shield, whatever, all these warp speed, or how about shock and awe? Bush in bed with the Bin Ladens, oil tycoons, oil. They didn't do 9/11. Thump did. Remember? The Gentile Messiah. So, 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes, right? I dropped the whole port on you earlier. Maybe I'll fly 3 steel buildings into 2 airplanes, and you're just not up with the math because you're on meth or something. Mexican American. Go to your cabinet. Your snakes of a pole. Be fooled by sorcery. Pharmakia. Take your jab. Warp speed. 48-hour. Roxanne! Remember when he came in office, $500 billion to the 48-hour. Remember? Eddie Murphy? Delirious? Are you delirious? But anyway, never mind. These people are caught up in space. Get out of my space. Please leave now. They're Bigfoot. It's here. It's here. I mean, it's here. Come on. They're already refilling it. But yes, American, I American, they American. So it's not going to be America. It's going to be a digital blockchain communist. Yes, digitally track and trace your credit score, and you'll be credit scored accordingly. And then if you smoke, then you're not going to give you health care. Or if you drink too much, it's everything can be tied to the blockchain. These people are, they're bits and bit and coin, they're tokenized. They're going to tokenize them, turn them into more. It's the same thing system. They're already Chuck E. Cheese, animatronic. They tell them what to do. Robots, nano, Shazbot, peace. Those who say peace and safety, MAGA, sudden destruction, high priest of the Satan Church. They're idiots. It's here. The beast is here. They're already revealing it. This boat, blowing up the boat, is this rebranding of World War II. Now, Harbour, Pearl, remember? I don't know where you stick your boat, but anyways, you're supposed to be the vessel. He's supposed to be steering it. If you're Titanic steering the ship, you're going to wreck it. I know every time I try to steer the ship, I wreck it. But remember, they wrecked all the rock, all this. Never mind. This system, come on. It's going by the script. They have to do it by the book, right? You call it a Bible, but that's what the word Bible means, is book. But they're masters. They do it during the halftime show, during their Giants, Anunnaki, or Anak, the Giants of the day. Wearing tights, men in tights. Sound like Peter Pan here or something. Whatever their pan gods, or you can take your pan and flute or whatever, stick it in somebody else's American Pie, okay? Just so you know, I don't want to hear that. I'm tired of this old football, low energy swine skin, the Giants of the day chasing each other around with rainbow, like follow your nose, like Rudy Tooty, fresh and fruity, all this fruit cakes. Do you eat that during the holiday of Satan, Jesus Christ, birth in the middle of winter, Satan? The sun god, Mithra, Apollo. I don't care what you call him. His name is Yahweh. You can call him whatever you want. I'm a magazine. Oh, what do you mean, like Rolling Stones or something? Remember it was written on stone. Time. What's that? It's a magazine. How much does it cost? $10.85 inflation. $10.85. That's life. What's life? It's a magazine. How much does it cost? $10.85. $10.85. That's life. What's life? A magazine. Are you stuck on dumb? You should probably read something other than a magazine, right? Remember Prognosco? I already foreknowledge of. You're reading his story. That's just in a book. A book is a Bible, right? Bible book. Now you read magazines. I read magazines too. All right. Well, you read anything else? Tell me what you know. What do you know? What's happening in your neighborhood? War in America. How about reading the Gerald Celente? Remember the Economist magazine? Do you read the? Well, no, he doesn't. That's the Economist. He don't write the Economist. Trends in the news. Just kidding, Gerald. Gerald wouldn't like it if I said that. But anyways, remember the Economist. Remember Rockefellers, Rothschilds, Gates, Thumps, Hillarys, all these banksters. Give a man a gun, he'll rob a bank. Give a man a bank, he'll rob the world. It's a stick of. Let me see your deck of my. Are you ready to go out? I tried to let you out earlier. You didn't want to go out, buddy. Hold on, I'm gonna let the animals out. So my mules. Gotta let the mules out of the barn here. We're in a barn. We're in a barn and farm. Are the chickens yet? All right. We're out here in the high desert, higher than a hippie and a B-2 bomber flying over Iran, baby. Right? Did you get a vote on that? the whole Death to America. Most people in Iran don't chant Death to America. Remember Wesley Clark, remember Donald said, hey, we're going to drop these steel buildings with 2 airplanes. In 73, we're going to build them and drop them and re-erect a freedom tower, because there's no such thing as free will and there's no such thing as freedom. Freedom is dangerous. Never mind. But yeah, freedom. Remember, do as thou will. MAGA, high priest is a Satan church. Are you an idiot? Idiot means you don't know. Don't worry about it. It's not an insult. You just don't know. You never heard. It's like an empty space in your head. Never heard or never. My people shall perish for like abyss. It's like your own hell in your head. You have no space of any knowledge of any abyss, celestial abyss, scriptural abyss, celestial abyss. Yeah, the firmament above your head. You don't know what time it is. It's not 2025. You lunatic. That's the world. Everybody, world. He said, be in it, but be not of it. So it's not 2025. What the hell are these people talking about? Hell's not a place below their feet. They don't remember. My people shall perish like abyss. An eternal gnashing of the teeth. They want to keep the flesh. Well, they're going to keep it. You don't need a new body. A new body is no flesh. The meek will inherit the earth. You can't reign over your flesh, and then you're not going to be with Father. He doesn't have flesh. Christ took the flesh to Father. So goodbye. Enjoy your eternal gnashing of teeth, since you're so whatever. Put in the token, animatronic, self-driven. You don't want sheep, you want lions. Lions. Oh, the lion's den. Well, he was the lion from tribe. Remember, he sprang out of Judah. David called him the lamb that would make father of the ram. So he's also Leo in the celestial firmament. If you have abyss, remember, the scepter shall not depart from Judah. He sprang out of Judah. David declared in the Lamb of God. David was from Bethlehem. Christ was from Bethlehem. He sprang the lion from the tribe. Remember, Disney mocks the idiot religious people. They made a movie called Lion King. I try not to. Let's see if I can't curse. Wolves like sheep. No, it's wolf like dogs. It's a wolf in sheep's clothing, but it's a wolf in dog's clothing, because they're supposed to be the shepherds leading the sheep away from the wolf. I'm a dog. The black sheep, I don't like that word black. That means I'm guilty. White means I've never committed a sin. You know you slammed that woman and bent her over before you brought her to the altar. Oh, my bad. I was going to try to not go with that route. But anyways, narrow is the way, the route, right? The hados. So, yes, they want you circumcised. First you ever seen Bob? What does he say? First they circumcise you, then they... Never mind, whatever, it's that. And Paul said circumcise the flesh, so that's not a physical male genitalia. They're afraid to talk about that, religious people, because they think it has something to do with the flesh. Nothing to do in this physical relationship that you have with your meat suit is about the scriptures. He said to cut that off, remember, circumcise it. He or she, man or woman, one race, the human race. No transgender Jesus, the God of 3 genders. Baphomet, the one that Donald Trump has his house decorated with. Why can't people get that? Because they love booby Jesus. They love boobies. Guys love boobies. That's why they go after Satan. I figured it out. Jesus has boobies, so they love booby Jesus. Remember, they wore their face masquerades. Remember Satan, they love their veil. They have their parties where they have sex with each other and veil their faces so they don't know who they're having sex with. It's like a orgy Jesus, right? You know, the orgy transgender Jesus. The one birthed on December 25th, the Mass A Jesus, Christmas Jesus, right? The Son, God birthed Moloch, the tree, Satan. Remember? Kronos, Krampus. I don't know. They can't help these people. They're lost in space. Where does it say there's space? Get out of my space. Hey, Chewbacca didn't have Wookiee with Jabba the Hutt or Ewok and... Oh, wait, hold on. Jabba the Hutt. Did you bow to the altar of Jabba in warp speed? No, Chewbacca didn't have Wookiee with Ewok, and now we got big feet, right? Where does it say that? Where's big feet scriptural or biblical or celestial means, right? Above your head. You think big feet come from your head? They shaved down an alien. Now we got big feet. Oh, wait, and maybe it was a hairy alien, right? Space. They come from outer space, big feet. Did you ever think about that? Space slime creatures? Maybe they shaved them down. Let's put some slimy oil on them. That's Trump's the oil god. Remember Oil Diddy? Who's your Diddy daddy? They call him Daddy, the Gentile Messiah. And his buddy Joe Biden, he let the Biden. Whenever you know as a snake, that's the halo. Anytime you see a crown over somebody's head, like a halo, that's the devil. That represents Satan, Jesus Christ. Birthday on December 25th in the middle of the new year. You're banging pot, saying new year. What? First you have your orgy Jesus ritual. Now you're banging the wife's banging the secretaries, you're banging the wife's boss. Oh, how'd that happen? Well, you get a little tipsy. Everybody in the club getting tipsy. It's a big club and you're not in it. Remember George Carlin? Man, I wish he was still here. Father, why do you take the good ones so soon? All right, thank you, Father. Don't question your day of death. It's already written. Nobody's gonna, no free will, no luck on this rock that you walk. Are you spinning on a planet? There's no such thing as a planet. Go away from me. Somebody in here thinks there's a planet. Please leave now. If you're spinning on a planet, spinning means to change, warp, or pervert. I believe in dispensationalism. Well, you're an idiot. You don't even, I haven't even read anything else this person has said. Shouldn't be quick to judgment, but you're an idiot. I can already tell you don't know what abyss hell you're talking about, because believe is not a thought in your head. So let's see what else. Dispensationalism, and the Jews have a special covenant with God, and that you are a false teacher. Okay, so you don't even know what the word believe is. Are you an uneducated idiot? You know that? What do you mean uneducated? You're as blind as a bat, retarded, screwed down. Remember, as a bird, iceberg. In fact, it's cold as hell. Rocket Man, Mr. Warp Speed, fake Jew. There's no such chat. Remember, children are not meant to be seen or heard. Go outside and play with somebody else. You don't know what the word believe means. It's not a thought in your head. Kick rocks, you fake Jew. Dispensation, you're an idiot. How about predestination? You're an idiot. I also did foreknow who I did predestine to be chosen. Those are the ones he would forgive for their sins. See, you're a fake Jew. You don't believe in forgiveness. That rips Christ, the Hamashiach, down from the tree he hung from. So get out of here, you fake Jew. Those weren't Jews in World War II. You idiot. Now they're doing a World War II, shooting boats out in the ocean. Boats and hose. Go with you. You want to know where Santa's at? Or wait, do we know where the hose are at? Ask Santa. Get out of here, you fake Jew. I'm crushing you. He's the word. You're an idiot. You're dispensational as an idiot. You don't know what the word believe is. I've got two words in your sentence and proves you're an idiot. Or you're just a Satanist, just like all these Christians, Catholics, Mormons, Presbyterians, Protestants, all of them, Baptists, Southern. The Baptists, not by water. You're an idiot. Go, child. Remember, he only said that so they'd hang him on a tree. Remember, you're an idiot. You don't believe in the forgiveness of sins. Believe. You don't know what word believe is. You're an idiot. Go away, child. Jezebel, don't go away mad, you fake Jew. Go away. Just go away, Jew. Fake Jew. Fake. Gentile Messiah. Trump follower. Oh, Netanyahu, the king of Israel. See, I got you by your balls. Take your ball, God, and kick rocks. Whatever. Yeah, whatever's clever, mind over matter. You don't matter and I don't mind. See you later. Take an exit, stage left or rice. Rice, baby, left or right. You're left out. War doesn't decide who's right. It decides who's left. Fake Jews. You can't be a Jew. You can't be going outside this covenant and bombing people outside your border. So there's my two witnesses. See how you can't come against this covenant, brother? So you ever be a witness to that? Somebody coming in, oh, you're dispensationalist, and you believe is an action word. It's a verb. How childish is this idiot? Did you learn anything? Say something. Got you nailed to a tree, just like they nailed my love, huh? You're fake Pharisee bullshit synagogue Satan's. Synagogues of Satan. He said that when he was on this rock for the forgiveness of sin. You're a child. No weapon formed against you. Your enemy will flee 7 ways. To be matured is the number of, yes, 7. Remember the 7 horns, rams. Remember, Father declared him the Lamb. Christ Jesus, that makes Father the Ram. I am. Remember, he sent his son for the forgiveness of sin. You're an idiot. I believe in intermission. Dude, you're a child. And I don't mean to sit there and mock you, but you're just a child. So why don't you stop speaking up about that word? Because the false teachers, prophets, fake Jews, anybody who adds a jot, you'll be the first ones he deals with when he returns. So believe is an action word. You can't believe in Jesus. Can't believe in God, can't believe in Yahweh, can't believe in devil, alien, Bigfoot, whatever. You're an idiot. Believe is an action word. Remember, it's a verb. Shut your mouth, fake Jew. You like that, brothers and sisters? That's what happens. He said, no weapon formed against you shall prosper. Your enemy come against you one way. Remember, your enemy will flee 7 ways. That's right. Remember, those cups of wrath of the saints, of their blood will be poured out on the nations. Thank you, Lou. You going to be in the cup or are you going to be in the nations? You got to be the blood of the saints. Saints, it means follower, right? Servants. Servant of the Hamashiach. He said, carry your cross and you'll suffer and you'll be baptized in blood. And that blood is in the cup and that cup is being poured out. That's right. And the rider of the 2nd horse of Revelation. We already seen the rider on the White House. I mean horse, remember? The one with the toxon. There we go. Another drug pusher. Anthony's like just hooked up with Mr. Warp Speed 2.2 jab. Did you get the jab? Too many jabs? How many jabs? Too much tap water? Too much fluoridation, chloridation? You know, Mr. Hydroxychloroquine. I took the malaria. Shut up, child. Use your right to remain silent. First Amendment right? No fifth. Use it, or I'm going to crush you just like that fake Jew coming here with some dispensationalism. Child, go away. Drug pusher. The number one drug dealer on this rock to date is Donald John. Yes, sir. Warp Speed with his 2.2. And now you're pushing drugs, just like he is and his buddy Gigi pushing in the fent. They're bringing it in, you idiot child, and then you're going to bring it up because you're a drug pusher just like them. And they just blew people up in a boat, so you better watch out. They're going to come out with 5 guys and capture you with a bunch of dudes with no badges, just some shit you get off Amazon and some limoed out, timid, maybe a minivan, and you're gone. See you later. Somebody get this guy's Anthony's IP address and send the ISIS to go get him. Well, maybe it's just a bunch of dudes dressed up like ISIS. You better be careful what you say there, Anthony. Mexican American on your Ritalin, or what they said Ritalin when you're, but yeah, Adderall. Get out of here, child. Remember, you'll be fooled by snakes up a pole, sorcery, pharmakia. Ooh, dee. Got your head spinning, don't I? Go out of here, you child. I'm on the Jesus juice, you child. Christ daily, OCD. You think I got some mental disorder? Now take drugs. It's either this guy's just pushing drugs, I'm methed up. See that? Mexican American right here. Guarantee if you run his IP address, he's 100% an American. I wish we could do that. We can bleep up their IP address. So you can see that 99% of the people who talk the most vile, vain thing because they have a First Amendment right to do so. Go outside these borders, people don't generally talk like that. Now, that's why Mr. Warp Speed wants to blow you up because he wants the, remember, the age of golden. It's the age of clay. Remember, the iron will not cleave the watery clay, Mr. Stinky Muskrat, and you're a rat. You work for the government, Anthony. Rats, I don't like government. You know, rats are pigs, P-I-G, pig, people in government. He said, don't sup with vipers, snakes. You know I was a snake before you let me in, and now you're working for Mr. Warp Speed, and then he let the bite in. They're on the same team, 2 cheeks to the same hole, wings to the same dragon, so which team are you on? You're working for the Mexican American, Mr. Warp Speed, who sold the $2.2 trillion jab, the number one drug dealer on this rock, and you're working for him. You're pushing it on people, just like they did. All the government, you work for the government. Remember, he said, your pearls before swine, pigs, people in government. Goodbye, Anthony. I'm not in it tonight. Not hearing your Mexican American talk. Go back to your Mexican cabinet, child. Go away from me. Girl, don't go away. Mad Jezebel, just go away. Tony. Next. No weapon formed against you shall prosper. The gospel can't be changed. There's only one gospel at a dot. Are we really pure, Nick? Are we, though? Just because we didn't take the Warp Speed jab. Imagine, I got a buddy, he's in his 80s, and he ran into a swather, man, and they forced him, bent him over, and said, you better take this Warp Speed or we won't do surgery. So please don't go there like that. I mean, how are you pure? You're not a drug addict. You eat sugar. Fuck you, Nick. You know what I'm saying? And I'm a drug recognition expert. I did this for a living. You know, I've been doing these jackboot thugs. So you're not pure, man. I know I'm not. They inserted all kinds of love. You don't know what love is. Careful there. Careful, false peace, love, teacher, all that nonsense. What about somebody who took 2 jabs? Do you have no love for them? What if I did take 2 jabs? So somebody's not pure because they took 2 jabs? See, righteous judgment, Nick, you're a Satanist. You're not acting like Christ. You're not pure. Remember, you take sugar, drug addict. Sugar's a drug. See, righteous judgment, remember? I'm right and you're wrong, and I don't care about being right or wrong, but stop it. Don't act like you're pure. You get fluoridated, chloridated, you know. We're all part of this. We've all been sprayed to death, remember? Nearly, like freaking bugs. Come on, light. Ah, there we go. Yeah, I got a chemtrailer on my body. So don't act like we're all getting by the spelling cursive, and so don't say anything else. Swine, I'll throw you out of here. Seriously, I don't sup with vipers. He said, you knew I was a snake before you let me in, Mr. Warp Speed, and then he let the bite in. I know. So some people Imagine if you were a single parent and that's all you had. I think you should have had a better plan myself, but they kind of feared everybody. Remember, go inside, flatten the curb. You don't like old people unless you wear your face diaper. Go inside, act like a child. Wait, they kicked their kids out, remember? It's 11 o'clock. Do you know where children are at? No. Remember, he's the light, but the lights went out. But I apologize for nothing. No regrets and not sorry. So, no, I'll apologize if I make a mistake, but don't say pure blood. I mean, I know what you're saying, and WW2, he pushes that too, and I love Dabu's work. He's a great content creator, and well, that's the house. This ain't that's the cabin. Okay, we got all kinds of work out here. We're self-sufficient out here. You should get off the grid and get yourself a power, and become empowered. Become your own power company. Turn this system off, please. So the whole place out here, Tommy, like Tommy's chili burgers, man. I could go for a Tommy's chili burger right now. But all right, Davis, like she's got Betty Davis eyes. I say things just so I make mental notes, so I won't ever forget you. Come back here again, Tommy, and you'll never be erased like an elephant. Prognosko. So, but I like to live like it's every one of these boards. I say my walls talk to me, people freak out, but every one of these boards is from a different place and location somewhere, and so they all have a different story. Kind of like, we all have a different. As long as it leads to this straight gate, you're fine. So. Oh, there he goes, Trinidad with the triple gender. He wants to see my triple dick. Get out of here, child. People are swine. And Father created most people to be evil, so don't worry about it. You can't turn a goat into a sheep. No one try to change you. Somebody, like I said, just please judge with righteous judgment, not quick to judgment is what the word or gay, not being gay or having their orgy Jesus. So tell us there. Who's there, Gary? Are you like Gary the snail from SpongeBob? How's it going tonight? The war is in America now. You can't start a war with narco-terrorism. That's all of South America. You're an idiot, and they shipped these people in here already for decades. They're already here. They rode the Trojan horse in here. So don't put anything stupid. I'll fire your ass right out of here. You don't want to learn. You're stubborn, like a mule, brutish in nature. Don't put no swine talk in here. One bad apple. I don't care. There's 47. I'll throw all of you out if you're swine. He tells me not to sup with vipers. Remember, he said you knew I was a snake before you let me in, and then he let the bite in. So I don't do politics. I pay attention to history. But are you a communist? Goodbye, you child. See, there you go. What's this one say? Way to delete my comment shows integrity. Okay, goodbye. I'm not here to please the world or be nice. The word nice means to be stupid. If you don't define every word and you know the words that you're saying, then I'll throw you out of here too. So, come on, man. They're throwing people in a box in like Amazon and shipping them out if you resist to another country. It's not about being a foreigner anymore. This is the melting pot. I grew up in the melting pot, right in the desert, in the concrete jungle. So you're going to tell me I don't see color, so stop it. If you're a racist, you're out of here. One race, the human race. I'm a veteran. You don't see race when you're in a foxhole, when somebody's got your sick, somebody's trying to split your wig or pop your grape. You're telling me that Father put melanin in our skin because he put us towards the equator or farther away. That's because of race. No, 4 children playing in a playground. 4 children in a playground. 1 white, right? Maybe from Russia. 1 from the desert. Maybe India. 1 from China. 1 from maybe the Congo. These children don't see color. They just play with each other. We teach this to our children. Get out of here. I hate races. One race, the human race. I hate borders. I hate politics. I hate presidents. I hate cops. I hate people who lick cop boot thugs because I used to be one of these thugs. A veteran and a pig. So I know this. I know war. You better pay attention. They're bringing war. You are not going to run from this now. I ship these people. The Trojan horse is here. Go ahead, put something stupid in here. I don't want to sup with anybody who ain't paying attention. I'm telling you, like the government to freak out. I'm telling you, what would Christ do? What would the Hamashiach do? How would you treat, most people for the last 30 years came here and 40 years and assimilated and got a job, paid taxes. And I hate taxes. Christ hated taxes. The moment they get here, get a phone, go straight to work the same day. Some Hispanic, whatever you want to call their nationality, because you would know the difference between a Mexican and a Salvadorian. Because if you call a Salvadorian a Mexican, they'll let you know. Vice versa. Viva la Mexico, right? Mexico. You don't have their dialect. Don't be trying to change. You couldn't melanin and shaped our eyes is only come. Remember how close he put us to the equator. Different cultures, ethnicities, but don't be a racist in here. We all got to be here on this rock. You got to see there's a homo species, not some aliens. They got a triple gender comet up there pointing its phallic towards the sun. And oh my God, shut up. I'm tired of this nonsense. If you ain't trying to, you're not going to change. It's his waves of intensity. It's going to get worse. Peace is antichrist. Prosperity, all this MAGA, great again. That's high priest, peace to the Satan church. Those who say peace and safety, sudden destruction, MAGA, high priest, do as thou will. You knew I was a snake before you let me in. The Satanists, Aleister Crowley, MAGA, get out of here. See, you're a child. You don't see what's happening right in front of your eyes. You can't blow up a boat in the middle of international waters, just so you know. That is the most illegal thing ever been done by this country. You can't police individually in international waters. This country is disgusting, filthy swine. And anybody who supports this system, you're not Christ-like. And he's, remember, thrown in a jail cell because he stood up. And if you're not Christ-like, then you're not being charged. You're not being put up and hung and be imprisoned. That's what Christ did. He came here to fulfill the laws and and they hated him for it. Remember the Pharisees? You're a heresy is what you are if you don't stand up to this perverted American beast. I know, I served it. So he said, come out of her, my people. Imagine throwing people in a rape cage for without a victim. Remember your constitutional right? You have the right to face your accuser. Right? It's not freedom, you idiots. This ain't about freedom. It's about the right to choose. I have to remind veterans that I served with next to you, that I see on the streets, proud veterans. We didn't fight for freedom. We don't kill women and children in other countries so people can stand on X, flatten their, curve for 2 weeks and go and, shut down their. That's not what freedom's about. That is about the right to choose. No victim, no crime. Remember, repugnant? It's not follows constitutional law. It's not some democracy. It ain't serfdom. Presidents don't make tariffs. Congress makes the law. Congress makes tariffs. You're an idiot. Yeah, it's passion, not anger, see? They're jackboot thugs, Gary. They're going to lick the boot of the cop, not even protect their right to travel under the Fourth Amendment. Remember, you're not going to travel on private property. They're going to shoot you. They're idiots. They're jackboot thug lickers. So, no, America wasn't built on tariffs. America was built on Christmas, you idiot. They came here fleeing the Catholic Church. You're an idiot. Go away, you childish idiot. They fled Christmas, Catholicism. They wouldn't go eat Christmas. The god of this Apollyon, the one that Donald Trump has a house decorated with. Go away from me, you child. You're an idiot. You smell like the world. Remember, he said, be in it, but be not of it. Come out of her, my people. Cut it off. Circumcise the flesh. Go away. I'm a moderator. Where's my moderators out in here? Well, careful, Ryan. It's two cheeks to the same dragon. He's mad because... No, I'm not mad. See, that's what I'm saying. Type, I'm not mad. That's where you got me all wrong. It's called passion. I took an oath to the Constitution. The first, general order is an Army veteran. Your first general order is do not quit your post until properly relieved. So I'm not going to stop until they throw me in the dirt. I'm a man of this soil, land, not water. Nope. I don't go by water law. I don't do that. You can't put me under the water law. Go away, DQ. Quit spamming the chat. No, I'm not offended, child. Nick, go away now. You're offended by everything I say, and that's what Father wants me to do, right? Put on deaf ears. You either like it or you're offended. So, good. Okay, I wasn't in the military, Tommy. Okay, whatever. Child, go away, idiot. 1492, Dragon. What are you talking about? All right, DQ, you're out of here. We're going to start removing people out of here. I don't have to sup with vipers. DQ's a spam artist. Eats pork. I don't eat pork. Sup with vipers or cast my pearls before swine. You can eat pork under this covenant. Dragon, shut up. You're not. What are you talking about? The Tariff Act. You talk about... Okay, bye, wacko. Now, Waco, Wacko, Texas. Now suddenly he wants me to take drugs. That's what they do. Something's wrong with you. Take some drugs. Drug pusher. So I'll only talk to people. I'll get them out of here. Hold on, I'll get some moderators come in there. We'll get everybody out of here. We don't have to. I'm trying to. I don't want your subscription. I don't have to hang around vipers. Remember, 2 times show the light. If you're not in the narrow way and you're the broad way and you're a bad apple, we'll throw you out of here. One bad apple upsets the whole apple cart. Remember, little leaven leavens the whole lump. The cream will rise to the top. Father chose already knows. Remember, chosen as he already knows. Prognosko means I also did foreknow. He had foreknowledge of. Don't go in here and try to. We got some faith in here. Faith only by you have to put legs on faith. Remember, sozo. You have to endure to the end to be saved. Salvation. Remember, have your loins. Believing in me is an action word, a verb, not a noun. People think come in here. I believe in Jesus. Shut up, you religious idiot. Go away, child. Don't go away, mad Jezebel. Just go away, girl. I don't sup with vipers. Do not sup with vipers. I meant fake. Fake what, Tommy? Fake veteran? Is that what you meant? I'm a fake veteran. Whatever. Bye, Tommy. I don't like that I serve this beast. Goodbye. Go look at all the other, all the other, I call most vile, vain things. Somebody who goes outside their borders or serves this beast system that goes outside their borders, which is you taxpayer. You pay for war, and then you get cock raped, face raped, double stuffed like an Oreo at the local prison because you pay for your enslavement, and then they send the rest of their money to strap and tuck your kids, and the rest of it goes to Ukraine, Iran, Israel. Both of them. Did you get a vote on that? So go away. You're all over the place, and you can't keep up, so go away. OJ, concentrate. Goodbye. Like hand in a glove. I don't want you in here if you're a viper, just so you know. I won't have you in here. I don't have to. You just don't know Christ is a pagan term. It means anointed in oil, and the lamp is the body of the eye. Remember the eye, single, well, the vessel. The eye is the lamp of the body. So if you're dark light, I'll throw you out of here. Most people are Satanists. They celebrate. So if you celebrate anything, go Satanists. So the juice is no longer loose. Okay, that. Well, I use that for teaching. Remember, Father's the ram. What do I follow? I follow the narrow way. Hados is called. He said, follow after me. Who shall ever come after me, let them deny themselves daily, take up their cross daily, and follow. That's the word hados, the narrow way, after me. Not the Broadway, and the Broadway transgender Jesus, the one that Donald Trump has his house decorated with Satan, Apollyon, the sun god, Mithra. It's not a myth, mythology. Fairy tales, that's a Celtic demon, an Arab demon is a genie. Oh, let me rub on my lap and give you fortunes. Remember, you used to have a burnt offering and fortunes. There's no such thing as free will, no such thing as luck, no such thing as gods in the sky, no such thing as aliens, no such thing as planet, no such thing as Lucifer, no such thing as Jesus, no such thing as Lord, no such thing as Christ. I keep going. These are all added. These are all words. He said, don't add even a dot. Now they're spinning on that dot ball planet. Corkscrewing and spinning, that Hebrew word is to froer, that's pervert. They're perverted. The whole world's perverted because they think it's 2025. It's not 2025. Get out of here, you lunatics. Smell a bunch of you earthly beings in here. Earth is a rule. You're ruled by the masters. The heavens is not above your head. That's the masters. Remember Israel, oh, heareth what the Lord say, oh, Israel, his favorite pride. Heaven's pride is a sin. Aaron and Levite, now it's Jews and Gentiles. So go away if you're one of these earthly idiots. Burn your flag. How's it going from New Zealand? I burn all flags too, including my favorite one is the American flag because I like its white and red stripe. I like to wipe my ass with it and burn it when I'm done. So don't wave flags in here, please. I didn't take an oath to a flag. I took an oath to the right of the people. So fuck the flag and fuck America and fuck this country. So I have a First Amendment right to say that. To you, Bo. I'm plucking off the bird finger so that Baphomet Bell can't, his arrow, like Trump's crest, reaching out and grabbing the arrow through the box, the cobra, like you're in this box, caged in, enslaved in your flesh. You don't define anything, so you narrow, that's minded. You got no space. Your hell is what you are. You're in your own hell. Hell's not below your feet. Earth's not below your feet. Heaven's not in the sky. Stop it. Hunter, the mighty hunter. So pluck the U-bow. You got it. Nimrod, remember? He was a hunter with the Cupid. Remember? Smack that down on the floor. I put her on the counter. I bet. Oh, not he, she. They like to have beasts with man. Bad. They got I wonder if goats. They do goats too. They have sheep orgies and orgy Jesus. So they don't understand. People are like, what? It's okay. Remember, he didn't, many are called, but few are chosen, right? Oligos is the word few. Only few hear this word. He makes people retarded, meaning they have a deaf ear screwed down like a throttle cable. So you can't, like their brain, they, oh, you can only use so much of your brain. That's what happened. That's not a derogatory. I'm not having a mental disability. That's not retarded. It means like an orifice opening. You're just are screwed down. That's the Hebrew word is pervert. So you're pervert if you add or take away. So you can't change. So either if you add or take away, that's advanced or retarded. You can't change. Remember that it's the word froward, but they don't speak any Greek or any Hebrew. And yeah, well, he said love everybody, Ryan. Remember, God is a title, so there's no such thing as God. There's no vowels in Hebrew, so I don't know what the hell God means, but we'll use, I know what your transgender dialect, alien dialect, which you're trying to get across, said it's okay to sell your daughters into slavery. No, he didn't say that. Stop it. All right, goodbye, Ryan. So let's go through some more comments here. We'll flip back and see if we got anything else we can talk about. What happens when we die? You don't have more flesh when you die. Otherwise, if you're stuck to these teeth, you're going to gnash them. Remember, the meek will inherit the flesh, earth. So it's about an inheritance and a bride and a wedding, not some religion. He wrote the letter to the 7 churches. He doesn't dwell in houses made by hands because the Most High, I'm not under the flesh, right? The Most, M-O-S-T, High, does not dwell in temples made by hands. What are you smoking? What do you want? High, Most High doesn't dwell in temples. Your body's a temple. So after you die, you just go back to who you are. So you realize the person you blame for World War III, the folks who voted for him, warned everybody, and we warned you about treading on us. Okay, now wait a second, Benji, like the dog. Benji, hey, Benji. Benji says, you realize the person you blame for World War III. I don't blame anybody for World War III. Donald Trump is brought on and did this whole swastika ritual to rebrand this World War II 7th King to be rebranded in the pitch ritual where the smoke rises and the skies roll back like a scroll. You're an idiot. I don't do none of these donkey or elephants. The folks who voted for him. Now that's different. Remember the people who voted for Donald Trump 3 times. So don't speak in this room like you're including me in any of that nonsense. I'm going to go back to your comments. I don't do Democrat or Republican, okay? So you're an idiot. You don't talk to me like I'm part of this beast system. I served it. He said, come out over my people. So Benji, like the dog, says, and I'm a dog, so you shouldn't be offended. You realize the person you blame for World War III, the folks you voted for him. Oh, the folks who voted. Oh, you didn't say I voted for him. But you said you. You realize you. You should have kept the you out of it, and you might have been okay. The folks who voted for him warned everybody about it and warned you, oh, here we go, about treading on us. So speak up, us. Who's us? Who's us there, Benji? Who's us? Come on. You had a lot of yous and a lot of theys and them and us. Come on. Speak up, Benji. I'm going to bend you over, bitch. I'm a dog. I'm the dog in here. I'm the leader of the shepherd of this flock, so I'm going to fire your ass out of here. Don't act like an ass. Who voted is returning your vote. Doesn't matter if it didn't matter. I think they would let you vote so easily. All right, well, let's see that. But don't make me, don't. Yep, see, that's not talking about me. So we'll let you, yeah, that's can be seen. Thank you, Nomad. Put your hand. So keep speaking up, guys. All right. I want some actual people putting something in here that's worth a shit, not just a bunch of swine talk. Let's keep going, guys. Come on. I'll read some of these comments, see if any of you guys are over the target here at all. What's going on? They started a war that's already been started a long time ago. 4 + 5 is 9. Can't you figure it out? Plus 7. 4 + 7 is 11. President 9/11. When he tariffed. So speak up. What's going on in your neck of the woods? Are you in one of these states with 19 military and everything's just awesome? You're too late for a giveaway. Yep, goodbye. We're kicking everybody out of here now. You don't put anything that's worth the shit, I'm throwing you out of here. Come on, guys. They're blowing up ships in international waters. Here we go. Pearl Harbor ×2. California is already done. That's right. It doesn't have anything to do with government nuisance. John Nuisance, Newsom. Okay, there we go. There we go. Good stuff. You already paid and purchased for Nomad. Remember? Chosen. Prognosco. I also for new. Also for no. I knew already. Chosen, bought, and paid and purchased for. Thank you. That's correct, Nomad. We're filthy swine. All of us. We fall short of the word. So I can't disagree with that. None of us are sovereign. None of us are perfect and upright. Only he is Horizo, the separator. He's the one who will condemn. We just throw the nets down, cast the nets down, right? Deep. It doesn't know what the net doesn't know what it's catching, right? It just does the job of the net. We just do what Father tells us to. So just be the vessel. Fishers of men, brothers, sisters. Tell me about California, Martin. Tell me more about Tommy's Chili Burgers and Fat Jack's. It's the best meat in town. You can't eat it and beat it. Which part of California are you in? No, that's right. But remember, he says, do not bring peace. We can't murder drones because we just need to check out of the system murder. Get a drone and go somewhere in the woods and look and see if they come and then go somewhere else. Bro, go take care of your kids. Be quiet, Ajax. And you can't type. Would you been sniffing Ajax like Cheech and Chong? You guys remember that? When she's in the kitchen, she's snorting that Ajax with her sister over there. Get out of here, Ajax. Cheech and Chong. Oh, I really did get cut off. See you later. You're in the Bay Area. Okay. I'm too short. Would you agree? While I'm living my life, don't with me. All right, sorry. Too short. Oh, my bad. What have I stumbled upon? Father sent you here. Holy crap, there's no such thing as free will. There's no such thing as luck. Can't be saved. You got to be dead, die, and be redeemed, saved, to be picked up, purchased. You already chosen and bought. Remember, I knew you before you were in the womb. Prognosco, to have foreknowledge of. I set you aside as my prophet. He said, call no man teacher. Half Moon Bay is a beautiful place. Yes, it is. Hallelujah, man. I love that place. Northern California, the redwoods, man. We could talk about nature, too. I love being in the woods, man. Hallelujah. Thank you, Father, for creating such a beautiful place. All these states are beautiful. The country is swine. So there's some good stuff, but not most people. So Pacifico, Kama up in north in the Silver Lake, out here in the high desert, higher than a hippie and a B-2 bomber flying over Iran, dropping bombs over Baghdad. Remember? Shocking, huh? Bombs over Baghdad. My bad. Snapped back into my own. I served in the 90s, so. Man, I think we got, let's go outside for a second, guys. I think we got to put up my birds. So outside and check that. See what we got here for a sunset tonight. Oh, we got a little bit of a sunset there. Oh, yeah. You puppies can go inside. The sky out here this is not what it normally does. It's normally so crazy out here, but we got some pink, some little Pepto-Bismol. We got some oranges and some raspberry, some apricot and some peaches, and there's a little plum up there. So go inside, puppy dog. I got to put up the chickens, man. Oh, the chickens are up. So hold on, I'm out here at the farm. We got to go put up the birds here. We're out here in the high desert, higher than a hippie in a helicopter, as I said, out the rim of the Great Basin out here in Silver Lake, Oregon. Here's a shot where we're broadcasting. We go back inside. We're in the cabin. People think I got some green screen behind me. No, I'm a farmer, and I got to go put my birds up here. They're actually up. They put themselves up. So, where's my lady? I know my kitten girls. They keep an eye on the ladies too. So let's go over here and shut the. I hear you there, sweetheart girl, my little kitten girl. So this is where we keep the ladies at. This is called the Rancho Pollo. And I think we got all our ladies in here. Well, hold on. I need to go grab a light and do a head count. I got to do a head count here. So, grab a light. Oh, hi there, sweetheart. Hi, little pretty titty girl. I love this you, girl. This is you, my little. We're moving around too fast, guys. I don't have because I don't want to live around you guys in the city. Much Agape, but he's not the place for me. I live where I have no neighbors. A couple miles away, you know, hundreds of acres away. So I don't do neighbors. I don't want to fart and my neighbors smell it. I'll be having sex lady, she's screaming no and really means yeah, and now I'm getting swatted. So all right, counting birds. All right, there we go. We got the ladies in there. We're out here in the high desert doing ours out here where we keep the sheep and the goats and the birds and the rabbits. Cows go in the other pen, but we ain't got that all. I don't have any cows out here. Most of our livestock is just birds and we raise the rabbit. This is the Rancho Pollo. This is our ladies' hen house here. It's where all the eggs are laid in here. This is where they nest, and this is where we raise the rabbits, and they have their entrance so I can get into the hold on, we're gonna shut these swinging doors here. Hold on. We'll put our animals, burn that American flag, God damn it. Fly it upside down or you ain't flying it correct. You're doing a disservice to these countries. So this is the entrance to the Rancho Pollo. Let's get a little shot more over here. We'll look over here at the at the sunset there. Oh, I got something in my feet walking out here barefoot in the we're getting a sunset here in the high desert. This is Table Rock. This is the icon of the Christmas Valley. They got the largest set of sand dunes. But we're out here showing you shot. This is called the Maiden. She's laying on her back, looking up at the sun. Some stories about the dragon that she slayed out here. All these, look it up. Silver Lake, Oregon. It's on Ancient Aliens and all that other. It's been on this. This valley is known for a lost tribe of giants. I don't want you to know that. All right, let's go back to the cabin here. All right, there we go. There's a Rancho Pollo here. This is where we keep our ladies, and again, we breed all our rabbit cages are in here. And oh, you probably can't see it. I should have showed you that earlier. But anyways, let's keep going. We're gonna keep talking. Anybody put something that's worth talking about, I'll listen. I'm ears. Oh, I gotta put this in front of the. Make sure nothing gets in that. What's going on there, puppy dogs? Let's get our puppies. There she is. There's my kitten puppin girl. So we're gonna go back inside the high desert out here. We're gonna talk more about how we're already at World War III. We got pink skies all the way around in this valley. The sun sets all the way around in this valley. Sunset all the way around in this valley. Sunset goes all the way around in this valley. Never seen nothing like this. I've been to all 50 states. Literally cotton candy, not to the west, but to the east. The sky up here is crazy. The blues in the sky will blow you away. But it's all pink right now. That's not the sunset. The sunset's over here. This is the west. This is the east. The sunset, look at over here how colorful the clouds are. Pink because of the sunset. Never seen it. I'm at the rim of the Great Basin. Right behind me to the south. To the south is the rim of the Great Basin behind me. Behind me is the edge of the Great Basin. If you look this up on Google Earth, you'll see there's a big ring in this direction. Right behind this big table, there's a massive, the largest opening in the circle that sits behind this rock. And there's a lava tube that goes all the way from the Cascades all the way to Yellowstone. It was a lava tube that fed this system. But anyways, let's go back to the beautiful view here. We're getting a little bit more of a sunset, so. I just listened to you years ago. I was thinking about Yeah, that happened. Yeah. Stuff about oxygen, red cells. There we go. Hemoglobin. Good stuff there. Okay, Jill. Good stuff. Remember 5G whiz, man. Hey, Patriot, you're a cocksucker. You want to know why? Dude, you're gonna leave a comment about tell everybody the comment you left on my channel. Tell everybody about the comment you left on my channel, you piece of shit. Fucking American piece of shit. You ain't watching shit. You ain't no watcher. Tell the people that what you put on my comment. You have the balls to come back in here. Tell everybody what you put on my comment, what you put in the comment section. Okay, hold on, Jill. I don't get a lot of comments, but this person made a comment on my live. Tell everybody what you put, Patriot Watcher. You have the balls to come in here after you leave a comment? Dude, you're lucky, like I said, people not by chance or luck. In this day and age with this ISIS generation that's your stupid fucking flag that you support, last time was like Jill, I was telling her shit years ago, it makes sense. It's people like you fucking dog shit, piece of shit. You act like a jackass constantly. Piss off, pussy. Okay, well then, brothers, sisters, he couldn't even put the comment he left in my video. And so guess what? Don't worry about it. He didn't have the balls to leave the actual comment that he put in the comment section. So go away, Patriot. Go away. We'll give you a chance to show you're not an ass. Jackass means somebody who can't be taught or learned. So don't say anything in here. And I'll show you can't shut up because I haven't thrown you out of this chat yet. Don't sup with vipers. Don't cast your pearls before swine. Patriot is pride. I hate fucking flags. You just can't take any discipline. Correction. You're an ass. You can't be taught or learned. Your name, I hate it. Patriot, I told you. And then you left a fucking what comment in my section? Then you couldn't put it. And then you couldn't even make a comment. So you run from shit. I fit shit straight up. Take a fucking catch a grenade from you, like Bruno fucking Mars. Go to Mars, you idiot. You stinky musk rat. You stink like a fucking rat. You do. I don't like rats. I don't like fucking pigs. I don't like donkeys, people who can't be learned, asses, people who are nice. Nice means to be stupid. Which comment? I made plenty. Okay, see? You still couldn't shut up. You still couldn't shut up. So let's get these swine out of here because I didn't take an oath to no flag. So you see, radio, like, I'm on a Mexican radio. Okay, I have to have a comment this too. Hold on, we're gonna go back inside. Let me get that back to where I'm back inside the cabin. We got a beautiful sunset out here. We should just hang out here for a minute. Hold on. I'll just delete their comments. Hold on. Oh, must be a liberal. See, I don't do either side. Gone. You throw me out because you have no intelligence. Okay, Patriot, you still kept talking. You couldn't just be quiet and keep your mouth shut. So you're definitely an ass. So say what he put. Okay, yeah, he wouldn't. I tried. So let's get them out of here. What is Yellowstone? Yellowstone. You don't know what Yellowstone? Yellowstone is in America. Are you not from America? I'm the sheep. I didn't mean to laugh at you, but Yellowstone, Old Faithful. All right, Jill, are you still in here? Let's go back and talk to Jill here too, because Jill made a comment. I can keep track of what I'm saying. These people think I'm uneducated, man. I don't care. I'm still learning. I'm in a learning, All right, here we are let's flip around here real quick before we go back inside. It's pretty out here. We should spend a few minutes, not worry about it. Enjoy some of the sunset. If we stop for a second here, look at this beautiful blues we get out here too, guys. This sunset. I've been to all 50 states. I'm a veteran, so I've traveled in and out of the country, and I've had a commercial license, and I've never seen what the skies do out here. This is the largest dark sky sanctuary in the world, though. This is the largest dark sky sanctuary in the whole world. 2.5 million acres set apart from light pollution. I got 5 acres for sale if you're interested. Another 20-acre parcel as well. My nearest neighbor's over there. The property, I have 2 properties for sale right over here in this direction, this way. One's 3 miles away, one's about 8 miles away. Almost both of them aren't very far, you know. Out here it's a little open, so get a hold of Predestined for Light if you're interested. I'm having some issues on Marketplace getting my postings to go up, so I got all kinds of stuff for sale if you're interested. So anyways, out here at the high desert, this is a ministry. This is High Desert Faith and Truth Ministries, HD FAT, not for the high definition quality of what you see, but the quality of the content, the fat, the meat. So Faith and Truth Ministries, we're out here in the high desert. So if you bitch about my quality, I'll throw you out too. He warned about idolatry, things you see of the dirt, little things, little statutes and 58-story towers, capitalism, whatever. Things you see, imagery, things you see and things you see. So if you're bitching about what you see, as long as you can hear it, I want you to assert your right to remain silent and be quiet. Don't bitch about the quality. I live in the desert. I'm not on the grid. So goodbye. Go away. But anyways, we're going to go back inside here. Just thought I'd enjoy this sunset with you a little bit. Like I said, we have them out here that'll melt your mind. So 2.5 million acres. I do some cabin rentals out here. I do hip camp. So if you're interested and you come out here to the Pacific Northwest, you want to come out here, the largest set of sand dunes out here in the northern hemisphere. But again, we'll go back inside the cabin here to the rusty cowboy out here, and we'll go inside. Look at the color of the blue in the sky, man. Sometimes it's unbelievable. So. You guys stay inside, man. Oh man, we need to get the fan going in here. Holy smokes, it's hot in here. That's why I have my shirt off. Man, it got in the 80s, 88, 89 degrees in the cabin here today. So it just makes you feel small. Remember that Father makes all these things and creates all things. So kind of like go to the Redwoods or something in California, Sequoias in Washington or something, make you feel small. You guys are pounding that water down already. Well, puppies love the water in the house for some reason. Man, it's great the fan of it. It's nice outside. It's the desert, so it's already cooled off out there as soon as the sunset goes down. I've been back east. I've traveled. I know what heat is, man. I wouldn't want to be anywhere where they have that kind of humidity. I don't like that kind of heat, but I can live in it. I have it. I like that desert heat where it gets hot during the day and your body can cool off, not 90 degrees at night, you know. Open up the windows, let the house cool off, and it's not wet, and go outside and sticky and ugh. No thanks. So, Jill, so you were looking into, did you look into, you know, because remember, there's 3 autoimmune responses of the body. And so if you're into that line, you know, in the medical field, or, you know, if you're an RN or a CNA or whatever I don't know what if you had an MD or which, I apologize, what you said, you were in the medical field. So I don't know what, maybe you're a first responder, you work, you know, as an EMT or something like that or whatever, but you have some idea about, yeah, good day. We just bombed a boat out in the middle of the Caribbean, man. They got people that they shipped in here from Venezuela, El Salvador, China. Oh man. And most of them, they ain't trying to hurt us, but some of them might. So far, so good. It's easier to stay alive than it is to die right now. I've been in the opposite situation where death is right on my back all the time, and I got to fight to stay alive. That's going to change for all of us very soon, so you know. It is. You're not going to escape judgments. Going to happen, so. Hope you didn't pay any tax dollars, Lance, to some corporation, because then you're a murderer, and you paid to murder Ukrainians and Russians, Iranians. Iran and Israel, we fund both sides of that war. Remember now, narco-terrorism. You're not going to ever put that genie back in the bottle. So let's be real about that. Let's go back to the subject here. War's coming to your neighborhood, brothers and sisters, in America. Those that are wise, they won't fight. They'll find a way not to do this. He said, be wise as a serpent and gentle as a dove. So meek, not weak. You're going to defend your dirt. You're going to die for dirt, right? What do you have that's so valuable? Dirt. Maybe your wife or your dog, I understand. But I mean, like, dirt. It's all going to go back to the dirt. You're going to kill somebody over dirt. You ever had to kill somebody? You want to live with that on your conscience, your heart? There's no such thing as a conscience. Your heart's continuously filled with wickedness. On your mind, pay it no mind, it won't matter. I think it will. Thy will be done. Father's will. What are you going to do? What would Christ do? We're not being very Christ-like as a nation, are we? No, we wouldn't have any military outside our borders. We wouldn't have one single fought in any wars outside our borders. None of that's Christ-like. That all is against this new covenant. You, are you American? Are you poor? Now they're shipping you out of this country by executive order. You, the American citizen, it's you. They're killing you. Don't you figure it out now? And then we kill everybody else around the world, drop democracy and freedom bombs, 1,000 military bases in 180 all countries. Now it's you, America. The war has come to your door. You're sleeping on it, but you ain't going to realize till they hang you from some bridge, cut your child's head off and send it to you at work because you just didn't want to mess with you after work. They wanted to send it to you at work and wait for you to get home and then whack you. Then send you off to somebody else like a box, like Amazon. They're going to put you in a box. They don't care. They just put you in a box. Remember? All those people that were supposed to go to Sudan, they end up washing up ashore in Spain, handcuffed and shackled. Remember? I didn't care. Spain, remember? The Catholic Inquisitions, remember the Red Cross? Like they're going to save you, right? FEMA. So it's you. You're too blue. Maybe you've been holding your breath too long. Maybe you're red. Maybe you're white, black. Maybe you're too poor. That's the poor people are going now. Putting people in boxes. If you resist, you'll go to some other country. This is happening and nobody gives a shit in America. It's kind of hard to watch, actually. I want out of here, but I have some legal problems right now and I'll get it figured out. So as soon as I can legally leave, I got my passport. I will not stay here 1 second longer. This is not a safe nation. Corporation is what it is. Not a nation state of the union. No, it's not. It's corporation sold on the New York Stock Exchange. The debt slave labor, like Lance got off work. So hopefully he didn't pay any taxes. So where would you want to go besides the U.S.? Anywhere but the U.S. Anywhere. I'm going to Ecuador and I'm not hiding where I'm going. I don't hide from anybody. I was already trying to buy another ministry farm down there. So I'm a farmer. That's what I do. So I was born in the jungle and now I'm a farmer. So I might as well go back to the jungle in concrete, but this time it's on a hill. So I'm out here in the desert on a hill right now, 45 feet. Told you higher than a hippie and a 747. You said it was a helicopter. Earlier said it was a B-2 bomber. Whatever, man. Make up your mind, would you? Make up my mind for me, would you? So, bye-bye. Hillary's emails. That's crazy. 33,000 emails. She doesn't go to jail, right? See, she sat at his inaugural dinner. All these people, remember, lock her up. Mr. Warp speeding up, put her in jail and said he blew pal. Remember? Oh, wait, yeah, he never did build that wall, right? Greatest wall ever. Instead, he got the greatest jab. Don't think that Hillary wasn't in on it with her, remember, EpiPen Island boys? Who do you think's running the boys? Barry. Remember, Barry is Barack Hillary, Obama, Trump, Biden, Gates, Washington, JFK, Kennedy. This guy is looking down Chicago. Tracy's nuts. What the hell? The man's nuts. Grab him. I know. Nobody's going to jail, brothers, sisters. I'm sure it is, Acre. That sucks, man. I can't imagine how anywhere in America is not safe right now. Right. There we go, Rum. Yeah, it's the magic number 33. Remember 33, Masonic. Remember Christ when he was 33. So 33 is a pretty important number, obviously. They do, it's a Gemini number. Always remember 77, 88, 33, 66. These are all Gemini numbers. So what is that? Are you trying to be poetry in motion there, sir? I'm not sure what you're talking about. The southern border is about to explode. Not looking good here. Yeah, Lance, remember the southern border, we're taking over Mexico. Mexico's ours. We want that silver. You guys got to remember, this is a nation of resources. We want the resources. That's why there's nothing about narco. There ain't that many drugs that come out of Venezuela. That's stupid as hell. That's just like thinking that there was that boat that they shot out in the Caribbean and international waters was narco terrorism. Bullshit. You wouldn't put fucking 11 people in a boat. You would leave 3 or 4 or 5 of those behind. Every one of those 150 people would be hundreds of millions of drugs. That was bullshit. You guys don't even know how to decode nothing. You're just going to see what you see on the lame stream. Believe whatever you see. That's such horse shit, man. Don't fall for that. Don't fall for that crap. I mean, you wouldn't, the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve is about as federal as Federal Express. Remember, Trump, Blue Powell. Remember, the economy is in a bubble. It's going to blow. Lock her up. Shelly blew Powell's bubble. Remember, got the greatest wall ever, right? Instead of we got the greatest jab. So Donald, Jerome, Warp Speed, Yellow Stain, Powell, they're all in on it together. Give a man a gun, he'll rob the bank. Give a man a bank, he'll rob the world. Remember J.P. Chase, Morgan. Remember Jamie Dimon. There's gold and silver. Everything else is credit. IOUs. They fight over IOUs, my Nike Cheno shoes and debt notes, right? What an advanced nation. These fight over gold and silver, kings and queens and princes and, served all. Now they fight over dudes in tights, men in tights, wearing the giants of the day, the Anak, the Anaki, right? David slayed an Anaki. People think God's in the sky. Satan, the sun god, the one that Donald Trump has his house decorated with. Mr. Gates, Broadway wide gates. Hey, remember he just had a meeting with Gate. We're like, we're going to make more jabs. We're going to have a Planet X disease. X marks the spot, stand on the X. So, all right, hold on, we get some comments here now. So tell me what you know about the Federal. This Federal is Federal Express, right? And they hold no reserves. Oh, wait, they have been buying gold and silver. Remember the Basel III agreements? They made gold a tier 1 asset, not just the treasury bond, the slave labor of the stock of America. They're cattle, the children are slaves, debt slaves. They whip them. Mule! Mule, they're like an ass. They don't know what's going on. They're stubborn. They can't be learned. You try to tell them, you're a slave to the corporation. They're like, no, I'm not. I'm free. I'm like, okay. Go to work, pay your debt slave rate, get taxed. And remember, you got a state and a federal reserve. Yeah, right. And a gross and a net. It makes me sick. And then you get taxed on that money and taxed on the ride home on the gas tax and call the old lady, get taxed on the phone and, throw that trash before you get in the house to get taxed on that trash bill and taxed on the house and taxed. Welcome to the taxation nation, slave corporation. It's not a nation. It's not united. There's no states that are two united, and it's corporation. Sold, remember, your labor, W2, and you pay to get ass raped and cock face raped by Bob and his eat cock meat sandwiches. You get double stuffed like an Oreo, and you pay to get double stuffed in America. And you get a big old smile on your face. You got stretch marks from here to there, and you got paid for it after you got out of prison. Remember, if you made it, because otherwise the rest of that money went to strap and tuck kids under the old Biden administration. Remember, Donald's best buddy, he was a snake before you let me in, and then he let the Biden, right? Vipers. Welcome to the two-tube hollow needles spitting venom out of a tube. Two-tube YouTube. Are you spitting venom? Are you going to go down as a silent majority? Are you some snake oil? He said you knew I was a snake. Thanks for coming in from Trinidad. Hopefully you're not a snake. Experts broke down the boats, right? Energy. Thank you, Jenny. Now listen, Jenny, come on. You don't put 11 people, Trandelawa, in a boat. That's not, those are like, it's not a speedboat. There's a name for those. but they're meant to get away from police, whatever. And they got satellite. They got you on the Starlink, the stinky Starlink satellite. Musk, Ronald Reagan called it Star Wars. Now it's the link or whatever. But Jenny, you don't put 11 people on a boat. You would take 3 or 4 or 5 of those, because every one of those 150-pound men is worth about what, $150 million in, or, what I'm saying? Cigar, is that what they call it? I forget the name of them, but they run these boats, brothers, sisters, and they're meant for speed. They run these boats. There's not that much drugs that come out of Venezuela. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I'm already, some of us that have decoded. If you're subscribed to Casey at Enter the Stars, go see his decode on it. Go see Casey. He does a real unbiased. I like Casey's decode on it. He didn't get bias on it. So go see Casey at ENTER the Stars. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Jonah. You come in here now twice, and your name is stupid. It so sucks you don't even know what your name means. So, but like I said, if you look, brothers, sisters, I want you to also look at another blogger here on YouTube. His name is Monkey Works, brother, sister, Monkey Works. If you don't follow him, he goes out and he does he's a veteran, an Air Force veteran. He's a veteran like myself, and I wasn't in the Air Force, in the Army, but he goes over all the Spyglass app and the, all the puts where all the transponders, where all these flights and the flight tracker apps, and he goes through these apps. So he was covering that this EpiPen Island, between this horn of these two islands, is where the last time, EpiPen, Epstein didn't Epstein himself, right? Oop, that probably wasn't a good thing to say. I should have said that. No, we're gonna lose all our algorithm now. That's all right. Remember EpiPen Island, boy? So, remember, this is about resources. Venezuela is like the largest oil, crude, dirty oil, not like, oil over there in the desert, but it's still, remember what we did over there already in Venezuela. We took their boulevard with their central banks, because somebody asked about it, the reserve, and inflated their boulevard up from $5 cheeseburger up to $500 for a boulevard, $500 boulevard for a cheeseburger. So there you go. They're oil rich, gold rich. They're huge. There we go. Think about this, brothers, sisters. We're going after resources. Putin just came up here and met, and Trump sold him off resources. So Putin's got his foot. Russia's got their foot back in the door in Russia, brothers, sisters. Oh, I mean, Alaska, right? No, I was stationed up there. You can, it's so close to, people in America think Russia's all the way around the world. I live in the Pacific Northwest. I did a lot of training in the military in Alaska. I was stationed up there for a while. And, whatever, I don't tell any, but you literally can fart and smell it in Russia, brothers and sisters. People don't realize how close Russia is our neighbor. It's right here. Russia's not all the way around the world. I think people are totally mistaken. It's the ball Earth, planet Earth nonsense that they do their, and I don't want to talk about shapes. I'm just saying, they're just, their perspective is off. They can't distinguish the forest from the trees at this point. They want to play Democrat or Republican, and it's past that by now. I don't want to talk about anybody who does that right now. They're waging war on the people. This is way past, red or blue, or, this is not about that anymore. They're on the same team. And if people can't figure that, leave them alone. Get away from those type people right now, because they're biting on this whole thing right now. And they're not going to be able to see what's going on. Like, this isn't about narco-terrorism. Venezuela does not bring that many drugs into this country. The biggest drug dealers are the governments. $2.2 trillion is the single most selling product ever in the history of mankind, and that was warp speed. Donald created that jab, king of the jab. So he is the largest drug dealer. You cannot deny that. He will go down as history. It says in the scripture, you'll be fooled by pharmakia, right? Sorcery is the word pharmakia. Snakes up a pole. I was a snake before you let me in. And then he let the bite in. But see, then they want you to pick a team. No, you got to be red or blue. So I don't want nothing to that. I do not want anybody that is, you say deport him. Deport who, Valerie? Who are we deporting? Trump? Let's get his wife out of here first, right? He's from Scotland, right? Scottish Rite, so Ivan, let's get his Ivan the Terrible, or is it male Lena? I don't know. Male or Ivan, they're both terrible. So who are we talking about here? What's the main topic, Job? What's the main topic? The main topic, Scripture. They're making the Scripture come to pass. World War II is World War III. They're revealing the pit, the smoke, the skies rolling back like a scroll, the Revelation, 9/11, the seventh king being revealed as the eighth king. That's what they're really doing. So, okay, cool. They're doing it by the Scripture. They're doing it by this book right here. I got their playbook, brother, sisters. This ain't no joke. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no joke. They got to make all these jots and tittles come to pass before they get the key. Christ has got the key to the pit. It's not that hard. It's not simple, right? No, it's not difficult. You just need to know what this book says, and there's no guessing on what's going to happen. Imagine that. No imagination, you know. Prognosco, that foreknowledge of. So go ahead and put double D. Put in David's writings. I love Psalms 19. Put in there so people can. Not everybody knows what that is. So thanks for all. I love all. Man, the book of Psalms, man. I'm a magi, so come on. David's writings. He knew. He knew. He absolutely knew. From the house of David. That's okay. Remember, Job? It says many are called, but few are chosen. That word is O-L-I-G-O-S, oligos. It's a puny number. Good, we don't want a bunch of people in here. It just clogs up the chat with swine, you know what I'm saying? He said, don't sup with vipers, no castor pearls in the mud. You know, pigs, they hang out in the mud, they swine, you know, pigs, people in government. So not just clown cops, but anybody who's, you know, wants to lick the boot of this beast system, you know. It's not just in this country, it's all these governments. We're just the worst at it, you know, or the best at, you know, Strangulation Nation Corporation that goes out and 1,000 military bases and says pay for our oil like the mafia, or we'll shoot you and kill you, and we'll kill your women, and we'll send U.S. soldiers to rape your children and your women. And they won't talk about that on the news. They'll just talk about shock and awe. If that's shocking to you, then you don't know anything about what happens in, you know, Afghanistan. That was about opium. Grow up. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, sure, Jenny. That's what it does. You're not here to be nice. Remember, Jenny, that means to be stupid. If you're not taking flack, you're not over the target. You know what I'm saying? There we go. Double E thinks I'm retarded. You probably don't even know what retarded means, WE. So go ahead and screw yourself down and be throttled, and goodbye. I read a comment. Well, we got to address the trolls, guys. They try to come in here and we get them hooked on them like phonics, you know. Remember Fish Hook? You get face raped by Big Bob, you know. Cock meat sandwiches and all that at the local prison. So more people in America enslaved than all the other nations combined. How's that a free nation? Everybody's in debt. Come on. So Lord, why do you have the name Lord? That's a pagan. Why are you pagan? Why do you have the term Lord means master? He says you can't serve two, Lord. Do you know Lord? That's never written in this book ever once. There's no such thing as Lord. No such thing as God. No such thing as Christ. No such thing as planet. No such thing as Jesus. No such thing as Lucifer. No such thing as free will. No such thing as luck. Lord. Get out of here, corn daddy. Remember? You can't serve two masters. I am the great Cornelio. Your master is dead to me. This is the Old Testament. This is the new covenant that he made with his bride. This is interlinear. This is a 12th century book. It's an old book that was, book means Bible, like this word here, right? Book, Bible means Bible. So this is the interlinear Textus Receptus. Interlinear Textus Receptus means there's only one version of text. Everybody else reads other versions, and they're all blasphemy because they've been translated. So there's only one accepted text. There's only one gospel. If you add one letter, that's another gospel. Father's one sin was death, so he ain't playing with Shiloh said, don't add a word or I'll blot your name out of that. a letter, a jot, or a yod is what he said in this. He said a jot or a tittle. My bad. I'm a Hebrew. I'm going through in my mind. My bad. So yeah, all right. I don't mean to go there. CSC. I don't mean to bring that stuff back up. Your Bible is wrong. Read the real Bible. Listen to this person. Listen to this, brother, sister. Watch. Listen to this. Listen to this. Your Bible is wrong. Read the real Bible. There's no such thing as Bible. You're an idiot. You're an idiot. You're an idiot. The Bible means book. It wasn't written on paper. You need an intervention. Lord, get out of here, you pagan. You have a pagan name. Just leave and I won't moderate you. Or shut up. Don't say anything else. I want to hear you. Children are not meant to be seen or heard. Go outside, play outside. If you're going to stay in here, you need to shut up. I don't want to see you or hear you. This is a stream. If you say anything else, you'd be moderated. So, yeah, it's not smart to mock Christ by adding even a jot. He'll blot your name out. So don't go after some transgender Jesus, some Jesus with mange. You know, Jesus Christ, birth in the assay winner. Okay, goodbye, child. See, you couldn't even control yourself. You had to speak up, had to say something. So I don't have to sup with vipers. So we'll go back to what I was saying. The Interlinear Textus Receptus is written. It's an old Jewish book written in Greek. And they canonized this book, meaning they pulled out and everything defined. But you wouldn't know anything about that because you're some religious idiot. I don't care which one you are. You're vain. If you're religious, please leave now. Catholics, Christians, Protestants, Calvinists, Presbyterians, you don't read this book. You don't have this book. This is an old Jewish book written in Greek. Remember, he was a Hebrew Israelite, the Lion from the tribe of Judah, not of Nazareth, born of Bethlehem. It was not the Star of Nazareth, you idiot, not the Star of Christmas star. Christ's Mass is Satan. You celebrate one day, you're Satanist. You don't know this book. They defined every word. You own a lexicon? Probably not. You own a concordance? Probably not. You use your e-sword out? Probably not. You don't use these tools that you've been given, and that's why you speak like the earth is the ruled, not below your feet. Heavens are not above your head. That's right. The Star of David. A star upon a star. Remember the Magi that were looking up in the night sky, the king's star. Remember there's two kings, two crowns. I would know this. I am Revelation. I pastor this apocalypse every day in here. I don't know the definition of what these things mean. So absolutely. Remember, David was born of David. David was Bethlehem, remember, from the house of David. He sprang out of Judah. Six-sided star. Yeah. Hallelujah. Thank you, the 13 tribes and the 13th Apostle Paul. You must be an atheist. There's no hope for you then. Atheist. I sit here and hold up the scripture and he calls me an atheist. Isn't that silly, brothers, sisters? Wine is, it's the Interlinear Textus Receptus. This book is canonized in the 12th century at the Council of Nicaea. There's no other version that you can study. If you study the other versions, I'll know by your dialect. Gloss, it'll be alien. There's no such thing as aliens in these books. Well, hold on here. Remember, old Jewish book written in Greek. This is the Old Testament. It's Hebrew. Oh, that is the Greek. That's the Hebrew. Apologize. There's 53 in the Old Testament books. 66, 22 of them were not canonized because they lacked definition and they were rejected. The rejected texts, the accepted texts. There's 3 more books over here. Okay, this is a 4-volume set. I agree only with the definition. Only the definition. Okay? The definition. When you use things like Bible, it shows me you're an alien dialect. You speak like a child. If you want to speak in here, you got to speak what these books say. Okay? There's no such thing as a Bible. Bible is, it was the scriptures were put on paper at the Council of Nicaea. Do you understand? Moderate Tammy out of here, please. I don't want to do, all right, I'm going to start doing some moderating myself. Where's our moderators here? Moderate anybody who's interrupted or anybody who's not on topic. Thank you. We have any moderators? Moderators, show me. Let me see if I got any ranches in here. Which Enoch, Steve? Why the hell do you care about Enoch? You don't even know about these books. Why do you care about Enoch? You can't even tell me anything that's in these books. I love anybody that loves Jesus is the only thing I care about in this life. But you don't know what love means, Jeremy. Love is the word agape. Doesn't say love. See, that's what I'm saying. In this book, it doesn't say love. Love thy neighbor like thy enemy, like thy said. Doesn't say love. It says agape. Your book is swine. If you don't have this book, there's only one accepted text. This is the Interlinear Textus Receptus. I mean, it's the accepted text that was canonized where they took out every word and defined it. If you don't speak the definition, I'll know. I'll know because you don't speak the definition. You don't have the right KJV version, though, Jeremy. You have some other watered-down version. There's hundreds of fake texts translated. Transgender Jesus. I guarantee you, Jeremy, you don't know Christ. I can give you just a quick test if you'd like to show you do not know Christ. You know some other Jesus. There are two Jesus. Remember, two Jesus, right? Jeremy, right? That's what it says in your book, two Jesus, right? Because it doesn't say Jesus in the book. There's no J's. There's no such thing as Jesus. There's no J's in Hebrew or Greek. No, there's no vowels in Hebrew, so you can take your barnyard Jesus somewhere else. My Jesus doesn't have breasts. My Jesus, remember, is the Hamashiach hung from, remember, a tree, not a cross. Nobody hung from crosses. He didn't carry a cross. See, these people are idiots. They don't know how to decipher anything because they don't define anything that's in these books. So there's no love. That doesn't say love. See, Jason's saying, adding words that aren't in the text. There's no such thing as love in this book. It's the word agape, 2 John and 6 in the New Testament. So stop it. Yes, it's the Interlinear Textus Receptus. Okay, I got somebody's listening. Book is called something different in a different language, but it's still, in fact, a book. That's right. Book is called Bible. I do like the lexicon. Good. Use your e-sword app, Russ. Remember, if you use your e-sword too, because they do an unpaid, free 99 and an app that you can pay for. Use all the tools that you have now that follow the alignment with the definition. Old Testament Hebrew and the New Testament Greek. So, well, no, I don't say Bible, okay? CX, I say scriptures because it wasn't written on paper. You got to understand, this book was canonized at the Council of Nicaea in the 12th century, put into paper form. You did not have the chance to have this in paper. It was written on tablets and scrolls, or you had to come to a man like me who could speak these texts, these scriptures, right? Bible means book. And before it was a book, it was written on tablets, not on an iPad, on stone. They pounded here. Don't be smoking in here, please. What you smoking? It was pounded out on rock and into the scroll tablets. Remember the 10 Commandments, right? Yeah, the Trinity, the transgender Jesus. Catholicism, Satanism. Satanism is called Catholicism. So make a copy that we can all read. There is. It's called the Interlinear. Okay, good stuff. I love it. I just thank you, Father, so much agape, brothers, sisters. There's a difference between phileo. Okay, those are things of the world. Somebody made a comment about having a shirt off. It's 86-7 degrees out here in the cabin still. So people got to worry about what they see. Remember, he said he'd send 2 witnesses. Probably those thieves that hang on that tree right there in front of your face. So, okay, so the book that you call book is what is called the word Bible is the word book, okay? That's the word, right? And that was not written on paper. The only way you were going to get this is if you came to somebody who could speak this because he wrote it on the hearts of the bride or the scroll. Remember, there was the Pharisees and the Sadducees. And remember, the Sadducees could still speak the Old Testament. The Pharisees, obviously, they had taken and translated it from the Hebrew into the right Aramaic, translated, not literally defined it, like at the Council of Nicaea, where they literally pulled out with the lexicon, Old Testament, and defined it, each word. So that's the only text that I'll study because the only text that's accepted. I have all the other ones right next to me. I got walls of, I have an archive. That's what I do. I built a $500,000, 250,000, $250,000 archive to archive the word of the Father. Only actually to protect these 4 books. I have the other 2 right here, but if only these 4 books make it, I don't care. See, I don't know what you guys do in life, but people took time out of their days, week, months, years, okay, and literally left me so I can decipher as a magi to these coded words that are in these books through numbers and through symbology and all these different. You don't speak these languages, I do. I've taken 3 decades to study all, not just what's in these books, inside and out, other versions and all, many, Quran, Dead Sea Scrolls, all the Akashic records and all these, look through all the Yuga cycles, the Kali Yuga cycles, all the cycles of remember I'm a magi, so Enoch, which author? There's 2 Enoch. Shut up. You don't know anything about Enoch. Some people are idiots. Just focus on the gospel. Just read the gospel. Don't worry about anything else. You're building your house on sinking sand. So that's the nice thing. It's like a life hack. I was this many days old or this days old when I use what people have already learned to your advantage. Like a life hack. So I don't want you to get all messed up on these other things. I'm going to show you from my studies after 30 years on what I learned, and I've learned that you don't want to study any word that's not been defined. He said, I am the aletheia truth. The word hados is the narrow way. So you're going to have to narrow off your translation and literally go back to the definition. Don't change a jot or a tittle, a yod, or the definition. That means it's transliterally, not literally, no definition change or no letter or none. He said, don't even change a jot. That's a period. And now they live on that period. Ball or something, spinning ball, planet. It doesn't say planet in here. There's no such thing as a planet. Well, we're not have children in here. I can't learn. See, I apologize. Got to get you out of here. This is an adult-only chat. So go get your parents. Come back with your parents. Get on your parents' account there with them. You think you can make it to heaven without ever reading the book? Well, heaven's not in the sky, invented. So, Banana, I don't think Earth is mentioned. Didn't say that there's no Earth. Earth is not under your feet. I said there's no planet. No, we don't live on planet Earth. Okay, goodbye. I never read this book. Put it in the Savage, put it in the thing. Not you think everybody knows John? How about 2 John and 6? To walk and follow in the commandments of Father, to love him. John, Savage, put the text in so everybody can read it. Okay? Okay, so where's a good place to start if an authentic relationship with Yah? There's no such thing as Yah. There's no vowels in Hebrew. So YHWH. No vowels in Hebrew. All glory to Yah, okay? Yahweh Behim HaMashiach, the Messiah who hung from a tree. The Father I am in flesh. So, no. Hold on, I got to go back to this person because I want to give this person what's the proper way to talk to him, correct with him, just about reading. Okay, this was Water or Wine. Has a real question I want to answer. Sit down and read one word at a time. Don't read anything other than the Textus Receptus. There you go. Pagan's got that right. Pagan's got it right, and he's a pagan. Or maybe he just has the name. Okay, gonna check the E sword out as well. Good. Okay, the E sword. Yep, E sword out. Be still and know that I am God. Yep, before Abraham was, I am. I am. He said, right? Before Abraham, I am the Aletheia. I am the Hados. I am the Horizo. Right? Be comforted, Peter. I am. I go on and on. Okay, so water to wine. The question was, let me go back in here. You got to go back to the Textus Receptus, okay? Interlinear Textus Receptus and try to unlearn. Try to stop thinking you know anything. The only way you're going to learn is to unlearn all your bad teachings. So act like you don't know anything because you probably learned wrong. I spent more than a decade of my life unlearning and starting to relearn. So don't think that that was a whole decade. And I've spent 3 decades studying. So don't think that you know anything. That's a better way to start. Just hear me out. You don't go into I don't know how many teachers you've had formally or had, been in a college setting and a professor. You don't go into the professor trying to teach the professor. I'm not saying I know it all. Just hear me out. You got to go in as an empty sponge. You don't go in there and teach the teacher if you want to learn, right? You be like two girls in a cup. You leave at the door, right? I'm not telling you can't keep your crap out there and come in dry, and then you can soak your crap back up and go and decipher it, discern it, filter it out. Make sense? Does that make sense, brothers, sisters? Because we all need to, iron sharpens iron. That's what we're supposed to do. Fellowship with each other. Use the word on each other. If we need correcting, we use the word to correct each other. That's how we judge under this covenant. We let him condemn. He's the separator. He's the one that causes the divide. The separator of the sheep that causes the sheep to scatter is the scorpizzo. That's the false teacher. Do not talk about this book unless you know the definitions of every word that you're saying. There's no such thing as Jesus because there's no J's. Okay, all glory to Jesus Christ, the Hamashiach, born of Bethlehem, but we're not going to fight over a letter. That's the problem with people. When he says my name, he means every single letter that's in this book, not God, 3 letters, right? Jesu, not 5 letters. He's talking about every one except for the ones that were blotted out. Which ones were blotted out? Do you know? That's why you better stick to this New Testament, because there were 613 statutes, commandments in Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy under the law, and we're not under the law. He fulfilled the law. Which ones? Pastor, well, you figure it out. He says there's 7 things in that book that you're supposed to do to be mature and not a child. Tell me what those are. And until you can tell me those things, then you're going to have to sit down and sup with this word. Seek and you shall find. That's not a job. That's not a car. Oh my God, save me. You got to endure to the end to be saved, right? Knock and I'll come sup with you. Seeking you shall find. Asking you shall receive. It's the abyss that's in this book. It's nothing of this world. It's an ask is not for, oh, God, save me, please save me. Oh, bring her back. That's not on your damn knees. Maybe he wants her out of your life. You know how many people come into this ministry and go, oh, Pastor, will you pray? I've got an aunt that's on the emergency operating table. And I'm like, I hope she dies if that's what Father wants her to do. What do you want me to pray for her death? Not the Father, day of death's already written. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done. Thy kingdom is the return of the bride. After you die, you be saved. You must endure to the end to be saved, he said. Sozo, S-O-Z-O. Do you read any Greek? You might study this in the Greek. That the word sozo is salvation, to be carried, picked up, lifted from an ending point to an ending point. Healed, what do you know that? Yeah, it all happens after you die. Everything about this life is after you die. You're supposed to be dying to self every day. Deny yourself daily. Take up your cross daily and follow after me. That's what he said. We're not to do the world. Come out of her, my people. Be in it, but be not of it, he said, correct? Circumcise the flesh. Paul said, cut it off. Wrestle not against flesh and blood. He said in Ephesians 6:11. I don't like to talk like all these numbers. I don't like to do the numbers. I like to talk about the text. If you want to put it in here and correct me, you can use that for the other people. I'll correct myself. If you show me, if I make a mistake, correct me. I can be taught, lead, follow, or get the hell out of my way. He sent me here. I'm here with a message. That is the word angel. I'm a messenger. You were all supposed to be sharing this beautiful gospel. Go share the good news, Jew and Gentile under this covenant, not just Aaron and Levite. That's right, brothers, sisters, go share the good news. You heard it here first, right? Yes, all flesh under this covenant, but not everybody. God doesn't love everybody. Most people go to hell. It says in the book of Matthew, enter through the straight gate. He tells us where, through, right, the straight gate. Narrow is the way that leads to the straight gate. That word is theolobo, brothers, is to be pushed on both sides. Hated by the world. Your family doesn't like you. Why do you always talk about Jesus? Why do you always talk about God? Go get a church or something. Why do you, there's more to life than Jesus. You know, you got to have a life. Well, no, I have a life too, guys. I'm a farmer. I have animals. I have responsibilities, but Father comes first. Remember Matthew 10:34 through 39. He who loves the Son more than me is not worthy of me, of my kingdom. The ellipsis we must go through. He who loves the son, the daughter, he who is not willing to lose his life for my Shem, for my Agape, for my covenant's sake, is the promise of eternal destruction, hell.
He who's willing to give his life spiritually, brothers and sisters, die daily to self, is the promise of eternity. With our Father, with Shiloh, he said, I'm going to come back and redeem you. I bought you. You are my bride. You must suffer. Paul said, thalipsis, we must go through much. That thalipsis is the word tribulation, long suffering. The bride of Christ will be tried by the world and be hung and be separated. Your family imprisons you because they don't want to be part of you. What do you mean we're not supposed to celebrate anything? Mom, we were pagans. We were pagans. We were celebrating. We were celebrating. We can't go to the Outback anymore and take Mom to go get these these roses and I know Dad's gonna be mad come Father's Day. Honor thy father. That Dad's being a Jezebel too. We're not going to Cabela's and getting his favorite rooster tail this year and taking him to the lake. We got to tell him that's wrong. We can't do this. We got to stop celebrating these holidays. We're not supposed to celebrate even one day, not one day. So what we're doing, Mom, I know Dad's going to be pissed. And see, you're supposed to yoke with somebody who, how do you remember when the Old Testament, you're supposed to be subservient to the man, to the teaching, not go get me a beer, bitch. That's not what it meant. It meant you treat the woman like you treat your own body, like you treat the church. So the man was supposed to teach the woman the gospel, like Paul, right? Knew the gospel. Like, remember the Old Testament, Ahab knew the Old Testament. He married Jezebel. This is this fake story about the sons of God coming into the traditions of men. Doesn't have anything to do with aliens. Doesn't have anything to do with some 30-foot, 50-foot tall man ramming his magic school bus in some 5-foot frame woman. That should have never added up to you begin with. Correct? The sons of God, it says in the scripture, your brothers and your sister and your mother are those that do the will of the Father. Those are the sons of God, so they can't be fallen because they're not doing the will of the Father. Fallen angel, angelos, is the word messenger. See, you're lost in this whole you're not in this book. You won't define. You listen to the world. Star Trek, MAGA is the high priest of the Satan church. Those who say peace and safety, sudden destruction will come upon those who call out for peace. Peace is antichrist, brothers and sisters. Okay? Thanks for telling Americans we're all children of God. No, we're not all children of God. America is the apostasy that is the cup that has been, pouring out its wrath for what? Since the petrodollar? How about the strangulation nation? America is a corporation. Get out of here. I rebuke you, child. You're going to interrupt me with some American New Mystery Babylon. How about that? That's what it is. New Mystery Babylon. And all its tentacles. NATO, right? 1,000 military bases in 180 countries. I know. I'm a veteran pig. I know. I was a military police in the Army as well, so I know. Been there, done that. He said, come out of her. That's not Christ-like. America's not Christ-like. America has 1,000 military bases in 180 countries. So America surely is not Israel's not the Israel in this book. It's bombing people with their 7-front war. Remember, let vengeance be mine, not eye for an eye. Ah, yeah. Yes, cussing is a sin. Absolutely. It's not what goes into man. It's what comes out of him. Yep. So go fuck yourself. I sin. My 2 witnesses. I'm not perfect in any way, shape, or form. I'm not trying to tell you that I am. Remember, he said before Abraham was I am. So remember, it's not what goes in a man. I'm not under the laws of flesh. It's what comes out of a man. But I do have a missing son and daughter, possibly dead. That's no excuse. But I'm trying to do this if I can. I suffered a grenade to the head, concussion, tear gas, 5 tear gas canisters, grenaded, literally, if you want to see, to the face. So apologize for my cursing. I'm not... I can't be sorry. I am not sorry about anything. I just can't hold my dialect when I think about America. As soon as I leave America, I won't curse watch ever again. I won't. I just can't be here. I hate this country. I hate what it's done. When you take a right to a country, you see people standing on an X and you wear a mask so people have a choice and a right not to, and they still make them. It doesn't make you feel, makes me, most veterans like myself, blow their fucking head off. 22 a day. So... But I don't want to talk about it right now. Like I said, let's just go back. We're supposed to be standing up to this. That's what he did. He stood up to the corporation, which would have been America. Christ would have been standing up to America and thrown in jail. No, I don't say sorry ever. I'm not sorry for anything. Sorry is a word. I apologize, and it'll come with a long, hopefully sincere apology. I don't never sorry for anything. I don't have any regrets, and I'm not sorry. I can't change anything I've done, but I will. I will. If I can get out of America, Father will unchain me. And if you want to see what happened to me, go watch the SWAT raid where I was hit in the face with a grenade, and I'm going to file a lawsuit. And, I don't want to. I've been trying for 15 months to find my son. And every time I try to report my son murdered or missing, I get thrown in jail, or I get threatened to be thrown in jail. So you'll have to know what's going on in my life to know what's happening. You can see, because I'm a live streamer, a blogger. I have 6 channels and been doing this for a dozen years. So you might have seen me on other channels. I have collaborated with other YouTube content creators and done things on InfoWars and all kinds of different, I do things off this ministry, things behind the scenes. And I've done a lot of work for this country because I'm a veteran. So government's very aware of who I am. I'm not afraid of the government. Government's just a corporation. And so, but they come out here to unalive me, and they were unsuccessful, and they came with 25 men with guns and tried to kill me. So if you want to see the SWAT raid, it's on the playlist, and you can see them, kidnap and shoot my daughter, grenaded my son and daughter, and then shot my son with his hands in the air. I mean, it was just an absolute improper SWAT raid. They have to, even if they had some kind of, probable cause and came out, they still have to execute the warrant properly. So they didn't. And if you want to see, you're like one of these people that's a jack off, you like to see people get hurt, and that's your S&M pleasure, go watch me get crushed in the face. And my son's probably dead and missing, but what can I do? I've been trying for 16 months, and I don't know how many times I've been thrown in jail and been threatened to be thrown in jail over this. This is the America you love so much that treats a veteran like myself the way they've treated me. So go look how they treated a United States Army veteran and a prior law enforcement officer. I know I was special weapons and tactics trained, Metro LAPD, certification, reconstruction, Highway Patrol Academy, all that nonsense. I hate what I did. I really can't go back and change it, but it is what it is. He said, come out of my people. So I'm a soldier of God. I don't care any disclosure or top secret security. I got to sign this. I expose this beast, and I will. If they want to come pick me up some little van or something, bring it. Mulan Lobby, come and take it. They already came and took my guns from me. I can't even protect my animals anymore because I told the local sheriff, the guy who's all involved in this, please, you're dad. You're harassing people in this town when you could be looking for my son. You're driving on people's property, going in their house. Why are you not looking? He turned around and filed retaliatory charges against me and filed more charges and came and filed and took my weapons because I told him, you're not looking for my son. And you know where my son's at. And I knew the cops knew, and they turned around, they did. So I went to jail for no reason, and I'm menacing, not society. I'm a menace to the police. So, anyways, go look at it and we'll move on. I've talked about it enough. I'm going to try to get out of the country and move this body down to South America, eat better food, and get another ministry started down there. So I'm not mad at anybody here in America. I'm not. If my son is killed and my daughter, at least they're not having to see what's going on right now. I want them to be here, but I'm sure they're both young and, but at least they're not suffering. I can't imagine the situation with my son having a warrant out for his arrest and having to look over his shoulder. That makes no sense. My daughter could file an immediate lawsuit and be a millionaire, and not like I care about money. And I don't think she does either, but I do believe if my daughter was alive, she would be able to file that lawsuit because they dropped her charges because they kidnapped her without a warrant. No indictment, no signed judge warrant, no call in. No, that was a totally a violation of the Miranda right. Fifth Amendment, Fourth Amendment violation, cruel and unusual punishment. That she has a massive lawsuit. You know what I'm saying? So I believe if she was alive, she'd already be filing, and that's what makes me believe that both my son and daughter have already been unalived. And I don't want to give up on them because they could be kidnapped and being extorted. But it's been 15 months, and I already sent the cops to where I found my daughter's car, and she was, I believe, lured by a man who bailed my son out of jail and took a substantial, almost 40 pounds of silver in my passport, and my dog for a long time. And my dog came back. I should have probably recorded all my dog, but I cannot believe how deplorable my dog was when I got him back, and he wouldn't, after the whole SWAT raid thing happened. But it'll all get itself worked out. I know Father creates all things, and I'm thankful that I'm still here today, because, a grenade to the face, I shouldn't be able to talk. My son and daughter grenaded is ridiculous. And so that's called excessive force, and they're going to pay through lawsuit. And I didn't want to. I've been trying to get them to just drop the case so I can move on with my life and get my son and his daughter to have their life back. But I think it's too late. I think they already killed both of them because they don't want to pay the lawsuits, and they tried to come kill me already, and it didn't work. So they obviously have come out here and ran over my property again. Came out here, and I'm a prior traffic crash reconstructress, went to Highway Patrol Academy, Oklahoma City. I pulled the forensics. I know it's them. I want their transponders on their vehicle, but nobody will. Who do you call when the cops are running over your property and menacing you? And they file menacing charges against you. See, everything I've done, they turned back on me. So all I'm doing is asserting my constitutional right of affirmative defense, self-defense, using no weapons. They brought weapons, they brought guns, they brought grenades, they shot my son. So not happy with this country. And if I could leave, I will leave. You know what I'm saying? But I'll still serve this country even if I leave. I just won't curse when I get outside this country, because I won't be upset about America anymore. I'm not upset. So that was the wrong word. So why do you keep asking about the book of Enoch? I don't care about Enoch. What does Enoch have to do with the gospel? There's a little bit in there, but I'm a magi. You know what that is? So which Enoch? Which Enoch? Titus? You got a name like Titus. Leave, Daniel, but I can't. I don't want to leave with a record. I don't have a record right now. I want to go. My son already told me to leave. No, I don't want to become a monk, but I'd love to go to China. I'm not moving, guys, like that. I'm just purchasing another ministry in South America, in Ecuador. So I was already planning on leaving. Those who, I apologize, guys, somebody asked, and so you got to go look at it. This is how they treat veterans like me, who stand up for your rights. They crush us. They don't treat, our veterans don't get treated good, and I don't like being a veteran. So has nothing to do with that, but just, I took an oath to serve the right. Do not quit your post until properly relieved. It's what your first general order is. So I'm not going to quit. If I leave, I've already done, and I've done my time. I got out of the military in the 90s. I joined, when I was at 17 years old. I'm not young anymore. I would love to go to Ukraine. I don't want to own anything, brothers, sisters. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to own anything. I'm all over owning stuff. So I purchased this ministry and paid it off, and I'm donating everything I own to the ministry and trying to buy more property down, another 2-hectare parcel, because I'm a farmer and I want to grow food and send you food. Not the kind of nut you're talking about, like a chipmunk is told to be not put up nuts, or a squirrel and got a brain, this big. And I can't show you because you guys, but there's food everywhere. And there's food everywhere you see. I can spin around this cabin. You wouldn't see anything, but there's food everywhere. I got enough food. There's 99 of you in here. You could probably bring you on this property and feed all of us for probably about 2 or 3 years. So, and I have resources to continue. So you can't just depend on what you have. You're supposed to pad your stocks. So it is what it is. So anyways, this ministry is food oriented, and because we're supposed to try to get back to, more Christ-like. Your body's a temple. I'm not saying, remember, it's what comes out of a man that defiles us. You know what I'm saying? But your body's a temple, and I struggle because I'm in my 50s with, I want to be 20. My body, I don't want to be 20 ever again, but I want to be 20. I am the body of a 20-year-old, but I'll work circles around you, but I want to feel 20, and I think it's my diet. You know what I'm saying? So organic food is important to me, to try to go back to the ways of old. I like the old ways. I live off the grid, and I live more of an old style lifestyle. You know, I take bucket showers. I have 4 showers on this property and on-demand hot water heaters, and I heat my water up on a gas stove and pour water over my body. And I like to, because I don't want to waste the water, you know. I like to keep the water that I have. I want to have extra water for my animals and have more water for my animals than me. So, well, I can't move on, Daniel. I have a court case, so thanks for your time, but you don't know anything about the court case, so I can't just move on. So, yeah, when you carry your water, you'll appreciate every drop you have. So, but anyways, moving on, brothers and sisters. I'm more of an organic. I'm an old person. Like, this flesh is not how old I am. I'm an eternal being. So I do what I know what I always did. You know what I'm saying? I just go back to my old ways. You got to go back to the old ways, brothers and sisters. The old ways are going to be the best. You know what I'm saying? The old ways are going to be the new ways that are going to allow you to not just survive, but thrive. You know what I'm saying? So, but anyways, let's see what else here. Okay. Yeah, we're all eternal beings. That's right. I don't call everybody brother, but water and that. That's right. That's right. Green. Daniel, I want you to leave in here. You're an antichrist. You're pitching peace and prosperity. Go away from me, Daniel. You're antichrist. Please leave here. You stink like the devil. You stink so bad. Your son. So you're a douche. Got it. Because we're all brothers. I'm a douche because I'm not your brother. I went from your brother to being a douche. JD. Boy, you flipped the script real quick, didn't you? Man, I'm glad I'm not married to JD. Okay, well, peace is antichrist. Don't wish me peace, please. Nobody wished me peace in my life. That's not what peace is. Antichrist. So peace is antichrist. Tell people things are going to get a lot worse, please. Your life is going to get a lot worse. So what do you do about it? Stop pitching peace or leave this ministry now. Thank you. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done. Those who say peace and safety, sudden destruction come upon those who call out for that peace and safety. Oh, Sabrina thinks it's funny, laughing their ass off. Goodbye, Sabrina. Do not think I came to bring peace, but I came to bring a sword of division, he says. Right? Not peace. Peace and prosperity is antichrist. Please leave this ministry right now. You're a false teacher. That's what the teaching of Antichrist is. Just you don't read the book enough. You're in some other gospel. You go by some other Jesus. So please try to be cordial and not, just throw you out and don't want to hear it. I don't sup with vipers. You're a viper. So I'll know you by your fruit. I'll know you by your dialect, your gloss of your tongue. It'll be alien in here. Okay. So there's no such thing as aliens. I don't have to. It's if somebody's in the broad way, show them to the narrow way. You don't read the word. Don't pitch priest. It's sorrows. Okay? Sorrows means an intensification that it's going to get a lot worse, like a woman that's in labor. It will increase in pain. So peace is the Antichrist. Anybody who calls out for peace, the word is shalom in the Hebrew, that is Antichrist. It's a false teaching. You can sit there and go in circles with me, but it ain't going to happen. I'm going to smash you, Seriously, I don't want to hear it. I have a good life. I shouldn't even be here. I should be dead. If it wasn't for YouTube, you wouldn't have to deal with my ass. Take it up with Father. He's the one who made me. My day of death's already written. They brought 25 men with guns, grenades, armed to the teeth. military grade weapons, Bearcats, MRAPs, shit they should be having in the desert try to kill me, and I'm still here. So if you have a problem with me, you should take it up with Father, because I shouldn't even be here at all. You don't think so? Go look at the SWAT raid. Tell me I should be standing here and be able to conversate with you after eating a grenade to the face without any earplugs in. I've been grenaded with earplugs in and fallen to my knees. And go ask somebody who's been special weapons and tactics trained. Ask somebody who's been a law enforcement, seeing if they've ever had eaten 5 tear gases canisters. Yeah, it sounds like psychosis to you because you got some degree in psychiatry. Leave out of here, Justice. Get out of here, child. Yeah, well, that's fine. Old Testament. We're under this new covenant. So don't say peace or leave now. So those who say peace and safety, sudden destruction will come upon those who call out for peace and safety. So go ahead, put it in here. Goodbye, Antichrist. Just keep pushing your peace. Keep pushing your peace in here. Bye-bye, Joseph. Bye-bye. Pain is just weakness trying to leave your body, okay? You can find peace and rest in Christ, you know, in his suffering. Goodbye, David. You're not in here if you can't put the scripture in here for everybody else. So I'm not going to tolerate your nonsense. You guys are all Antichrist. I smell all of you. Smell like the world. Tell me you're not. Tell me which text you're reading. Tell me which text that you read. Remember, I already told you, if you don't read the text that I read, I know you are an Antichrist. Tell me what the word halakha is. Halakha. Tell me what halakha is. If you don't know what halakha is, you don't know Christ. Christ isn't even a word that's ever written in the scripture. That's not a term that's written in scripture. The term anointed in oil is there's no Christ. That's not what it says. Doesn't say Christ, doesn't say Lord, doesn't say Jesus, doesn't say planet, doesn't say Lucifer, doesn't say God. Yes, the Torah is the Old Testament, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. I've read the Targum, which is their Mishnah, and the Quran, which was written by Catholics. The Catholics wrote the Quran. The Dead Sea Scrolls, the Akashic Records, all these other fake versions of the scripture. Only one accepted text. You're going to have to go back in and see. I covered that earlier. So I don't read anything else unless it was canonized and it was defined one word at a time. I won't read it. He said, I'm the Aletheia. Everything else is bastardized. Burn it. It's disgusting. What about the book of Enoch? Again, which Enoch? Which author? Sense? You make no sense. Seriously, which Enoch? Which author? Big Mike. How did the Catholics write the Quran? It's historical record, biblical scriptural record, Mike. Is that Big Mike like Reggie, Barry Soetoro, Barack Obama's wife named Reggie, not Big Mike? Is that what your Big Mike is? Is that what you're going after? Is that your name with like the Oregon State Beavers? Are you actually, is that you, Michael Manchill, in here in my chat? Did I get Manchill in here? Is that you, Reggie? I know you played for the Oregon State Beavers. Is that why you got that Oregon color on your OSU, Big Mike? That's you, Big Mike? All right, tell everybody what you tell about your floppy cock there on Ellen DeGeneres on the show. Just come. Oh, wait, you already came out and told everybody you're a man, right? Manchill Obama. He did. He came out and said he's a dude. Remember, I already know because the portion member size, I used to be a credible witness in a law, enforcement officer. I don't need to have you can have a beard and you can, put a fake ho beard on. You see some of these people, you can't tell. Yes, you can. Remember, a woman has a different PT physical standard in the military. Women and men are not portioned the same. As a law enforcement officer, I couldn't search a woman. My rights, right? No, it was her rights. Her Fourth Amendment right was not, stick your hand down her pants. I had to wait for a backup officer. I would not encroach on her Fourth Amendment right. So, right? So I can know that a man has 3 head heights. Yeah, I have a whole head. I'm a man. I was born a man. See, 3 whole head heights. Imagine that. A woman only has 2.5. A man has 8 head heights. So if you're running away from me, I already got your ass. Your hips, a woman has children. They open up their hips, A man has wider shoulders than his hip. And if you can't get away from this, I don't care if you're fat, your portion the same. Your hands, normally a dead giveaway. And the hands are kind of, there's a little variant in the hands, but mostly men have a predominantly this ring finger is the any man that has, if you want, hey, ladies, if you want to go after a man that has a lot of testosterone, look at his hands. That's not a foolproof either, but look at his hands. A man, see, look here, your ring finger. See how my index finger here? See, it looks like somebody cut off that finger. It looks like it's been cut off. No, I have a high testosterone, because that just, if you look, see that? The ring finger, right, exceeds the pointer finger. This is your pointer finger. See this? See how there's all this space down here? A woman's fingers are like this. Now, man can have hands like this. Okay, that doesn't mean he's a female, because you'll notice he has three guys going, oh my God, no. But generally your wife, if you ask your wife, sure, her, see this? See how it looks like my finger's been cut off? Hold your hand up. Ask your wife to hold her hand up in front of you. Hold your hand up and look at that. See that ring finger? That's why they like to do that wave in front of you. They always do that. The first ladies, this has been going on since Martha Washington. You think Reggie was the first one? Manshell? Nuh-uh. Ivan. Oh, Nancy, Barbara, all of them. Remember Carter's? They all got apples. Whatever, some get them shaped, but they're still, it doesn't matter. You can't change the portion. You can't get away from the crunch, because the crunch always gives you away. Remember the captain? Woo! Stuff make your mouth bleed. I don't eat cereal, but... Well, no, I mean, so just don't be biased, guys. Stop looking at what you see. You know, they can dig you up 1,000 years from now, and you identify as a woman, and you got a chainmail purse and a pearl necklace on, and they dig your ass. They look at your pelvic bone and say, that's a dude. You know, with your little silicone plants or whatever. Imagine that 100 years, 1,000 years from now, you got all these silicone, and that's not going to look good. Digging them up, chainmail purse, pelvic bone. What the hell is that? Well, he identified as a lady. Dude, looks like a lady. Remember Pat from Saturday Night Live? It's Pat. It's Pat. Yeah, I'm old, guys. I'm going to do some, remember? Let me tell you something. I'm going to do some Fire Marshal Bill in here tonight. Let's just say you're driving around the street, right? And you crash into another car. Stop it. A water is a level, is a tool to create a horizontal plane reference. Uh-oh, somebody's flying over planettes and never nosing down in here. What the hell? Oh, what are you doing? What are you trying to do? Navigate the horizon? Why don't you ever nose down? Banana Republic? Oh. So are people, so if you fly on a ball, right? If you're flying on a ball and you fly around, are the planes upside down? Or the toilet bowl flushes the other way because of magnetics? So people, are you flying upside down? I think they had a picture of NASA. They zoomed in, right, from the moon, and they saw NASA, not a space agency, right? Or not a straight answer, right? And they saw that plane that was upside down flying into gravity. There's no such thing as gravity. That's the stupidest word ever. Like, well, the two stupidest words ever are officer safety, but gravity. That shows somebody how fucking stupid they are. Only stupid fucking people say gravity. They wouldn't know anything about perpetual polarity or, right, magnetics. Oh, gravitics? Get out of here. No, I'm not running for president. You wouldn't want me to be the president. I'd be locking up Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton. Both of them. Well, actually, I'd clear out all the private prisons, and then we'd put, the first people we put in there is ICE. All these ISIS. They're all private contractors that work for the prisons already. Hey, seriously, I know. I follow the money. I've done this for a living. I've worked in a federal prison, so I know. This ain't my first rodeo. So I would definitely put all these politicians, if there was no victim, then they'd be released. And the state can't be the victim. So no victim, no crime. Nope. Criminals are a term of accounting. They just put these people in there to get paid. So, and then I would abolish the Federal Reserve immediately, and I return our money back to gold and silver. Yep. It'd be gold and silver. That's what it's supposed to be. And we return it to a constitutional republic, not a democracy. Oh, wait, it's corporation. We're a corporation. We're not even a democracy. We're a corporation. Yeah, remember? We're a debt slave nation. Your labor sold on the stock exchange. You've been stocked, right? Staked to that stock, and your labor sold. So I would return it to a constitutional republic. I thought when I took an oath to the Constitution, that's what I was serving. Unbeknown to me, I was young at 17 years old. I joined the Army's delayed entry program, Delta Echo Papa, right? So I was pretty young. I wasn't stupid. I mean, I scored in the top percentile. So, you know, yeah, work for welfare mercenaries. That's a good one. So they hire private contractors. So I would abolish the federal government, and I would return back to the state right, and I would abolish the federal government. All the federal government would be abolished. It has to go back to House, Congress, and Senate, not this. The Federal Reserve is not federal, and the federal government was not there to make laws, but to protect the inalienable right of the people, the constitutional right, not make laws. If it was adjudicated through the House, Congress, and Senate, then it's repugnant. So all these laws that were not gone on through there as Title 18 statutes revised would be pulled off the books because they were not adjudicated through the original judicial process. That was part that made this nation different than any other nation in this that's ever been. We've seen serfdom, communism. And this is fascism, corporatocracy, at its least, it's communism. I mean, straight up now, that's what we got. The have and the have-nots. The rich get richer and the poor get poorer. These same 8, 10 families just get more and more wealth and gobble up in the poor just by cranking these inflation creation machines and printing money. America's the money printer, so we'd have to make sure that all these other nations that got robbed or returned to, and we would definitely return it back to the Gulf of America. I don't even want to call it the Gulf of America to Mexico. That's stupid. And it would probably return California, Arizona, and Texas back to Mexico. So you guys would hate me for that. And I would, whatever. I don't care what people think. See, you don't want me as a president. Hell no, don't vote for me. Because I'll be making changes real quick. Probably make it illegal to have children too. I'd kill you, have you put your head cut off, and we have a Plinko game or something and cut your head off if you wouldn't listen to me. Until all the children were adopted on this rock, it'd be illegal to have a child. Because we've got plenty of children that need adopted, if I'm not mistaken. And we actually know that the biggest, movers of children are these Department of Human Health and Services. Those all be shut down, and all those people be investigated, because we know there's as criminal as it gets. There's more children that go missing and injured in their care than people who are not. You have a better chance if your child gets put in Health and Human Services when these child predict that they'll be murdered, abused, literally physically, sexually in their care than you would if you just had that child on your own. So that department definitely is probably one of the worst departments ever to be invented. We would take the Schedule 1 off of cannabis and take the patent off of it, because you can't patent an organic plant that grows up out the dirt. You know what I'm saying? You can't patent cannabis. That's totally illegal. And we would make that, not, I don't mean legal like that. I mean, it's just, it's not, there should be no legislation on cannabis. That's so stupid. It's a natural organic plant that should be studied. And, and that's why the government for this federal one, making it have no medicinal, properties. There's 8 states right now, and we need to research this plant. It's not the cure all, but we need to go back and get rid of these pharmacia. So we probably put all these pharmaceutical drugs to gone. I'd abolish this. Like I said, I would probably put all these people at Pfizer and Johnson Johnson, Moderna. Those all go to prison. We got more people locked up in prison in America than all the other countries combined. So we got plenty of room for them. We do. They got a guaranteed 80%. Listen to this country, bro. Says they got a guaranteed 80% occupancy of private prisons before they're ever built. Who do you think fills them? These cops, these clown cops. So we'll definitely fire every cop in America because they're not operating in commerce. Oh yeah, they are. They're not even operating in judicial capacity. All exposed to the whole American public. There's only, one judicial court in this country that's operating in judicial capacity. There's been 400 fake clerk judges acting with men in black robes, scaring the fuck out of everybody, thinking they're 98.5% of cases don't go to trial. And they agree to take a gain for the bar. That's the District of Columbia that Mr. Warp Speed took over with the federalizing the police, and you know what I'm saying? So we definitely got a lot, this country would take a lot. It wouldn't happen overnight, not great again, all this nonsense. And I wouldn't pitch great again. I'd say we're going to have to go through a lot of shit before we get to where we bring home all our 1,000 military bases in 180 countries, and we not have a fucking debt problem then, would we? We have problems coming over our fucking borders if we put people on our goddamn borders, right? 1,000 military bases. I think we just a little arm to arm. They just line up around our borders. We would need a fucking wall. And we probably wouldn't have the debt then, would we? We probably wouldn't have the fucking problem if we had all these people being shipped in here by our government. They're shipping them in. They're shipping all the drugs in. Remember? Afghanistan, the Clintons, Warp Speed, the #1 drug dealer on this rock, the Pfizer jab. He's the creator, so he's definitely going to go have his head chopped off. We'll definitely have military tribunals for his ass. 34 felonies, and he's running the fucking Uniform Code of Military Justice. Can't own a weapon, but he can control all the weapons and just blow up that fucking boat in international waters. So I'll for surely put him on trial for what he just did. You cannot go into international waters and blow a fucking boat up, brothers, sisters. I don't care who the fuck it is. That was totally illegal. That's probably the most illegal act that's ever been done, as I've been a witness in my day. You cannot go into international waters. And those were not fucking drug bullshit. You don't have 11 fucking people in a boat. You'd have 5 or 6 people at the most. Every one of those 150-pound people could be more drugs. They could be more drugs. These people are idiots. That's all about EpiPen and the Caribbeans. All that Venezuela is a cover-up for EpiPen Island, brothers and sisters. Go look at Venezuela. Those people don't ship that many fucking drugs into our country. That's bullshit. This is all about resources. Trump wants Mexico because he wants the silver mines. He wants Venezuela because he wants the oil down there. Ukraine's got fucking resources. Bullshit. All that, make Canada again 51st state. You guys are idiots. You don't have any idea what these people are. The NAFTA, the whole, National Free Trade Alliance. These people have got this shit so deeply rooted in the, the system, and they're all in on it, red and blue. That's why I say in here, you come in here and talk politics, you can get your fucking ass thrown right out of here. And I love talking about history. It's being made every day. What the fuck are you doing about it? Nothing. You're going to go down in the histories of the silent majority. You didn't stand up to this beast. I took an oath to the Constitution. So you don't want me as your president. I'm going to go back to the constitutional rights. It's going to be a dangerous motherfucking place because freedom is supposed to be dangerous as a motherfucker. It always has been. It should be, and it would be if I ran this place. Shit, motherfucking people be riding around in the back of trucks, drinking out of hoses and shit. Oh my God. Yeah. We throw all the microwaves away. Fuck, we just go back to like the 1800s. Fuck it. Let's turn the grid off. Make them live for a while. Fuck it. Oh, you're starting to sound like them, huh? Go through some shit. We're going to get rid of some of these weak links in here. Oh, yeah, you're really starting to like Trump again, huh? We'll just, get him up against the wall. Against the wall. There's one in the spotlight. He don't look right. Get him up against the wall. Against the wall. There's one with spots. If I had my way, I'd have all of you. Shot. Ding. A little peeky there, huh? That's Trump, guys. I decode you never watched The Wall? You don't got to be stoned to watch The Wall or be taking some kind of psilocybins, brothers, sisters. Just watch it. That's what's happening right now. Roger Waters, remember? Welcome to, remember? The military industrial complex. Eisenhower. Machine. We're here. Remember the hammers? That's Pinky. That's him. That's Trump, guys. You don't realize it. That's him. It is. You just don't know how to do a decode. I don't know anybody else has decoded that. I've done it on here before. Go watch it again. You go like, holy shit. World War II is World War III. Oh, it's happening now. That's what that movie is about. Remember? They played for Pompeii, covered in ashes. He said, your enemy be ashes under your feet. Oh, wait. You guys are stoned. Don't put me in as the president. And we burn all our flags. We'd be the only nation without a flag. Yep, no flags. If you're caught with a flag, we burn it. So until then, they can only be flown upside down because this is a nation in distress. Can't tell me it's not. You don't believe in Jesus. You don't know who Jesus is. Avoid the noid. You don't know who Jesus is. You don't know who Christ is. There's 55 of you in here, and I guarantee only maybe 3 or 4 of you even know who Jesus Christ the Hamashiach is. You know some other Jesus. So which Jesus are you speaking of? Paul spoke of 2. So which Jesus there, avoid? Avoid the noid. Remember pizza parties? Pizzagate? Yeah, we're going after all that. Drain the swamp too. Barry, he's done too. All of them. Clintons, all of them. Kennedy, JFK, RFK, they're all... Oh yeah, we want to convert to kitty touch much? No, don't touch kids, Stan, you sick fuck. Get out of here. Get out of here. No, you don't. You read King James. Which version? There's hundreds of versions of King James. There's only one interlinear, right? What's that mean? Max, mad? Why are you getting mad? Don't be mad at me. Palmer, like Arnold? The one and only. There's no one and only. You're an idiot. There's 2. He actually said many Christ, so many Jesus. So which Jesus do you go after? Which religious Jesus are you? Yeah, Catholicism, they're Satanists. Christians, they follow the communion, they're Satanists. Baptists, there's waters. There's no such thing as a water baptism. That's by definition, it's baptizo. You don't speak any Greek, do you? Or baptizo or bapto. That means to covered with a red, to overcome. Remember, to be overcome with a red pitch stained dye, completely overcome. So the process of baptism is not by water. So you don't know anything about baptism. So what do you think of Methodists? They're Satanists. No, atheists are Satanists. Here's another Satanist. Silence is a Satanist. No, Max, you're an idiot. I said there's... How many versions, Max, are there of the King James? Let's see if you can even hear anything. Or if you're just some bumbling idiot who just doesn't know what they're talking about, can't hear. Turn your hearing aid up or something. I'm talking to you. Answer my question. Which version of the KJV are you reading? Or leave! Quit being an ass. You're making an ass of yourself if you can't be learned in here. Oh, in here. 3 versions of King James. No, void. Ernest goes to the trap house. Common, that's pretty sick. And a weirdo. Oh boy, I'm weird. Good, great. I don't want to be normal. Normal. What's normal? So, come on. You're slow. Which version? Which KJV version are you reading? Otherwise, you got to go. I don't have time. I'm only here for a country minute. I'd be back, but not with flesh. I'll be here in another 2,000 years. Don't worry about it. He always bursts me before the line, declare the age. Welcome to Revelation. Welcome to the age of air. This is it. Checking out on the prison bus. Whoa. Gideon. Oh, that's Satanist Bible. Translate. Only transgender Jesus is in Gideon. The transgender Jesus. The Baphomet Jesus. Because there's no J in the text that I read anyway, so there's no such thing as Jesus. I know what side you on. What you on? What are you on? What are you smoking? Just got to read the Deep Sea Scrolls. Use Google Translate. No, you don't read the Deep Sea Scrolls. And don't use Google. You're an idiot. So you're a demon. So you're getting out of here. Speedo. He's wearing the Speedos. Hold on there, Zippo. I'll give it to you. Just if you're patient there. Remember, love is patient. Like a fire. Zippo. Like, can you do that with a Zippo? You know, look. Open it up and it. Oh, you know, it does it. I haven't used it. No, I don't mean the Dead Sea Scrolls. What touch? No, I read the Dead Sea. I've got the Dead Sea Scrolls sitting right next to me. Actually, this closest book I have sitting next to me is the Dead Sea Scrolls. It's funny that you say that. I've got Jasher. I've got which Enoch? I got both Enochs. Are you guys really talking about a book that's been 500 times? I don't know. Was wasted making this channel. I don't know why I was wasted making this channel. Oh, I said no patience. Zippo has no patience, and now he's bailing on us. Bye-bye, Zippo. Did your flame burn out? Did your light go out? Got nerves? Nerves. I have some sciatic issues, some nerve damage, but start messing with your head. Albert, you're not making any sense. Anything is out of you, I'm firing you out of here. You're being an idiot. So did you find out who were the chosen people? So did I find out who are the chosen people? I already know who the chosen people are. Remember, I also did foreknow who I did predestined. Men are called, but you are chosen. The predestined are the one who are chosen. Did I find out? Do you know what you're talking about? It's in the text. Are you that lame, like a duck sitting there in a pond getting ready to be shot? Albert, stop pushing drugs in here. I knew it. I knew you were going to be a drug pusher. I should have just got you out of here. Swine. You're talking about all books that other man who wrote. All right, Love's out of here. Love's not making any sense. Putting some staggered, incomplete sentences together. So I'm not sure. People get jabbed, guys. Remember, you got to remember, there's a lot of you probably in here been jabbed. So I don't hold that against people, but it made people. I know I'm a prior law enforcement officer. I remember during that jab, people said they felt, when I did standard field sobriety instruction, your body becomes, alcohol causes your judgment to be clouded, if you will, and try to use a word that you'd understand, impaired, and you don't think right because it literally does that. And so they're like intoxicated. And brothers and sisters, you got to forget that these people, a lot of people didn't even want to take this thing. You know what I'm saying? So they feel a little bit off. If you remember, you go back and hear people, maybe some of the people, when this thing first came out, these people started taking jab. They said that a lot. You know what I'm saying? They said they felt a little, and I'm trying to tell you, as a standard field sobriety instructor, somebody who's done alcohol, certification on how to identify when somebody is intoxicated from the, it impairs our judgment. And so they're just not. I know a lot of people come in here, and I got to remember that. I forget that sometimes. People are just a little bit off. Maybe I could just be a little bit more, just give them lenient, 2 times. Mean by that too, he says 2 times. Just hear me out, brothers, sisters. Somebody who got jabbed once, to me, I don't care. I don't turn my back on somebody because they've been jabbed, or even twice. Because some people, it took a minute to figure out the world, right? They're still on that whole thing. If they got 3, 4, or 5, they never stopped, right? So think about it. Some people wanted to take it. Oh, I'm a pure blood. Shut up. You're not pure. None of us are pure. Okay. 1 or 2, we're supposed to remember, give people a couple times and then leave them alone. Okay. That's what I'm saying. 3 times, you're out of here. 3 strikes, you're out. Okay. No, I'll only give you 2. So I'm out in the desert, man. It's going to lag. I don't live where I have Wi-Fi. So there we go. There's a swine piece of crap. Tolly's a shit stick, and just come in here and say stupid, dumb stuff. Just put your slime in here and I'll fire you out of here. Remember, one bad apple upsets the whole apple cart, brothers and sisters. He doesn't want us to sup with vipers. A little leaven levels the whole lump. Okay? Try to remember that. He doesn't want us to hang around people who are not righteous and upright. And I'm not perfect, but you'll know them by their fruit. Don't judge them by their cover. Remember, he doesn't want you to fall for idolatry, things you see of the dirt, little things of the dirt, big things of the dirt. Everything you see, never touch, taste, smell, it came from the dirt, and it's going to go back to the dirt, okay? He doesn't want you to love dirt. Dirt is, don't love the dirt, love the word. No, everybody wants to love the dirt. Don't love the dirt, love the word. If you sup with that word, sup, and I will, right? Knock, and I will sup with you. So we don't sup with vipers. Now, I served in the 90s, but yeah, we had to take all kinds of, you don't understand, as law enforcement, as a prior veteran, police officer, military police, all the series of rabies and hepatitis, and then obviously above top secret security. So they gave me the chip and all that nonsense, but whatever. I don't care what's in my body now. I got way more. I've probably been more shot than all of you guys together from law enforcement and being in the Army, and, you know, they get sticky with a lot of things. Being that too is in law enforcement, and so that's what's wrong with me. There's nothing wrong with me, but if you want to use something, what's wrong with this guy? My mother was on birth control, and I somehow made it. My parents were both on heavy drugs when they had me. So my name's not Tracy, and you couldn't prove that in a court of law, because I'm pretty sure they went out and got the doctor stoned and did some mushrooms with him. So how do you know my name's Tracy? You couldn't prove that in a court of law. Were you there? Do you have a witness? So I don't think you can. I don't even know if that doctor's alive. Remember, they did drugs. My dad is dead. My mom is getting old. So, but anyways, you can't prove I'm Tracy. So you know. So what kind of drugs are you on? Prove it to me that you're not. You're on some other Jesus. I'm on the Jesus juice. So what kind of drugs are you on? Everybody comes in and pushes drugs on me. I'm going to start pushing it back on you. Be like the government. Sit down. If I had my way, I've had all of you shot. Right? He needs some milk. No, I don't drink milk. I don't drink milk. Nope. No milk. No pork. No soda. No cigarettes. I don't even eat seafood. I just eat beef. That's what's for dinner. I'm a bad alcoholic. I love messages. Yeah, careful with truly coming off of alcohol. If you come down off of alcohol, please. It is one of the worst things to try to quit. Okay, it's not one of those things you quit cold turkey. I don't want to give you any advice if you're trying to, you know, go seek your doctor, medical, or whatever. But please be careful. I've been a prior, you know, DRE. I know drug recognition, and I know that it's bad. It's as worse as, you know, like coming off heroin or something. People don't realize how hard the body, once you become an alcoholic and drink for a long time, and if you're, you know, the body feels normal when it's, people don't realize alcoholism. You know, I have a brother, and, you know, whatever, and he's, you know, how that works, but people don't realize, if they have not been an alcoholic or understand alcoholism, that their normal is intoxicated, and when they're not, that doesn't feel normal to them. So it's really hard to get out of that, and people don't realize that. You know what I'm saying? Uh-oh, what are you smoking? You must be on some of that dragon pen. Ayers has been sucking on that electric dick, hitting that vapor pen. So, but just be careful with it, truly. You know what I'm saying? Truly cracked. Oh my goodness. So, because it's hard to come off of, and it's very dangerous. So, you know, it's extremely, so just, you know, take it easy. Okay. Don't try to, that's one you just don't want to try to. The way I quit everything is cold turkey. If I'm going to quit something, I just know I never do it again. I walk away from it and never do it again, like a light switch. I make a choice, but alcohol is not one of those things. I'm glad I don't really, I mean, I'll drink a beer, but second beer, nah. I normally don't drink it or I'll pass out, but I'm a cheap date. So you better get me for the second beer and take me to bed, because the second beer, so that's all right. But anyways, thanks for sharing, though, because I know that's a hard thing. People don't, there's a lot of people, since it's legal, you know, and it, you know, there was a lot of things that weren't, it was a go-to for people. They got bars that are open till 2 or 3 in the morning. You know, you can buy it. You know, it's just readily available. So nothing wrong with having a drink or two. You know what I'm saying? Moderation, all things. You know, so you'll know you'll have it under control when you stop drinking for a while, and you can be around it again, or maybe even have a drink again, 1 or 2. And most people who are quit being alcoholic, you know, they're an alcoholic because, you know, they don't to go back to it. They don't ever want another drink again. They're like, no, I'm done with that. Like I turn off the light switch. Some things I don't do it. I'm not going to do it. So anyways, thanks for sharing your you know, your suffering with us. Cause I know it's, you know, actually, absolutely, you know, they do call that for a reason. And in moderation, it's kind of not going to make you like that. Remember, they drank of a mead that made them hallucinate, brothers, sisters. Okay. They drank of a mead that made them hallucinate. They didn't drink wine. They drank of a mead. And I'm sure they had some other things inside that mead. So try to remember too. And I don't need any of that to be with Father. People are, why don't you try DMT, man? Try all this. You're a naturalist. I'm like, no, thanks. I just use cannabis, and I don't use it to do anything like that. I just use it for my pain because I'm a veteran, broke my back in car accidents and military. And, you know, I have nerve damage, some serious nerve damage in my body. So does it make my pain go away? Nope. Does it help? Give me quality of life, help slow down that signal pain that my body's trying to tell myself to fix itself. Go get surgery, dumbass. So actually that signal pain is a good thing, brothers, sisters, whether I realized that or not. I didn't when I was younger, you know, what it was, because I've had this for so, you know, I broke my back when I was in the military, you know, it's my 20s, and the second time, you know, I broke my back again. And so not going to ever have surgery. So yeah, some people have, you know, because there's no demons, but I understand what I apologize, guys. My side with getting hit with a grenade and tear gas. It must be around 9 to 10 o'clock. My whole body starts leaking. Here it comes. It always does. So too much tear gas. I did 5 tear gas canisters. 5 of these things. Took 2 months to get all this. I still have it in the walls. I'm getting frustrated because I'm finding it in this. I can't get it out of this house. It's coming out of some of the little cracks in the wood. I know. I'm fine, buddy. I'm fine. That's okay. That's okay. These guys know this time. Look, they both come over here to be with the dad. They both come over here to be with the dad. It's okay. That's okay. That's okay. My boy. Yes, come on. Be with the dad. To be with the dad. All right, we got it. We're good. Ham salad. No, I don't eat pork, but go ahead. You can eat pork. What? I see you. I see you, handsome, Mr. Bobo. Any good guy? Any a good guy? He's a good guy. It's just a good guy. Are you trying to give me lovin's? Oh, you're gonna come sneak up in the dad? Come sneak up to be next to the dad? Come be with the dad. I love you so much, my boy. You're my best I ever did. That'll be all right. I'll be okay. I'm just coughing. I know. Dad. Dad's boy. Dad's boy. You're a good boy. You're the best guy. You're the best guy ever did best. Or just be shirt down. Maybe it'll cool off here in a little bit. We can put our shirt back on, but it's still probably 80-some degrees inside this cabin. What? Dad's fine. I'm just fine. I'll be all right. I'll be all right. I'm fine. Yeah, he's a dingo. He's not collie. He's a dingo and healer. He's my dingo, and then his dad was Aussie. So, but he's a great dog, as you can see. He's so loyal. I know you're fine. He keeps looking at the ball. No, I'll take some bong hits whenever I'm ready. You know that that helps the dad, huh? That's dad's meds. That's dad's meds. So uh-oh, we're losing our light. We're losing our light. We got plenty of power. So yeah, he's blue healer. His mom was dingo, and then dad was a Aussie. So he's a hybrid. He's a good boy. Like dingoes are the best dogs. I breed dogs. So I breed collies. I like collies. I like healers. I did boy. Australian Shepherd are awesome. You know, all the working dogs. I love breeding the working dogs. So you're a good boy. You're my good boy. So we're doing the off-grid lifestyle, huh? We're out here off the grid. We're farmers. We just hang out on the farm and do our farm things, huh? You love the dad. He's my best boy. No kisses, huh? No kisses. You already gave me a pause. You already gave me the pause. Canadian. Hey, what's going on? I'm here in Silver Lake, Oregon. So down here in the high desert off the rim of the Great Basin, right here on the edge in the largest dark sky sanctuary in the world. So probably the best place to see the stars. 2.5 million acres set apart, protected from light pollution. So what? He's not going to leave me until I take a bong hit. Watch. I love you. You're such a good boy. You're such a good boy. Hold on. Saskatchewan. All right. Right on. I love my Canadians. I really do. Like Nate. What an awesome dude that dude is. Nate from Canadian Prepper here on YouTube. If you don't watch, you're missing out, guys. Go watch Prepper News or Nate from Canadian Prepper. He's an amazing blogger. I love that guy's content. He is one of the very best content creators. And that dude is, man, his dialect is insane. You know what I'm saying? Absolutely. I don't do politics. Because we've been talking about war, because we're at war. Are we not at war? Or just, bring it up. We just bounce off the comments, but this is war. You can't go, open that, bottle and let that genie out, put it back in. We declare a war on narco terrorism. That's it. That's it. They called them narco terrorists, and they just blew those people up in the boat. Where's the proof? Let me see some proof. Who are these people? Let me see some proof. Oh, here we go. This is Barack Obama throwing Osama bin Laden, his buddy, in the water, right, in the ocean. How many times has this guy been thrown in the ocean, right, or killed or whacked, or so. All right, here we go. Yeah, there you go. Why did we allow third worlders to invade our country? We didn't allow it. The government brought these people in here. No, there's no proof. Shut up, B-Dog. We've seen no proof. You should go to New Mexico, deport yourself. Kevin, you're one of these dumbass, prideful, idiot fucking Americans that sits there and tells me to get the fuck out of the country, then calls me a traitor for leaving. You're the epitome of the stupidity of this country, so you know. Just so you know. The Jews control government, both parties. No, Donald Trump is in charge of most everything on this rock. Okay, he's not the kingpin, but the talking head. So, he'll give me $500 to leave. No, you won't, Kevin. Shut the fuck up. You're a lame-ass piece of shit. You ain't got no money, bitch. Make it rain. I'll keep track of your money. Kevin. Put it in my Cash App right now. I won't fucking spend it. And when I get out of this country, I'll show you. Because I'm trying to fucking leave. No. Don't unhide that. Unhide him. I want him to put fucking money in my Cash App. I don't give a fuck. I don't want nobody's money. But this motherfucker wants me to leave. I want people to start a goddamn Cash App. Start a GoFundMe if you want me out of this fucking country so bad. Seriously. I love this. I'm going to expose this shit. All these stupid fucking Americans that sit there and do that dumbass shit. You know what I'm saying? They sit there, get the fuck out of here, man. And then you leave. You're a fucking traitor. You know what I'm saying? So, put your money where your mouth is, Kevin. You give me $500 to leave. Watch, I'm going to leave as soon as I fucking can. As soon as I very can. If I could leave right now, I would leave. This is not a safe country to live. They're literally kidnapping Americans, not fucking immigrants they shipped in here, but poor people, as there's 1,000 military bases in 180 countries. That's all of them. They ship money to Iran and Israel. Ukraine, how many hundreds of billions of dollars? You're an idiot. Put some money in this motherfucker. Make it rain in this bitch. I'll make it rain on these hoes. Come on, Kevin. Put your goddamn money where your mouth is. I want the fuck out of here. Come on, I like you fucking prideful fucks that don't like people. And like, what if I just want to go down there and set up another ministry? I already paid this one off. I already made it rain up in this bitch so this place could be here after I'm gone. If somebody kills me, that'd be great. Wouldn't you love that? Man, we should kill all people who want to leave America. They're fucking traitors. Well, what if I just want to go take my American money and eat $2 fucking carne asada place in Ecuador? Maybe I want to go visit Paraguay. Maybe I want to go down and be in Venezuela. I'd love to be in Venezuela right now, exposing all this shit that's going on down there. Shit, I might join their militia. No, okay, go. That's all you got is fucking go. Everybody call this dumb fuck out. I'll give you $500 if you go, but you didn't put no money in my fucking Cash App, PayPal, Super Chat. Not a fucking dime from you, Kevin. Shut your fucking mouth. You make no sense. Not a goddamn fucking penny like America. Not one fucking cent. You make no sense. Just like your goddamn fucking fellow countrymen who pay for paper payments, right? A nation that traded its minerals for fucking paper payments. Kevin is the one, brothers, sisters. This is the problem with this country is people just like Kevin. They can't put their fucking money where their mouth is. They go down as the silent majority. So, Kevin, this is your last chance. You haven't left yet, pussy. Kevin, I can't leave. Kevin, I can't leave. There's charges for hindering prosecution, interfering with a peace officer. Yeah, cop charges. All my charges are a menace to society. No, I'm menacing the police, harassing the police, interfering with the police, hindering the police. All my charges are police charges. So what kind of charges you got, Kevin? You ain't got no charge card. You ain't got no Cash App card. You ain't got no fucking bank charge. I don't see nothing coming in there, Kevin. I'm calling your ass out, man. And I don't even want your money, Kevin, but I'm just showing that you don't fucking, you're a broke dick Bob in here talking shit talker Betty Crocker. Go fucking bake your ass some buns somewhere else. Take your fucking ass somewhere else. Your hot crop top buns. Kevin, you're a broke dick is what you are. Don't come in here and tell somebody you're going to pay him and then not. You're a broke dick is what you are. So goodbye, Kevin. All right, I don't want any of your money. So. For us sisters, I don't need people's money, okay? I'm just doing this because the internet was a horrible idea. All right, so moving on. Don't threaten me with getting the fuck out of here. Start a goddamn Cash App or GoFundMe and help me get the fuck out of here. So, please, I don't want to be here. Why the fuck would I stay in this country? They're at war. They shipped everybody the fuck out into here, into this country, right? Yeah, they emptied the goddamn prisons in Venezuela and shipped them the fuck here so Donald Trump could say, if you fucking are poor and you resist, we'll ship you there. Why would I want to stay in that country? So I was already leaving, brothers, sisters, and you can't fucking make me leave here because I have already paid everything off. I own everything here. Motherfuckers. You ain't gonna kick me out of here. I own the bitch. And when I turn it over to the ministry, it won't be taxed. It'll never be taken, and it will never be leaving. It won't go anywhere. It won't go anywhere. That's why I'm turning everything over to the ministry. It can't be taxed. You should do this. You should give up everything you own. He said that. Give up your life, pick up the book, and follow after me. So put your shirt on, dude. This is gross. Like, why are you sweating while sitting down? Triple taco, whatever you are. So that is one way you can, in America, you can't own your property. You can't. They can tax it. But if you'll turn it over to the ministry, and I'm a pastor, then it can't be taxed. So not 501c3 funded. Nope. This is all paid off. I don't need funding 501c3. Remember, I paid the church off. It's all paid off. All the land's paid off. And more land. I got more land too for the ministry. And that's why I'm trying to go down to South America. I thought, shit, Kevin's going to put $500. We'll go down there. We'll put it towards. But there's little punk bitch Americans that don't talk shit and don't do shit. They're going to draft their women. They wear fucking face diapers like a bunch of bitches, right? Like a muzzle, a fucking face, a muzzle. So, okay. I know you guys are all a bunch of swine in here. Look at that. All of them in a row. All of them in a row. In a row. Most people go to hell, brothers, sisters. God doesn't love everybody, okay? Seriously. So if I can leave this country, I'm out of here, you know? No, bro. Nope. Yeah, I've seen that, Steve. Some states are talking about that, and some of these people that are retired or people who have their land paid off. Good eye. Thank you. So, you guys, if I want to leave here, it's because I need a break from America. It's not that I don't want to still serve the people that are here. You know what I'm saying? I'm serious. I pay this land off. If not, I just sold it all, right? I could still take all this. You guys, I could sell this land and go live the rest of my life in another country like a king. You know what I'm saying? I could live like a king in another country. But I'm going to this is the ministries. I'm going to go try to build another ministry. You know what I'm saying? Down there. And that ministry, I will get that one paid off. Watch. I had the money to do it, but I had an attorney to stay out of jail. Remember, they're trying to throw me in jail. So I'll get it taken care of. I'm pretty sure I'll get all these charges. I'll walk out of here with I don't have a record right now. And these are just pending charges. So, remember, they're all cop charges: hindering prosecution, interfering with a peace officer, harassing and menacing the police. These are all against the police charges for trying to arrest my son. And so I'm not violent. I don't have a criminal record. I'm just, people are idiots. So I'll get it taken care of. You know what I'm saying? It's okay. It's all right, Duck. You know what I'm saying? I'll get it taken care of. But if it was, I would leave today, guys. I'm serious. I really think it's that dangerous in this country, and I wouldn't be driving fast. And I just drive down there and try to actually hit some spots on the way down and go through the redwoods and just enjoy myself. I'm not going to do anything in a panic. You know what I'm saying? Yes, it is. Cracked, it is. It truly is where I'm at. You should come here. If you're thinking about it, come here. I'll help you out. You don't know, I got land for sale. I've got another property I can maybe turn over to you. Got plenty of ways. There's a lot of property way out by the sand dunes, and there's way. Come over here if you come here. I know I've been here, but yeah, if you do, and you don't have to come. I'll help you with anything I can out here to give you I know people in this. I remember I was sitting in the local there's like a Cooper's gas station, then they have a deli and a grocery store and the whole thing. But one of the people was sitting in town. She was one of the locals was in there, or one of the tourists were in there, and they were asking questions about this town. And the lady's like, "You need to ask him. he's been here a lot longer than has been here longer than me, and my family here has been a lot longer than him. But he knows more than everybody in my family. Ask him about this town, and he'll tell you whatever you want to know about this town. And I was like, wow. I went over and thanked her. I said, you kind of overdid that. You pumped me up like that. I said, I don't. I said, she said, I know, but you do. I was so amazed. I talked to you about this town, and you know things I've never heard about this town. And because I did a lot of research before I came out here. I didn't just move here for no reason. Father brought me here, so I do know a lot about this town. You know what I'm saying? And it's a great place to just be left alone. The worst thing about this town, other than the corrupt cops, and there's corrupt cops everywhere. If you don't mess with them, they don't really mess with you out here. They're fucking lazy, and they're drug dealers, and they're whatever. But don't get involved their shit like in many places. Like if you go to Mexico, don't fucking deal drugs and don't get in shit down there. You won't have no problems in Mexico. Stay away from fucking bad people like that. And don't do bad things, and you can have a great time in Mexico. So it's the same thing here. But the nice thing here is there's not much community because people come out here to be left alone. They want to get a nice 5 or 10 or 20 acre, 50, 80 acre parcel and just put a nice cabin or something on there and just do their thing. People out here, they disappear for years. I thought, man, you moved out of town. They're like, nah, I just didn't want to come to town. I'm like, dude, it's been 2 years. They're like, no, it's been almost 3. I'm like, whoa, man. So people come out here and just, cool. Well, this is a cabin. Like I said, you can grow 4 plants. I'm growing 4 beautiful ladies out in the garden right now. You should, yeah, they're beautiful, the ladies I got. I haven't grown in 5 years because I'm a medicinal cannabis grower. This is both recreational and medicinal state. So, and then if you want, you can go down to Ecuador with me. Ecuador has the cheapest cannabis in the whole world. So I want to just grow my own. Imagine you could probably spit a seed out in Ecuador and that thing just boom, hits the jungle. So yeah, I have. They're in the stream. I think they were in yesterday's stream. I think they're in this time I've been doing a little bit different. I've been hitting them with the chicken shit. I made a tea with that and some, cane sugar and some honey and whatever. I like to do organic. I'm an organic farmer, so we won't hit them the whole time. But they're doing good. They're doing good. Like I said, they're that one is actually doing really. It's funny, the smallest one that I had. I mean, it was just like a little spindly little. I knew it too. You know what I'm saying? That it was going to come back with a vengeance. I told Kevin, I'm like, look at this thing. It's like down to 3 little leaves. I said, that thing's going to have more meds on it than all the other ones. And he's like, yeah, I know. I've seen that before. Sometimes your plant gets wrecked and it comes back stronger than all the others. Cool. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you. Nori, hey, work hard. Nobody cares, crack. Work harder. Nobody cares. That's from Dax. He said that. Remember Dax? Work harder. Nobody cares. I like that. It's kind of inspiring, right? Work harder. So don't overdo it. So I appreciate you spending your time in here, but this is a good state. There are other locations in the state, but this is one of the best areas to live off grid. It's just, this is the poorest county and they don't have the resources to police anybody out here. As long as you don't piss anybody off out here, nobody's going to bother you. If you get, that's how they come after you if somebody gives a complaint. So I like the way my, nope, that's not true, Smith. You can live off grid and there's people live all over. And there's rules everywhere you fucking go. So there's nowhere they say you can do it, but this is a state in the area where you can do it where I'm at. There's hundreds, thousands of people here living off the grid. They live in Klamath County, Josephine. You don't know your ass from the whole around. You probably ain't even from Oregon. So fuck you, you dumb fucking idiot. Don't tell people something that's not true. They got rules in every fucking state. So this state, they can't fucking police it because they're too fucking poor. Kind of like Mexico, but you wouldn't know nothing about Mexico, would you either? Don't talk about this state, please. You don't know anything about Oregon. I've been organized, bitch. Remember? I've been to all 50 states. I can live in any fucking one of them. And this is where I'm at. So you ain't going to tell me I'm strategic relocation. I've studied this like a madman. So Sure, they got rules in every state. There ain't one state that doesn't, pretty much. Arizona, you want to go live in fucking Concho or something by the, in the hot goddamn desert where you can't breathe and shit. No thanks. It's mild here, 300 days of sunshine. So, nothing's perfect, but you do want to go to a place where they can enforce it, okay? You want to go to a place that's one of your best places is Alaska. So, David's from Kentucky. So, Kentucky. I used to work at Louisville at the Sobach. Yeah. Used to live in Indiana and work in Kentucky. Right there by the water. By the water. No, by the no. Hey, WW7's from Kentucky. Get out of here, Joey, you fruitcake, dude. Get the fuck out of here, you homo. Dude, don't be pushing your buy. Come on by and give it a try on me. Nobody wants your dick, okay? Get out of here. Serious. Don't be pushing that on me. I don't go on dates with men. I don't follow mandates. I don't follow ordinances or codes. Those are all for corporation, remember? I'm not a court. I'm still standing here. I'm not mistaken. I'm not a statute, right? I'm not dead. I only go by revised statutes. Arkansas. Remember, I went to Arkansas. Tell me about Arkansas. And I'm like, tell me, what do you know about? And I know my stepdad's from Arkansas, but like, what's from Arkansas? The Clintons. No, I was kidding. So, no, hey, people from Arkansas. That's the Razorback state. Thank you. Yep, my wife left me. I'm in a basement. My relationship fell, and I'm here. I'm here on a 20-acre farm with 4 cabins. I live off the grid, and you're on a fucking Wi-Fi router and a microwave. You use a fucking microwave, you stupid idiot. Go back and eat your microwave ding-dongs or your ho-hos, whatever, your popcorn. Yeah, keep eating your corn, you fucking corn Julio idiots. Drinking your corn god cars, drinking your corn syrup, your ethanol. Yep, it's in everything you drink. That's what's wrong with this nation, remember? I am the great Cornelio. Are you threatening me? Oh, yeah, I like Kamala, too. Oh, yeah, I'm going to go for Kamala Kamato Allah Akbar. Donald Trump's buddy, right? Remember, he had her slammed over in her ice hole, her ice hole. If she farted, would it queef or would it actually... You're an idiot. Nope. Who's up? Your mom eats popcorn for dinner. Okay. What elections has the CIA influenced outside of the USA? That's a good one. That's a good one. All of them. All of them. How about putting in Poroshenko, the chocolate king, and overthrowing a legally fucking elected government? There we go, right? Let's start with Ukraine. Ha ha! Venezuela. Oh, that's what we do. It's called a coup. What do you think about Jesus Christ? Jesus is a pagan name for the Hamashiach, and Christ, neither of his words are ever written in the scripture. So I don't know. That's another Jesus, right? Remember, 2 Jesus. Would this thing stop doing that? There we go. Okay, sorry. That's something stuck on there. What is it doing? I'm going to have to get a new cradle, guys. This thing is not working like it used to. What do I think of Venezuela? Sorry, grenade pins that are in the way. Let me move them. Grenade pins in the way. All right, there we go. Boom! Jesus. The Jewish Reich. Oh, okay. What do you mean the fake Jews, the ones from the north, from the Kazakhstan, the stands? Remember the stand? Remember Dan? No, don't drink chocolate milk. Don't drink milk. You're supposed to only drink your mother's titty milk, and colostrum that's in your mother's milk. We shouldn't be drinking milk. Remember, he said not watered down, so I don't drink milk. No chocolate milk. Listen here, rabbit. Nestle, quick. So, how about give 100 or 1,000? What is that all about? That's the epic sheet behind you. A taxidermist, good. Normally one beer. One beer is my limit. Yep, Zionist. Donald Trump, right? A fake Jew. The Gentile Messiah. He's the Gentile Messiah. He is the King of Israel. Remember? He's going to put you under the Noahide laws, the 7 laws, the Sabbatical laws. Remember all these laws? The Jewish law. Ripped Christ down from the tree he hung on. The covenant he made with his bride. We do it to ourselves often, but he's going to just make the whole world go under this Noahide law. Yeah, the Sabbath. You got to celebrate on the Sabbath, right? We're not supposed to celebrate anything, but remember the Sabbath day and keep it holy shit. Crock of it is what it is. So, you like taking baths in milk? There we go. I've heard of people doing that. Oatmeal baths, will mix with milk and oatmeal, and yeah, Saturday's the Sabbath, but we don't do that anymore. We don't keep the Sabbath day. We don't celebrate anything. We're not to do any of those things. Remember, we forward all these things every single time, pervert them. It's cold and it feels amazing. It's cold outside. I'm starting to feel a little bit of that cold. Not yet, but it's still probably 80 plus degrees in this cabin right now. It got pretty hot today, so the whole cabin, it's an old cabin, so it all heats up, and then it takes a while to cool down because it's like a big block, it's 40 foot and got big tall ceilings or whatnot. So you remember I live in my mom's basement, so remember Joe Biden, he even come out of the basement to campaign, right? And then he let the Biden, so all right. It was like Hillary, remember, she couldn't fill up a high school gymnasium. Trump was selling out sports arenas, right? Second term, leaving people in the cold, right? So yeah, we don't do that. Thank you, Elsa. Blessings. You only got to 58 today. Where are you at there, Lewis? 58. So, yep. Hallelujah, Elsa. Thank you. We don't do these things, brothers, sisters. We're not so celebrating these rituals anymore. He fulfilled all the rituals, okay? All the customs, all the celebratory law, all these Levitical laws, all these laws were blotted out. All the rituals, they ate lamb. He was the Last Supper. They ate the sacrificial lamb, right? He became that. They didn't eat crackers and grape juice. They didn't eat Cadbury bunny eggs or puffy marshmallows. I don't want to hear a sugar-coated peep out of you. No Stay Puft Marshmallow Man or something like it's Ghostbusters in here. Oh, let's get the box and we'll put them in the box. This sounds a lot like America with their Amazon box guys, Put them in the box, ship them out to the ocean, and drop them off. So. And sound the life. Guys, I really wish you guys would stop using words that are not in the text. I would like a new calendar. Banana. He's gonna make a new calendar. Remember, he says we're going to turn on. I'll make a new Shem, a new Agape. No one knows my Agape, so I'm sure we'll have a new calendar. You said that. Remember, read the scripture. So it's coming. You'll get a new one. Don't do this perverted calendar. Cracker Jesus in the middle of the New Year's, cracking. Smack that down on the floor. Smack that, crack that. They're orgy Jesus. So they got their ritual. So that's why we don't celebrate anything, because we pervert it every single time. We take Father's word and we make it our own. We think, oh, well, I can pay my way into heaven, or I could do all these, I could do, I did great works and I cast out demons in your name. He's going to say, nigga, please, right? That's not what he's going to say, but, he's going to say, depart from me, you worker of iniquity. I never knew you. We've all fallen short of the word and done iniquity. So, I know you're a Satanist. You celebrate birthdays. So, a celebration of self and the birth of oneself. There's only two birthdays. See, how do you know when somebody's a Satanist? They celebrate. How do you know when somebody's American? They only speak one language. So, yep. How do you know when somebody's a Satanist? They celebrate. That's the Advent. How do you know when somebody's an Antichrist? They add to the scripture. Not the Antichrist. You're either with Christ or you're an Antichrist. He said don't add, so you're an Antichrist if you add. See how that works? He said the wages of sin, death. Now he says add one jot. What has changed with Father? Nothing. He's not this easy Jesus, this peace Jesus, this, oh, I'm going to just ask for forgiveness, asking you shall receive. That's not what forgiveness is about. You must be rebuked by Father, by the word. Be rebuked, upright. That means rebuke means to do a 180-degree turnaround. You can't do that anymore, ever. You got to walk away from it. Walk away from it. That is the word 100, up, out, haste. That's what it was in the military. It means I don't want to see your elbows and your asshole. You need to move out and draw fire. Turn around. There it comes. Else knew it was coming. So you got to stop what you're doing. That Father rebukes you with the word, and then you walk into what is called repentance. And then that process, like baptism, like salvation. Yeah, everything Father gives you is a process. There ain't no quick fix Jesus like being born again. It's from above, daily, not again. See, that's a one-time quick fix heroin Jesus. Smack that, slamming that hopium Jesus. So, Father will put you through a process. Walk in repentance and then be forgiven. No forgiveness with these people, you know. I was out there with you know what? I got to talk to you there, Steve. I know it's Friday and I got really pissed off and I beat the piss out of my wife. She let them damn night crawlers out of the refrigerator. I told them put them in the refrigerator and I beat the snot out of her. I done told her a million times, man. I don't know what to do, man. I feel all bad. You know, I beat the snot at her and you know, worms, those things are expensive. You know, she deserves an ass whooping. You know, she should listen to me. I'm her man, right? Steve's like, you be all right. You probably beat the shit out of her tomorrow. Just go to church on Sunday and ask for forgiveness. And you can beat her all week. Used to beat her all week, Jesus. How you like that? I'm so glad to be forgiven. What'd you get forgiven for there, Scraper? What'd you do? Tell me about your walk, your process. Tell me about your process of forgiveness there. What'd you do? How'd you get forgiven? Remember, only Christ can forgive us. You can't be forgiven. So, normally most things aren't till the end with most of these things. The forgiveness of sin is for the sins of the world, not good standing against the world, you know, and not just your own little piddly little ass idolatry, you know. You got to be standing up to America. So, no, Jesus didn't forgive you. Get out of here. That's not what I asked for your process. And Jesus forgave me. Fuck your Jesus. Seriously. Yeah, you got another Jesus, I can already tell. That's pretty heavy, dude. Well, whatever. This ain't some light ministry. It's not. Don't come in here watered down. Eating the meat. Remember the fat was the best part of the meat, HD fat, high desert faith and truth. Not for HD like a potato quality television, but what you hear, not what you see. So there we go. What are you going to do about this corporation America? You know, Christ would be thrown in jail already for standing up to America and would have been killed. I am 100% certain of that. No, BF, no, they're not. They're spreading the other Jesus, false gospel, the other Christ that he warned of. Many Christ, he said, will come in my name. The church, right? And they will be deceived. So all of them. There's not one good church in this world anywhere. I don't know one. If you know the one that mirrors this gospel, then go ahead. Put them in here. Tell me where. send any pastor to this ministry and I'll tell you they don't know the gospel. You change one letter, that's the other gospel, so you know. Why am I so right? I didn't say I'm right or wrong, you idiot. Who said I was right? The word is undefiled. You can't change it. You can't even change a jot. So what the hell are you talking about, child? You don't speak up in here. You got to make some sense, man. Or woman, I don't know what you are. I don't care what you are. One race, the human race, man or woman, don't matter. We're both equally yoked, coveted under this testament, remember? He was the testor of that will. So it's a test of your faith, remember? And your will. Is it going to be your will, pornea, or his will, agape? There's only agape and pornea. Everything else is watered down. Lukewarm. And he said, I'll vomit you from my mouth. He don't like lukewarm. He don't like when you mix truth with a lie. Oil, dark, does not mix with light oil. Remember, the eye is the lamp of the body. It must be single. So, different shades of wheat. Oh, that's a good one. I'm going to steal that one, Banana. Who hasn't changed the word of the Bible? All of us have. McNevin, remember I said he's going to say, nigga, please. Oh, I did great works and cast out unclean truths. People who change the word. In your Shem, your agape, in your name. He's going to say, depart from me, you worker of iniquity. I never knew you. We've all done iniquity. We've all fallen short of the word. Absolutely. Couldn't agree with you more. So just you better start going and studying word and word at a time before you say anything about that book, though, huh? Know every definition of every word that you change. Don't even add a letter. Don't add a word. Don't add a period. Don't add a comma. Don't add to my book. He said, you will receive of all the written plagues in this book. No, Jesus doesn't love us all here. I guarantee you most people in this room are going to hell. Okay? Most people in this room are going to hell, according to what the scripture says. So Jesus doesn't love everybody. Stop it. You're pushing that Antichrist Jesus in here. You're a false teacher. Scorpizzo. That's the word, scorpizzo, the one that causes the sheep to scatter, divide. So Jeebus plays for the Blue Jays. Okay, yeah, probably. Knock them out of the park. Batter up. I want to listen to that song, man. Some Nelly. Batter up. Do you guys like that song? I like that song. All right, I think we're gonna put the shirt back on and feel that a little bit chill coming in here. I bet you in the next 20 or 30 minutes she'll be perfect temperature. I might even go shut the door. Shut the door for the night. Oh. Oh. Oh, damn it. Oh, man. Maybe I will. All right. I think it's time to take some medicine here. Give me a minute. I got to work tomorrow. I got to get that cabin at least 5 or 6 feet up that roof tomorrow. I'm going to have to push those things up there and get that done. I want to be able to rent that thing out or move into it, one of the two. And I'm running out of time out here in the desert, so. Why do about 90% of the near-death experience go to heaven? Nobody goes to heaven. Nobody goes to heaven. That's a stupid thing to say. Nobody goes to heaven. Nobody's in heaven like you think. Heaven's not above your head. Nobody dies and goes to the sky. You don't know what you're talking about. You're an idiot. Please stop talking. Dead people don't go to the sky. Heaven is not in the sky. Heaven is not above your head. Heaven is the ruling class. You don't know what the word heaven means. Stop talking. Be praying for us. What are you praying for, Nicholas? What are you praying for? Hope you're praying for suffering, tribulation. Hope you pray. You know, I went in that ministry, and I hope everybody in that ministry that the world hates them so much. Is that what you're praying for, Nicholas? Like Saint Nick? Is that what you pray for? you praying for your will? What are you praying for? Pray means to have face-to-face time. Salvation, freedom from all disease and depression. But what if he wants us to be depressed? What if he wants us to be diseased and die? I rebuke you. You're an idiot. Why don't you pray for Father's will? You've been watered down by religion. You know that? Freedom? Fuck freedom. You must be enslaved. You're an antichrist. Everything you pitch is antichrist. You see the difference, brothers and sisters? These watered down religions, and minus the cursing, you should be able to discern what's going on in here. This isn't watered down. What verse would you point to for salvation? Salvation, Romans 8:29. He said, I also did foreknow who I did predestine to conform to my image, to the image of Christ, to be the firstborn of brethren. Remember, that one is Romans 8:29. Salvation. He already knows you have to endure to the end to be saved. Remember? You have to endure to the end. He already knew who's going to endure to the end. How about Matthew? Who shall ever come after me? Let them deny themselves daily, take up your cross daily, and follow after me. So if you don't follow after him every day until you die, you can't be saved. You have to die to be saved. You have to die. Salvation, that is the Greek word sozo, S-O-Z-O, to be carried, picked up, lifted from a beginning point to an ending point and healed. So you have to endure to the end if you want to be saved. And you have already been bought and chosen. He said, I knew you before you were in the womb. I set you aside as my prophet. Correct? Prognosko. It means have foreknowledge of. Nobody will study the Greek anymore. They just sit down and read some watered version of some American. It's American. He was a Hebrew Israelite. He spoke Hebrew, Aramaic. Remember, the prophets could speak one language and anybody could understand it in theirs. You know, anybody can do that today. That's why there's no prophets walking this rock today. He fulfilled the last prophecy when he said, not a broken bone, right, in his body, the unblemished sacrificial lamb. They ate lamb, not crackers and grape juice, not pudgy bunnies or fluffy marshmallows. I told you, I don't want to hear a sugar peep out of you. That's the other Jesus you've been warned about. So, yep, faith is a noun. Faith is a noun. Faith without Maranatha. He said, Maranatha, I want to find your loins girded in my service until I return. So you got to be running to him. This ain't no come and meet you, Jesus, you know, like come to you. You got to go to him. Ain't going to meet you in the sky. And that's not above your head. That's the sky right there. Right there. Meet him in the skies will roll back cuckoo like a scroll. So you got to read these words. You got to go back and study their neuter gender, feminine gender, male gender. These words are actually, you know, they have, if you go to the Torah, all Hebrew has value, frequency, resignation, wave. It literally, like he spoke this into it. That's the Torah. What do you think the toroidal field is? Yep. That's right. You just stare to warn the wolf. Remember? You'll know them by their fruit. Do not judge them by their cover. You will know them by their fruit. So they look like a wolf in sheep's clothing, brothers and sisters. Careful. It's a dog. Remember, the dog leads the shepherd, right? Leads the sheep. The wolf looks just like the dog. Careful. Canine teeth, pointy ears, a tail. I know. I'm a shepherd. Father made me a shepherd. It's what I am. I'm a dog. I've been that way my whole life. It was called that since I was young. I don't know where I picked it up. Father gave me that name. So didn't fit in this world. I knew I wasn't a sheep and I knew I wasn't a goat. I wasn't evil and I wasn't good. I was somewhere different. And I just knew I wasn't evil like the wolf. You know, people kept calling me evil like the wolf. I'm like, no, I'm trying to help you. The wolf, I look like the wolf, but the wolf is going to come down to the water, is going to eat your head off. But they're bad, you know, these sheep. So we got to learn to speak their language, remember? They'll know them. My sheep will know them by my voice. Anybody who tries to enter through by any other way, remember the straight gate is the only way to enter through. The narrow way, right, is a thief and a robber. That's what he tells us. So careful, you know, his shepherds, right? They're there to serve the flock. Why do you think Father made me who I am? So, try to remember that. You got good and evil, right? You got the wolf and the sheep, right? You sheep or your wolf. I'm not a sheep. I don't go with the flow. I don't go with the herd. Obviously, never have. I lead the herd. So I didn't ask for that. Why do you think me maybe a veteran? 17 years old. I was a United States Army veteran. Learned how to lead people and lead nations if I had to. Somebody asked me to run for president earlier, and I'm not running for president. So I'm honestly not feeling or seeing the Holy Spirit in with you. Okay, good, Billy. I'm so glad you don't. You don't even know what the word Holy Spirit means. You couldn't give me any Greek definitions or Hebrew definitions, anything. So I don't care what you see. Fuck off. Remember, he said imagery, idolatry, imagery. You said you don't see. Well, good. I'm glad he gave you blind as a bat. You haven't now to have the scales removed from your eyes. That's called apocalypse, when you lift the scales off the eyes. He does it. Of his bride. Welcome to Revelation, right? I'm glad that people don't like this ministry, because I don't want them here. Many are called, but only Goss are chosen, brothers, sisters. I didn't form this ministry. Brother Jim Brown told me I lack fellowship. I can't isolate myself and not talk to anybody and just sup with the word. So thank Father for telling Brother Jim Brown, I don't want to hear it. You need fellowship. I got to go. I was on the phone with him for about an hour and a half, but, talking to him like, I'm trying everything I can, Brother Jim. I rented out the city hall out here. Nobody will come. I was giving out your CDs, and I'm trying, and just, I love the gospel, and I know the God, And then when he was out, look, I don't want to hear it. No excuses. You lack fellowship. You can't just sit out there by yourself and read the gospel and keep going over it, going through my CDs. And you've obviously sat for a long time and sat with my word and the word, but you lack fellowship, period. Got to go. Bye. So you can thank Pastor Jim Brown for me forming this ministry, because he put the word of God on me. You're supposed to fellowship. Can't isolate myself so far. You're supposed to be isolated. You're supposed to be in prison. You're supposed to be separated, but you can't isolate yourself so much that you don't have fellowship with your brothers and sisters. You need to sharpen. Iron sharpens iron. So thank you, Father, for this ministry, for sending Brother Jim Brown to not sit there and be nice to me and be stupid and tell me, hey, so what? Figure out a way. I don't care if you rented out the town hall. Nobody came. Keep working at it. Nobody cares. Work harder. Jim Brown. So this ministry wouldn't be here, brothers and sisters. And if Father didn't, protect me that day from being grenaded in the face, I wouldn't be here either. Remember, I shouldn't be able to talk, walk, let it go and put together sentences, But here I am. So if you don't like me, good. Take it up with YouTube. They're the ones who had me be able to have live stream. If I wouldn't able to live stream, wouldn't be here today. So get mad at YouTube. No, get mad at Father. He's the one they kind of try to come out and kill me. And I'm still here talking, standing 10-toe, not like a slave on my knees, but 10-toe in the dirt. You to stand up 10-toe or no? Nah. Probably remember Decamite. Let me see your Decamite. Put your hands up. Who's your authority? Who's your master? Who you can't serve to? Which one are you serving? Remember? Just stick up. Oh my goodness. All right. Break time. Let's take a break. What time is it? 10:40. 10:40, 10:04. It's coming. I know. It's coming. Oh, man, I got to get to the doctor soon, man. Oh. I've been trying. I got some mullein, but it's not. I don't know. I don't think it's going to change it. I just think it's there's something going on in the respiratory from the tear gas. So I don't think you can clear tear gas damage from with Mullen. I was hoping that it would help me. You know, cannabis helps the irritation. You know, the because my lung starts moving around in it. You just have to experience. I don't want anybody to have to experience what I'm saying, but it just fills my lungs up where I can feel it. It starts almost like a tickle in my lungs. So, oh man, give me 1 second. Sometimes I can pass it. No, it is. Look at this, Elsa. I'm so pissed. I'm not mad about things, but check this out. Crap. I have cleaned these walls so many times. That's tear gas. That's tear gas. That's tear gas. It just keeps coming out of the wood like that. You know what I'm saying? And it forms that, because see, that window, it came in here, right? One of those hit that back of that wall. But these, I've cleaned all these walls and scrubbed them all down, all the cracks. But it just keeps coming out. See how it just keeps coming out of the wood? Look how big that spot is. If I touch that and rub that, guys, that would fucking burn my eyes. Look at that. It's still in this cabin. I don't know how to get it out of here. I've tried, because you're supposed to hire a professional cleaning company. But see how it just keeps coming back out of the wood? I'm still fucking breathing tear gas in this goddamn fucking cabin 16 months later. 16 fucking months later. So I can't get it out of here. I mean, that's just what I keep. I clean it and it comes back, and I scrub it out and it comes back. Just noticed that the other day. You know what I'm saying? Look at that. I still have tear gas in here. You have to hire a cleaning company. You know what I'm saying? And I can't get, I've scrubbed all these walls. Like I said, I have scrubbers, I vacuumed. This whole building was white when I came in here. Completely covered. You know what I'm saying? No, I can't change the wood. Apologize. All right. Give me a second. 5 tear gas canisters, guys, because I'm such a bad guy for trying to help my son. They're going to grenade me to the face and lob 5 of these things. Oh my goodness. That's another reason I got to get into the I got to get into the Rusty Dragon. I got to get this cabin cleaned out. I got to get everything out of here again. And I did. I pulled everything out of here, scraped all the walls. You know what I'm saying? I'm off grid, so I don't have, running water like that and all the, And they know that when they lob that tear gas canister, they know they're not supposed to be shoving 5 tear gas canisters in a. Remember, this is a 8 by 40 cabin with a kitchen and a bathroom and a shower and a loft. There's not, the space is confined, and they just kept shoving them. We watched it last night. They just kept pumping them in here. Oh, we're not trying to do it. Just kept throwing them through the window. That window, they have them over there. That's why that window has so many over there. It took me so long to clean that side of the house because they put at least 3 or 4 through that window. And I know at least 2 through this window. So, and they hit the side of the building. They didn't even get all of them in the house. They hit the side of the window. They hit the shutter. They hit, so they kept lobbing them in here. They weren't playing. They were coming to kill me. You know, they wanted me dead. So guess it's time to sue him, right? Guess it's time to sue him. You give these people all this time, and you know, if my son is dead, I definitely need to sue him even more, right? Just let him get away with killing my son. Huh. That's crazy. And still, this life is so much to handle sometimes. I don't even know why, you know. I know why he has me here for this ministry. That's why I'm here. But anyways, cannabis helps a little bit with my lungs, you know. It calms the gargling, and the fluid will kind of go away after about 20 or 30 minutes. You know what I'm saying? Cool. I really wish, and I don't mean to go there, Duck. I don't know why I even haven't picked it up. You know what I'm saying? Why would any one of these auditors could run on this? Look how much content is on this channel. You know, the 258 hours of me live streaming, filming the cops going by, filming all this menacing, filming all the evidence, and they still just didn't care. Just the SWAT rate alone should make an auditor go viral. Seriously. But this is a shadow banned channel, so I can't get it. Remember, I have 6 YouTube channels. I've been shadow banned since, 10 years ago. Remember? So. Oh, my goodness. Oh, thank you, Father. Oh, my goodness. Oh. See, it's better. Starting to clear up. Oh, man. Thank you, Father, for good meds. Oh, man. It's getting better. See, sometimes it clears it up real quick. Sometimes it takes a little bit, but yeah, no, I've been cleaning this over. Like I said, I cleaned for 2 months straight, every day, Fox, every day. Every day I clean this cabin. I have animals in here. I didn't want them in here, but I had to live with them. And when I first came back from jail and they our hands, I came in, I slept in here. I'd get up like, it'd take me half an hour just to, I can get my feet down and put my damn shoes on like I was sciatic, and I wasn't sciatic. It just took me so long to get my body to, from being in all the tear gas, just breathing and all, and they're sleeping and just, so I shouldn't have done that, but I had nowhere else at this point to go. I didn't, I want to be with my animals, and so I had kittens in here and my dog, and so, and I had to clean it up. So I brought somebody in, was it about 2 months or something like that, or no, it was about 2 weeks. Actually, was it 2 weeks later? And I thought I had it pretty clean. And he's like, dude, I walked up the door. I can smell that. I can't go in there, man. I'm like, dude, you can't come in and hang out with me and smoke a bowl or something. You say you're going to stay here for the day. Well, no, I'll stay here with the day, but I can't, I can't go inside there. I can't. You come outside. We'll hang out for the day outside, and I'll go home later or whatever, but I can't go in that building, man. I can't breathe. I can taste it. Dude, I've been cleaning every day for 2 weeks straight. He's like, no, dude, you live in there with it. Just like living next to the airport. You don't even realize, dude, it's so bad. You're making me like, it makes me cough just walking up. I could smell it when I walked up your walkway, dude. You're inside there. If you left this house, you would smell like that. You probably knocked somebody out just walking around because you have it all over. You've been breathing it. So he made me realize I just kept cleaning and cleaning and cleaning. Like I said, clean for about 2 months, as much as I could, and I felt like I had everything. And then, like I said, now it just starts coming back out of the wood again. I think I get it straight, cleaned up, and then it finds its way back out. And those little dots, it comes back out like that. I don't know how, it seeps out of the wood like that. So I know I've cleaned that same spot like 3 times, 4 times, you know, for sure. You know, I had to go over everything. Everything in here was white. So that's pretty cruel, man. There are savages, some pretty savage people that, you know, this is a savage life. Father really kicked my ass in this lifetime, guys. He has beat the snot out of me so much, you know, and I'm so glad that I love him so much, you know, and I'm so glad that I love his word and I cling to it because it's what keeps me alive. You know what I'm saying? But what a blessing this ministry is. What a blessing YouTube is. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for YouTube, guys. Seriously, YouTube kept me alive. Father did, but it was YouTube that did it. That's a pretty damn good story. If somebody pick it up and say, hey, look, YouTube, get this dude alive. It was the live stream. These cops came to fucking kill this guy. So thank you, YouTube. We're going to turn the beast on its head. I've always done that with the internet, brothers and sisters. You must be as esteemed as the potter's clay, like a chessboard. Flip that bitch over. You must turn them upside down. It's what we do, correct here? Like the clay. We're in the age of clay, not golden age, right? We don't do this Sky Daddy, Jesus, all this golden gods and Baal and Baphomet and Baal and Jezebel and all this. Who's your daddy? Father's the word. He's my father. My daddy died already. Dressed up as Satan. Christmas killed my dad. Imagine being that guy. Yeah, Christmas killed my dad. You ever heard the story? Go back. It's on the ministry. Well, that's what you get for dressing up like Satan. Yeah, my dad was Satan. Claus, you know. Nick. So. It's been a pretty rough life. I hope I can get it over with soon. But he's not done with me yet, so you just have to deal with me, YouTube. Sozo, he's the one who gets and picks me up every single day and lifts me and carries me to the end of the day. Or turn your cheek, right? Be meek, wise, and gentle. Meek is not stupid and nice. He said you have to endure to the end to be saved, so you have to deal with me. Father wants me here. My dad's death's already written. They came to kill me, and look at me here. I'm still standing. You don't see proof of a God. Why do you need to see physical? That's faith, things unseen, correct? Hallelujah. By faith we're saved, but put your legs on that. I'm glad that Father still has 2 underneath my ass because I don't want to stand up. I want to lay down and die. But that's okay. Look at Anna with her banana out here. Get out of here, phallic worshiper. Call no man father. You're an idiot. Go away, Jezebel. Snake like pig. He said, don't sup with swine or vipers or snake. You're like a snake. He said, you know, as a snake. Right? So don't sup with vipers. But thank you, brothers and sisters, that put up with my ass here the last 15 months, because you can go back for thousands of hours and you won't find me ever cursing on YouTube. If I just get out of America, I'll be all right. I need to get out of here, guys. I really want to just get out of the skin, but he's not done with me yet. So die to self daily, he says. Deny yourself. Die, death of flesh, self, spiritual death. So thank you, Shiloh. The one's going to redeem me. Pour out a just measure on anybody who wronged, hurt me, screwed me over. He'll straighten it out. Remember, he pours the just measure out on all of us. We don't all get the same measure. So don't waste what you have. He said, give that shekel to the rich man. So where do you put your treasure? So I know after I die, it's going to get a lot better. Are you ready to die? Woo! I'm so excited. All right. But anyways, let's all remember that we have to endure to the end, to our last breath die, and then be risen to be saved, and purchase is a bought and paid purchase, be chosen. He already bought you, and you can't spend your savings, or it's not going to be there after you die. It's like a savings account. Sozo to be saved, remember? Picked up, carried, lifted from the beginning point to an ending point, and healed. Whatever pain that's been caused in this life, if you stand up for his will, you'll be healed. Anybody screwed you over, somebody enslaved you, imprisoned you, he will set you free. The truth will set you free. He is the truth, is he not? Aletheia. So we all have a part in this, right? Those that are in the narrow way, there's two ways. There's the broad way and there's the narrow way. Very few find the narrow way, right? That leads to the straight gate. Only Goss, it says, find that straight gate. Just a puny number of the whole world who's ever lived the whole time. Remember the Old Testament, the wages of one sin was death. So not too many of those people are going to be going to heaven after they die, right? Not in the sky. Remember, heaven's the ruling class. And then you have this new covenant where he says, don't add a jot. So if you added a jot, you better have some covering, salvation. Remember the armor? So we'll see. You know, when we get to that other side, back to who we were, go back to really who we are. And this life ain't so heavy. But his cross, right? He says, carries that burden for us. And he, remember, through his salvation, through his resurrection, that we are saved, right? So follow after me, he said. So we must be in darkness, and he pulls us to his horizo, the separator. He separates us, that flesh, and like a sieve, like a press, like a beating, like crushing the impurities. He crushes you to make you a better man or a woman. Right? So I hope people can see what's going on. I mean, we're deep into Revelation, brothers, sisters. You know what I'm saying? Not like that. Remember, it's not. I love that. Sorrows. We got more intense waves coming. So this is the easy part. Yesterday was the easier day. You should have done it a week ago. Remember? Work harder. Nobody cares. No, that's just a Dax. That's not scriptural. But thanks for caring about this ministry, brothers, sisters. All those that come in here on a regular basis and spend a tremendous amount of time here, because you could be on any other platform and any other channel and doing, you know, there should be. I hope you do take time to go out and, told you, like getting that ether, getting that natural organic ether. That's where you're going to find Father the most, is where you don't hear those lights. Broad is the way that leads to the wide gate. All those noises and sounds. Why do you think he tells you go to a dark place in secret, you know, where you don't have all that noise, and, you know, you can be with Father where it's nice and quiet, and, you know, broad is the way that leads to hell, the wide gate. So if you're not willing to narrow and put yourself in a less, you know, less populous place, or if, you know, you're going to pay the price, seriously, it's just the way it is. So population density, brothers, sisters, here we are with the Deagle maps, and they're right on track. So these serpents that Father created, most of these people, evil, that go to hell, that's most everybody you know. Workers of darkness, don't judge them by their cover. You'll know them by their fruit. Remember, one bad apple will upset the whole apple cart. Like a little leaven leavens the whole lump. You don't want us to sup with vipers and cast our pearls in the mud before swine. So use those treasure pearls that you have wisely. Don't spend them, you know, put them in a higher place, and you'll have them for later. Remember, prognosco means to have foreknowledge of. So you already knew, chosen. So later, that's redemption. He's going to pick you up. 2 days later is redemption. 3 days, 3 years, 3,000. It don't matter.
where we're at. Remember, you're still on some lunatic calendar. It's not 2025, but he's still preparing that place. And the resurrection of the bride is the one he redeems at the wedding. So remember, I've told you over and over in this ministry, it's about a wedding. Feast of the Lambs. Remember, that's why we go over to the lamb. So stock up on the lamb. How many times have I told you, stock up on the lamb? Don't play the donkey and the elephant show. Christ wouldn't do that. Christ would not stand for this. He would be whipped and put in prison. And I hope they want to imprison you for standing up again to this beast. I don't think people take this seriously right now, how deep we are into this. It's a beautiful time. We are the remnant. We are the witness. He said he'd send two. So hope your eyes single, focused on the light, the horizo, right? He said, I am the horizo. I'll separate that dark from that light, that day from that night. He overcame this place with light. It was dark before it was light. Try to remember that. All created from the darkness, correct? Creator, I am. The Aleph God of sacrifice, war, and have sex with your sister, be fruitful and multiply. Eye for an eye. You remember I am? You know I am? That's the one I love. He creates men to create evil women to do evil things to his bride and test the bride. They won't be fooled. It's not possible to fool the elect by self. They'll blot their name out of that book that I'm talking about. There's 3 books. Everybody passes through the book of judgments. I don't care what they believe, remember, because that's not a thought in your head. Atheists, Baptists, Satanists, Christianists, isms. How about that? Calvinism, Mormonism. I can go on and on, right? All of them. Vain. Worthless. They're not the word. He's the word. He said, don't love the world, love the word. Come out of her, my people. Be in the world, but be not of it. So if you don't know how to circumcise this vessel, then you're not going to be prepared to be with Father. He doesn't have a vessel. Remember, he is Hokodash, ghost, spirit, flesh. This testament that we're under, spiritual wickedness in high places. Choose your battles wisely. Let Father fight all your battles, correct? Wrestle not against flesh and blood. He tells us we're not under the covenant of flesh. We're destined. We're not bound by the law or fate. Our day of death's already written. Remember? I'm witness, and I'm not trying to be special at all. I want to die. I'd rather died and got shot that day, to be 100% honest with you. Just my flesh is weak. I don't want to go through these last 15 months. I've been terrorized by Father. Every day he terrorizes me. I don't want to go into that. I really broke down the other day to let you guys know what goes on in my head. I don't normally do that. I just came like, all right, I'm just going to give these people what's going on in my head, but I can't break down like that all the time, Got to lead the sheep, right? So, but we're all filthy rags. Doesn't put me above anybody, Remember? I'm just a man. I'm just some dude out in the desert that loves the word. So, wandering spiritual Jew in his temporary tabernacle place of study in the desert. That's what they, wanting to give up everything he owns and just share the gospel. Because that's what he said to do. Deny yourself daily, take up your cross daily, follow after me. All his disciples died a martyr's death. And they weren't loved, they were hated, they were martyred, remember? Sharing this gospel doesn't make your life easy, it makes your life a lot harder. So the ellipsis, remember, Paul said we must go through much tribulation, the ellipsis, to receive that kingdom. And that kingdom is right here, brothers and sisters. Hokodash. The kingdom of heaven is within. Christ in you. Correct? Not in a temple. Still threatens these people. They want you to go to a house made by hands and put your ism on them. They're Calvinism or, whatever. It's all vain. You're not going to find Father unless you sit down and study each one word at a time. And to find the word, to find the aletheia, you have to go through the hados, the narrow way, and then to be purified without unadulterated light. You're sovereign, and you're not going to ever be sovereign. None of us. That's why you must have a mediator. an attorney, if you will. You're not under law, but trying to make it a little more worldly so you don't understand. Somebody's got kind of an in with the judge, where the Old Testament, the wage of sin was death. Now he said, if you add a jot, I'll blot your name out of that book. For the sins, I'm going to cover you. You rip him down from that tree, then you're going to put yourself to the old way, the broad way. Broad is the way that leads to hell. Narrow is the way that leads to the Father without flesh. And Christ is preparing that place for what now, 2,600 years? He's still not done preparing. Man, Noah's prepared for 126. They scoffed at that old man. Remember, for decades, he was building the boat. And he didn't rain once, drop, not one drop on this rock. Crazy old man. And then in Luke, right, man? Then it rained. Oh, from above and below, right? He said this time it's going to bring the fire judgments. So are you ready? To be saved, you got to die. Remember that. If you don't catch anything from this ministry, you better remember that. You got to die if you want to be saved. Salvation, brothers, sisters, only by faith are we saved. So don't freak out. He already bought you. You already paid and purchased for it, but you'll know them by their fruit. Do not judge them by their cover. He tells us to judge with righteous judgment. It's baptism, Ken. Fire is baptism. Fire is thalipsis. Fire is, when he said, right, we must go through much thalipsis. That's the fiery trials. It talks about fire. It's called theolobos. Pinched down. Theolobo, they be pushed on both sides, pressed down, and be eyes of fire. Narrow is the way, feet of fire. Stand up 10-toe in the word, and you won't have no weapons formed against you will prosper. Your enemy come against you one way, and your enemy, one way, and they will flee 7 ways, he said. But if you don't love me, your enemy come against you one way, and I'll make you flee 7 ways. So he brings the fire. That is the word, right? Baptism, he's the word. It's a process, repentance, salvation, baptism, fiery trials and tribulation, suffering, pushed and pressed and beat like clay to beat the earth out of you. So he's your master. Earth is ruled. Heavens is his pride. The heavens was Israel, his favorite. Now his favorite is not one heavens, but all flesh under this covenant. Jews, right, were Aaron and Levite. If you weren't related to the Jews, then you were a Gentile. He didn't love the Gentiles. God loves everybody. Okay, he's an all-loving God, but he doesn't love everybody, okay? He didn't love the Gentiles. Okay, back to this covenant where he loves Jew, Gentile, man, woman, black, white, brown, red, and yellow under this covenant, but just oligos of everybody this time, too. So remember, the Old Testament, the wage of sin was death, one, venial mortar. So, whoa, has any of us fallen into that category? You ever not sinned once? He who says this isn't sin, the truth is not in him. Remember Mr. Warp Speed, I can't sin? So, Jacob was given the inheritance. Jacob, who he loved, was a man who was a family of 12 families, who he called Israel or Israel. And wars, remember? Rumors of wars. Remember that 7,000 man heavenly army annihilated that 120,000 in Genesis, that book, right? Earthly army, the ruled. Earth's not with your feet. You can't serve 2 masters. You don't live on a planet. These people think they're spinning around on a ball. This one time in band camp, this whole nonsense, but that's all right. Remember, America doesn't even make a penny. No sense at all. So, oh, get out of here, you Satanist pig. Brandon's an idiot. Now we got another Satanist in there. Oh, crap. Brandon's a pig, Satanist, swine, low energy. There's no free will. Go away from me, you childish Christian, Catholic, Mormon, Presbyterian. Self-will or agape. Everything else is lukewarm, and he said, I'll vomit you from my mouth because you've been supping with some other Jesus, that sweet Jesus mixed with sin is leaven, right? Now you've been drunk on the world, punch drunk on the earth.
Oh, came from the dirt, going back to the dirt. What are you, in wine? What are you whining about? They didn't drink wine, they drink of a mead. Remember? He said to go to the water, right, at the well and drink of that deep water and you'll never thirst again. What are you thirsting for? Who's your master? Do what you're supposed to be doing. He'll quench that, right? That's where you'll find your rest, your peace, all this nonsense these people say. It's okay. We know who Shiloh is. Can't change a goat into a sheep. It's not possible. They're already chosen from the foundation of the world. Chosen. Many are called, but few. Only God's are chosen. Remember? He only loves just a little bit of everybody. Most people go to hell. Most people don't even know what the hell is. Hell's not below your feet. Earth's not below your feet. Heaven's not above your head. You have the firmament above your head. The firmament declares the handiwork of the Father. Remember? The heavens declare the glory of God. Remember? Yahweh, Apollyon, Jesus Christ, the transgender Jesus, God of the Son. In the tree, God, Baal in the grove. Remember? Jezebel, Ahab married Jezebel. God split the nation for that, remember? Not gods in the sky. That had nothing to do with fallen angels. Shut up. You sound like some earthly idiot. Fallen doesn't mean from the sky. He said to meet him in the sky. That's not above your head. Heaven's not above your head. Earth's not below your feet. Hell's not below your feet. You know what the hell you're talking about. You sound like some religious earthly idiot. He's the Word, not a religion. He wrote the letter to the 7 churches, remember? And in the book of Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy, the wages of sin was death. Remember the law? Jewish law, Torah? He was the law, not a religion. You're an idiot. I rebuke you. We got some religious people in here. Get out of here. I don't sup with vipers. He said you knew I was a snake before you let me in, remember? And then he let the bite in. Somebody in here is like a Democrip or a Bloodbakin. You got to go too. He said don't sup with vipers, pigs, people in government, or bootlickers or pig lickers. So I don't like pig lickers either. Remember? Jackboot thug on the neck of the nations, of all these nations, the corporations, enslave. Yeah, how about it? Strangulation nation, like a boa constrictor. You knew I was a snake before you let me in, huh? And then he let the bite in. So, what am I? Canadian. Oh, Canadian. Canada! You watch Canadian Prepper? One race, brothers, sisters, the human race. But, nope, you're chopped up into borders now and divided. And you're, yep, you're R2D2 and you're MSLSD and you're ABC always broadcasting crap and you're Fox X666 faux news and you're the, yeah. Are you a citizen journalist? Are you a citizen? Maybe you're a citizen of the corporation or maybe a citizen of the universe. We got to have a universal one world order. Where does that say that in scripture? Please, someone help me. Please, someone help me. Please, I know I'm always willing to learn. I'm like an open book, empty, be written pages or a sponge that's ready to learn. Where does it say one world order? One world religion. Come on, where's it say planet once? One, tell me, where's it say planet? Where's there a planet? Where is the planet at? Where's the spinning ball camp that you live on? This Chewbacca had Wookiee with an Ewok, and now we got big feet running around apes. Bang, bang, gorilla. See? Planet of the monkeys, huh? Man evolved from apes, why are there still apes? Hey, Elsa, lady in red, do you want to drop this whole capital letter things? I'm about tired of it. I don't care. I want you guys to even mess with it anymore. If people just want to scream and yell and kick like a child, we can let it go. Remember, why did I do that before? You know, the capital letter thing, the smiley face thing. We can let it go. Planetary. Oh, we're in the Galactic Federation universe. Where's my moderators? What do you think? I mean, I just, it gives you the control. It's you guys. Why I gave it to you. It's not me. I gave that to you. Remember, that's your guys' thing. It's not mine.
it gives you guys control when we got more people in here, you know what I'm saying? Well, the abyss, Kim, is the word hell, and the hell is the word knowledge, and hell is no knowledge. So yes, absolutely. Abyss is the Revelation 9:11 sun god, Mithra, the one Donald Trump's house is decorated with, the one who lived in a 58-story Manhattan tower. I mean, Satan lived in a 58-story Babylonian tower. Trump lives in a 58-story Babylonian tower. I mean, Manhattan tower. There's no such thing as luck, okay? No such thing as free will. So don't wish anybody luck. No wishes upon a star. Come rub on my lamp and I'll give you wishes and fortunes. That's an Arab demon, right? A genie. Stop trying to be a genie in here. You can't put the genie back in that bottle. Go out. Somebody let the genie out of the bottle. So, an Arab demon, a genie. That's a genie. A Celtic demon is a fairy. Stop telling your fairy tales in here. There's not gods in the sky. There's no such thing as an alien. There's no such thing. Chewbacca didn't have Wookiee with an Ewok. There's no such thing as big feet. You can pound those 2 big feet right out of here. Stop pushing drugs in here, cool drug pusher. No, I'm not gonna eat. I'm good. I made some burritos. So yeah, we got drug pushers, you know, that the program though. Just think about it, you know. A dealer. Okay, Donald Trump, the biggest drug dealer on the rock. Here, have your Pfizer jab. 1 booster, or have another booster update. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's a dealer right there. The biggest drug dealer, Donald John Trump. With a 2-point outpaced any house, member, temple, or commercial real estate deal ever. Yes. That's why he's got people pushing it, remember? You knew it was a snake before you let me in. The Biden, he let the bite in, remember? If I had my way, I'd have all of you shot, remember? And Pinky and the wall. The wall happens to be the wall, the movie The Wall. You guys don't get it. I gave that lesson earlier. They're not prophets, they're witnesses. You can send prophets, there's no prophets. Christ, all prophecy has been fulfilled. So they're the witnesses, and it's these 2 lying eyes that sit right there, and they're going to be the take your crown. So certain of it, not going to hear it anywhere else. Oh, it's Elijah. It's this right eye that's going to lie and steal your crown, or this left one. I don't care. They smash this one, but hey, those are the witnesses, remember? They hang right on this thief right there that's right in front of your face that, yeah, they'll steal your crown. That cross, right? Or you got one on your left eye or your right eye, and everything. You don't want you to love the dirt, right? Those are he said he'd send them. The problem, he always sends 2 witnesses. Always. It's a contract. You just don't understand the gospel. And if you sup more with the gospel, it'd be easier for you to understand when he actually says something. People don't know what an idiom or a parable or what they take everything at face value. They're an idiot, you know, but they don't know, and that's okay. I don't hold their feet to the fire. He has eyes of fire, feet of fire, but I don't hold their feet to the fire. So I just judge them righteously. Father's the one who condemns them. I just show them to the narrow way, show them to the light. Remember, eyes of fire, feet of fire, water. Said, point them to the, remember, go to the one with the vessel, the water bearer pouring out the vessel on the age of deception. The water, like they veiled him, the cover they put over his face, deception. Remember the deadly head wound that was healed in Scripture, Christianity, Catholicism, Mormons, all that nonsense, you know. Yes, welcome to Revelation, the age of Aquarius. We're here. We made it. At the start of the new age, we came in the extinction, 6th extinction event. You're living during an extinction right now. 34 of you in this room didn't know that. I've told 5 or 6 of you in the room that bunch of times, but you didn't hear me, but that's okay. You're also at the 5th turning of the 400-year cycle, which is a 2,000-year cycle. That is a slice of time, which I've taught you over and over how this works. This is Aquarius, Aries, Aquarius, Aries is a bookend. That's why I like to Gemini everything, 88, 33,
77. Christ was 33 when he passed. That's why they do their fake corner mason stone. Christ is the cornerstone. He is the rock. That's why they set it in the direction where they have it. And it's all, people are just, they're just too religious, I guess, maybe, that's the problem with people, religion. And he warns about, right? Do not partake in unfruitful works of darkness. That's what they do. They're the synagogues of Satan. These are the same things that were happening at the time of Rome, and Christ, they're doing the same things again. The deadly head wound that was healed. That's this worshiping of the sun god Mithra, Apollyon, the one that lived in a 58-story Manhattan tower in Babylon, right? No, I mean a 58-story tower. I'll try to stop doing that. No, I'll never stop doing that. He lived in Babylon. His name was Mithra, Apollyon. Eat your kids, Krampus, Santa, Massey, Jesus Christ. I don't know what to tell you. It's who you worship. You go after a God birthed in the middle of the winter. That's Jesus Christ, the sun god Satan, and your God is 2025. So if you worship Satan, then it's 2025. In your life, you're spun, you're perverted. You've been twisted and stabbed at. They stung you at the spelling bee and told you went to the moon. You're a lunatic. Warp speed, all these gods in the sky nonsense. Fallen angels, big 30-foot men sticking their 5-foot magic school bus in a 5-foot frame woman. What? That don't make no sense. That don't add up. He said he can't even change a jot. Does that add up to you? 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes? Like that's some of that Common Core crap. 2 + 2 = 5. Stop it. You're just fooling yourself, playing these people's game. You're just adding fuel to the fire. Do not partake in unfruitful works of darkness. You just keep lighting them up, huh? Giving your authority over to the system, the beast that he stood against. They're right back to doing the same things they were in Rome, brother. Says this ain't no different. I know I'm eternal, so I know this is exactly. And even in the word, I don't have to, but just I know this Romanesque. I've been here before. I told you that I'm always birthed at the line anyway. So I'm trying to figure it out myself, but it is, how this works, but it is what it is. I'll just have to figure it out when I get there after I die. So I'm not worried about it. I know it'll get better. So it's not going to be any worse when I lose the flesh. That's just the thing that hangs me up here. And I don't want to be here. So he's the one who keeps me here. Remember, I'm not going to come in here and lie to this ministry. And that's not some suicidal tendencies. I'll never take my life. If I want to be with Father, I can't do that. I don't know why people would do that. You can't. We're going to get with Father. You want to have the subject. So can you whack yourself and you have to endure to the end to be saved. Could you be saved if you whack yourself, take your life? And remember Adam and Eve, remember how many times they tried to kill themselves, unalive, I shouldn't say, whatever. I don't want to tiptoe through the tulips here. A lot of people check out early. That's probably because they don't have the word in them. Remember, you have to endure. You have to suffer. See, when you find this gospel, it's going to protect you. It's not going to let you do things at your flesh. It's going to fight your battle for you. Knock and I will come sup with you. When you got nobody else, he's already there inside you. He's with you always. He don't never leave you. He's promised, that whole destruction of the temple and the physical, and you only be able to visit one day. Look how blessed we are. Father only used to visit, and the wage of one sin was death, right? But one day a year, Father would, visit behind the veil as Hokodesh, spirit, right? And that's it. You had to go through all these rituals and do all, remember, perfect sacrifice at the altar. That I'm not going to go through all it. But anyways, under this covenant, remember, we have this covering too. Remember, Old Testament, the wage of one sin was death. He said, if you add a jot under this covenant or a tittle, that's like a punctuation, like a period. You're not going to be there at the wedding feast of the Lamb. I'll blot your name out of that book. That's why I know Oligos is his flock. He only loves just who he chose from the, and he just doesn't want, it's not a big wedding. It's just a teeny tiny wedding. And it's his house. Remember, it said, my Father's house is a mansion of many rooms, right? Many mansions, but it's not. I think you have this all wrong. It's not a big flock. It's a tiny, teeny, oligos is the word. And he chooses from the foundation of the world who he bought and paid and purchased for. So we got to suffer. If he says suffer, endure to the end to be saved, then you can't check out early. How are you going to, if you don't go through that repentance, you got to be rebuked before you can ever be forgiven, and then you must walk in repentance. That's not the order. It's rebuke, repentance, forgiven. People just ask you, all this is not the whole process. So if you just end it early, that's a quick fix, and that's not Christ. And see, I don't worry about that because I think that's not my choice. I'm not trying to condemn them, but I'm trying to use the word against me, myself, because sometimes wrestle not against flesh and blood. Not that I'm saying, the flesh gets weak and you want to check out. And that doesn't mean like that, like physically check out, but of the world, and just, oh, I'm not doing this anymore. I'm tired and nobody will hear the word. And I just feel like I'm wasting my time. And, there's a lot of times like, I go over less and I feel like like I've gone things over hundreds of times. And even with some of the people that are in here, I'm not pointing any fingers. Like, didn't you listen to what I've been saying 500 times? What's in the gospel? Or we just, in some other place or space or, or time, or, we've all going to have to go through suffering. And so how could you just plug yourself and say, oh, okay, well, God's going to cover me. It just got too hard for me. I'm going through a hard time too. So I'm not trying to, I know people get put in a lot of bad situations, brothers, sisters, you know what I'm saying? No way. Don't say that, EJ. I don't want to hear that right now. Please don't say that. Don't come here and spam the chat. Don't get rid of EJ, but please don't be true. Please do not say what EJ just said. EJ, please don't say that. How many sources do you have on that? And Father's doing all things. I'm not anxious, you know what I'm saying? That's, where are you hearing that from? Who's your source? Where'd you hear that? I mean, there's so much. You can't tell the difference between AI and real. And I remember I don't do the whole AI thing, but it's getting really hard to tell with these clips, 30 seconds. You know what I'm saying? Oh, and I wanted to hear that. Damn it. All right. Anyways, brothers, sisters, salvation is something we have to endure to the end, to be carried, picked up, lifted from the beginning point to an ending point and healed. So again, I'm not saying, but if you check out early, like I'm saying, clock yourself out of here, split your wig, pop your own grape or whatever you want to say. And how are you going to be saved? You have to endure to the end. Anybody want to make a comment on that? Because I think about that often, how people, how people have a hard life and get dealt a hard life. And they're like, I can't take this anymore, man. I just want to go be with Father. Heck with this. It's so easy to just let go. I've had death, that monkey on my back so many times. It feels good. Death is exciting. Not death of other people, the death of myself. I say that, just think people take me the wrong way. The point of it all is to lose your flesh and to be eternally bound with Father after this flesh until the little season comes. And you get your flesh back, go to sinning again. So that's the purpose. Redemption of the bride. If life don't have purpose, you'll clock out early, right? Imagine not having, doesn't make sense to you. Okay, good. It's not makes sense. Most people don't, most people go to hell. And most people don't even know what hell is. So I'm not trying to turn a goat into a sheep, but because most people are retarded and have deaf ears. They've been restrained and throttled down, they can only be pulled so far, They're self-driven, porn, NIA, so auto-driven, self-autonomous. There you go. See? That's what I'm talking about. Jennings fighting it. Jenny knows what I'm talking about. Man, I've been wanting to get out of her 20 years. See what I'm saying? You got to endure the end if you want to be saved. Thank you for your testimony, Jennings. Still hanging on, not going to go, even though I want to. Don't want to be here, but I'm going to stay on until my day of death's already written. Can't check out early. Thank you for your testimony. I'm sure you had some pretty hard times in those last 20 years. If you wanted to get out of here, I mean, you give us some of your testimony if you want, but I know we all go through a hard time, man. This whole world right now is going through a big, big change, guys. This is the biggest change we've ever seen in our lifetimes. Most of us, at the rate of change and stuff. This is blown out wars as war can get. I mean, and you want bombs to fall in your backyard to say it's a war or something. There are bombs going off all over on this rock. The war is here in America, and we will see death in America very soon, a kind of death that you're not going to run from. They opened up a bottle that the genie is not going to get put back in. And remember, that's just a fairy tale, but it's a figure of speech, an idiom, if you will. And so if you're an idiot, you won't understand it. You'll have deaf ears, and that's okay. You just don't know. But this is not something we're going to avoid. They pushed us into this war. They brought all these people in here for decades now. And now the war is on your front doorstep, and you didn't stand up during the COVID, and you didn't say anything. And so they forced this war upon this country. So I could sit there and do this all night, and I probably should have just done that all night with you guys and just, prepared you that way. But Father just makes me go over the gospel. I can't stand it 2 times. I got to kind of give me about, yes, it's always, they sell bandages and bombs, bullets and band-aids. You know what I'm saying? That they do. They make money on both sides. Rockefellers, Rothschilds. War is profitable. War is their eugenics program. Remember, vaccinations to them are like mowing the grass. They don't care. They really don't. You just don't understand these people mentality. And Father created this evil, Isaiah 45:7. So you think you've seen evil? You ain't even seen evil. You don't have any understanding what is about to come on this rock. It's happened before. World War II is now World War III. They're going to do everything that they did then. They're doing it again. You can take everything that this current administration regime is doing. They're following exactly what the World War II Adolf did. I'm telling you, you could take a checklist. It's like putting a hand in a glove like O.J. Simpson. It is. They're like, concentrate, man. So it's the 923 ritual that I've been putting out on this ministry so you can see it happen right in front of your face. This is why they blew up that ship out in the ocean. That's your Pearl Harbor. You better expect bombs now, brothers and sisters. I've been telling you, I don't know. That's why I'm saying I can't take this whole blowing up a boat in the international waters. I don't care. You do not understand the importance of that event. None of you in this room can put your brain around what they just did. This is the Pearl Harbor. I told you this was going to, all these things are just because I didn't tell you that's what they do. I've been studying these people for 30 plus years. I'm like a hawk. I don't let these people out of my eye. You keep your friends close and your enemies closer. So I make sure I can, you can't have a bias. You got to look at a lot of things you don't want to look at. You're going to have a monkey on your back the whole time. So that's just the way it is. These people don't like it, but it's like Operation Paperclip. Maybe they'll just ship you out later and you won't be put into one of these camps. They'll put you up, kind of like what's went on with World War II. So here we are. We're not afraid of the word nigger in here. There's white niggers, black niggers. Nigger's an attitude. You're not going to get that in here, okay? Just so you know, I'll dress you're an idiot. Nigger's an attitude. It's a word. It's not a fucking color, you stupid fucking nigger. You're a racist pig. There's one race, the human race. Stop acting like the world fucking owes you something. Shut your fucking mouth. I grew up in the concrete jungle. Had to, beat people up to get my, eat my lunch. People trying to beat me up. I don't see color. I don't see race. You're an idiot. We're not going to get all hyped up over a word. Alien's a word. You want me to get, why don't you put alien in the scripture here, huh? In the text here. Come on. People are so cauterized, brothers and sisters. It is. Nigger's a word. It's a word. It's a word that means you think the fucking world owes you something. You got a chip on your shoulder. I knew. I grew up around white niggers, black niggers, red niggers, yellow niggers, all of them. It's an attitude, is what it is. Doesn't have anything to do with melanin in your skin. And I'm not afraid to walk up to somebody who's melanated and say, you're acting like a nigger. Stop. You think the fucking world owes you something. And that might be somebody who's not melanated. See, you cauterize, you can't yell, fire in a theater, but these people can't, what happened to sticks and stones will break my bones. Fuck anti-Semitism, fake Jews during World War II. Alien technology, my ass. There's no such thing as aliens. Stop it. You're going to keep falling for all this shit and let these people divide you and chop you up into, pieces. You're this, you're that, you're blue, you're red, you're black, you're white, you're brown. Fuck off. Stop being racist. One race, the human race. Father only put melanin in our skin because he put us closer or farther away from the equator. And when you're sitting in a foxhole, you don't care about the shape of a man's eyes or how much melanin in his skin when he's got your 6. You don't see color, brothers, sisters. I am colorblind, and you think I'm blind, but you're blind as a bat. I use a different kind of, sensory. It's called instincts, and you've lost them, and you've lost your humanity. Cro-Magnon man had a thicker skull and thicker skin. You know that? You got to grow some. Grow a set of balls or something, Go worship your ball god somewhere else. Racist, transgender. God is a transgender God. How about that? Your Jesus has balls, breast, and hoofs, horns, and beasts. Go follow your horny Jesus. Get your ass out of here. You act like a mule. Stubborn. Don't want to learn nothing. Human beings, brothers, sisters, right? Humanity. People don't act like that. What's going on in this country? Oh, we're just kidnapping Americans now because they're too poor. This ain't about race anymore, is it? It's about not having enough money. So you can't even act with humanity, and people are, they don't have a piece of paperwork. Fuck off. You ever got a speeding ticket? Your lawn was too long. We got the dude in a little white truck going to come by and give you a mandate. You got to go on date with a man now. Go mandate. I don't go on dates with men. I don't follow mandates. Those are for corporations. Codes, your grass is too long, ordinance, all that nonsense. You got a ticket, piece of paper. Papers! Nazi Germany. Get out of here. I told you, fuck all borders. I fucking hate borders. Borders only change and move during war. I encourage you to go to these app systems that they got, look through historical record, and watch how much the borders move during war, and tell me we're not at war right now. I said, I don't go on dates with men. I don't follow mandates. Didn't you hear what I just said, child? You follow mandates. Go follow your mandate. Do what you're told. Be a good servant to the slave beast corporation system called America. And don't stand up to it. And don't be Christ-like. And just keep serving. Imagine being on the other end of this, 1,000 military bases in 180 countries. You fucking lame-ass Americans. As you stand on an X and you're free when you're the most indebted nation in this whole, you're a corporation, not a nation, right? Mandates are for corporations, businesses. You're a debt slave to that corporation. You've been birthed right through the canal, right into your stock, to your number. It's a merchant number. Your bylaws, whatever. Difference between lawful and legal, by the way. But we'll move on. Don't be an idiot. Don't act like come in here and act like the world owes you some trophy generation. Mandated to get the mark of the beast. No, nobody's getting the mark of the beast. Remember, they will willingly. Opposite, not mandated, willingly. Man, how do people do that? Some people were, right? Here, they made them take it, so. They did. That sucks. My buddy Gary, he ran into a swather, big piece of equipment out here. They take up all the road. He's old, and seriously, they made him take the jab, brothers, sisters, and said, you have to take this jab, adieu. Bow to the altar of Jabba. Get the sticker. Come on, right? So you can't sniff, can't smell, all that nonsense. Yeah, they force people, put people over the coals, man. Not like that department store, remember? They really did this. And I thought at first, nah, it's, and that's not what the mark of the beast is. The mark is the word karak. There's no physical mark of the beast, by the way, and people are idiots. But anytime you fall for anything physical, you failed this new covenant. So, you know, I really wish that I could get that through this ministry's heads, you know, that there's no physical anything under this covenant. It's all been fulfilled. Remember, he said it was. All these blotted out in the book of Colossians 2 and 14. I already gone over this. I bet you I've said that, I don't know, 100 times this past month. You know, that we're not under the law of flesh. We are under the law of nothing. We're not under the law. You can't bind me or put me by fate, or that's Old Testament. I'm not under that covenant. He made a covenant with his bride. He made a covenant, and his bride is the ones he chose. Remember, the ones he knows. And Old Testament, one sin was death. Under this new covenant, remember, don't add a jot, but you have to stand up or you're not going to be covered. You're not a disciple. You have to understand execute that mission. I'm a veteran, and the disciples take their cross up daily. If you're not carrying a cross daily, and there's no cross, that's a parable. Thank you so much for spending so much time in here, Duck. I'm about to duck out myself. Duck, yeah. Duck somebody I love. Thanks for all your participation. Again, all your contributions and continued comments. Keep adding, to this chat. It brings the value. The ministry is not me. You guys have conversations. You're adding to what we're doing in here, and so. Yeah, I'm gonna, lady in red, don't let me go past dark 30. 0001 hours, maybe 1 minute after. Nice. So no, there's no physical. What you don't understand, what the word mark is the word karak, Claire, karak, or character. Okay, character, and the word sin means to be off the mark. You just don't know what the words mean. You don't have any understanding what the words mean, and I'm not talking down to you. Okay, that's what the word mark means, karak, or character. So it's no, don't smack that bitch, or whatever, right? Who's controlling who? Can't serve two masters. So that's the way it works. So there's no physical. It's what you serve. Remember, it's the agape of money that is the root of all evil. And so if you serve the master, like Decamai is both hands, that says the mark. Remember, there's a difference between a seal. Remember, he says, come and put the seal on their foreheads, right? So their foreheads will be sealed. I'm just going over it right there for you. Okay. It's the word krak. Most people are predominantly right-handed. Okay. That you just don't understand. And that's right hand of the Father. He was seated, but it's not physical. There is no physical mark. The word mark is the word karak, and that is the word character. You just don't know what the word mark means. And I'm trying to, don't do drugs. There's no kids in here. So don't anywhere. There's no kids in here. So Java doesn't know what 666 is the number of. Everybody test Java in here, like coffee. Java, tell us. Don't anybody answer. Don't anybody answer. Java, what's 666 is the number of what, Java? 3 scores and 6. Sis? Nothing? Pat answered. I told nobody to answer, but Pat answered. Donald Trump brought us to war. Oh, you can't tell me the time. You guys are supposed to tell me the time. No, it's 11:50 right now. Or did that person answer? Where'd they go? Did they bounce on us? Or was it Java? Hold on, my chat's all acting weird. No, Java didn't even answer, so. No, not God bless America's abomination. Fuck America. And burn that flag. Shit on it and piss on it. And you got diarrhea that runs in the genes, so I want to shit on that too. I use American flag as toilet paper. I'm out of flags. Anybody got any extra flags, send them to me. I'll take them and I'll wipe my ass with them and we'll burn them. Any other flags, I'll use any flag, all nations flags. America's my favorite one to burn and shit on. So don't be waving any flags in here. Are you a liberal? Shut up, you idiot. You don't even know what liberal means. Liberal doesn't mean left, you idiot. You're an idiot. You know that, Claire? And I'm not being, that's not an insult if you know what the word idiot meant. You also dislike Mexico and Canada. No, I don't dislike Mexico and Canada. I love Mexico. And I love Canada. I hate America. Anywhere but America. So I can't leave yet, but when I can leave, I'm out of here. Ding, 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 ding. Bat Master. What the heck is that all about? Hold on. What the hell did my chat? What happened here? My chat's being all weird. There we go. I like the people, but not the countries. Crime is on it. Yeah, it's like I don't hate the sinner. I hate the sin they commit. I can be hateful towards that, but not a hateful person. I'm not supposed to like what's going on. Oh, just like that, my own countrymen. I'm a fucking veteran who took oath to the Constitution are now being kidnapped because they're too fucking poor. And almost everybody in this country is one goddamn paycheck. 50 of you, not one goddamn dime contributed to this ministry since I've been going for almost 5 hours. You're all one paycheck away from being in the streets, going into one of these work camps or being shipped off to some other country. No, why would you put a fucking label on me? You got to know what left is or liberal is to, you know. I don't do none of these parties. It's past Democrat, Republican, left, rhino, blue, red. It's all a bunch of bullshit. They're all just trying to whack you. Don't you remember stand on the X, go inside, flatten the curve, all that? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's a ministry. You know what a ministry is? I minister this revelation every day. So, divide and conquer. There you go. I would never want to get you upset, man. You don't seem like someone who don't want to mess with. No, I'm a pacifist, man. I don't want violence for nobody. They bring violence to me, grenade me, shoot me, kill my son and daughter, fuck with me all the time. That's the old me. That's the old me. That's the old me. Don't turn me back to the old me. Okay? Nope. I won't go by that anymore. He said, come out of my people. So you can't accept Jesus Christ. You're a blasphemous. This is it. Don't moderate this person. Please don't moderate. Jesus loves you. God damn it. Lady in red, you got to slow down a little bit. I appreciate you do good work here, but I knew that was coming. It's all right. That's okay. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We'll just keep moving forward.
I just like to bounce off that. I can't stand. You can't accept Christ, brothers, sisters. There's no such thing as accepting Christ. Okay, I just wanted to bounce off that. That's all. Somebody else, oh, you don't like that? Don't say that. So no, we're not supposed to accept that, and that's fine. That's false Christ. That's false teaching. There's no, I mean, you're supposed to show them in the narrow way. They're the broad way, right? So you guys are doing a great job. No worries. Great job, moderators. You guys have the hardest job on YouTube. You know that, right? You guys must have the biggest fat fingers ever. Serious. My moderators are like this. They're always having to throw you guys out of here. We throw more people out of this channel than seriously, on an average, we throw way more people out than stick. So you'll probably get thrown out of here. And you guys are helping me. So you're fine. Move on. Thank you so much. Keep doing what you're doing. I was just wanting to bounce off that lesson. So do I think the FBI is ever watching me? Fuck the FBI. They're the lowest fucking pieces of shit on the totem pole. Bureau of Imbeciles, idiots. Fuck the FBI. Have you ever gotten a visit from the Department of Justice, one office below the president? Let's start with that. Get the fuck out of here, child. The government obviously knows who the fuck I am. I work for the government, you idiot. Go away. Seriously, I hate the government. I hate what I did. Don't you understand? You guys keep wanting to participate. This system just keeps strangling everybody, and it's the government that's doing it. There are a lot of good people on this rock, but you're not a good person if you just shut up and be quiet. You know what I'm saying? You ever heard the rumor the FBI is trolls on the internet? Fuck the FBI. The FBI is a bunch of imbeciles. Don't you understand? They got the middle with a central in the middle somewhere of shitheads and asshole, or what are they? CIA, imbeciles and assholes. They're all a fucking corporation, armed to the teeth. They'll kill you dead. They don't care. That's their job. Remember, work for the beast, support the beast. Don't even think of humanity. If any of these motherfuckers did anything, they returned it to a constitutional republic. They ain't got no authority over me. Fuck them. Fuck the FBI all the way up to the top. What department of jackasses at the top or whatever. So they're all just a corporation. They're armed to the teeth and they'll kill you, like these thugs that are in the streets right now is a bunch of prison guards going out and fucking kidnapping people and putting them in a box. No wonder they're so good at it. Who do you think's paying these fucking people to kidnap our citizens? Their private prison contracted. This is happening by the fucking corporation is paying to have these people put in boxes, shipped out into the ocean and found, washed ashore, handcuffed and shackled, dropped off into the ocean now, brothers, sisters. This has been going on. I've been pounding out more time off this ministry looking at this has been going on now since the start of this shit, since they declared this national emergency. Which was they did it. The governments did this. They've been letting these people come in since I was a child. I grew up right on the fucking border. Many of my friends were good people, Latino, and it took them a while to get here and get their shit situated, but most of them came here and got a job right away. You know what I'm saying? Oh. I'm not sure. It's a dragon. A great red dragon of Revelation 13, right? 12. Maybe they were to consume the child because it's here now. So decided to put it on the wall. It's here. We're seeing it. So it's scriptural. It's all scriptural. Everything I have as everything I do is scripture. I don't do anything but scripture. You're here. Just put in good content and you can stay here. Just don't put swine. I apologize for my cursing. When the ministry moves to South America, I will not curse anymore. I'll turn it off like a clock. Okay? No, that's not a hammer. It's a piece of a wagon wheel. Piece of a wagon wheel, you know. I live in a place that looks like an 1800s, like a movie set. So, anyways, just so you know, I've done all the research on this, and I'm not going to stop researching this, but this is all planned, and they're planning on putting every one of these Americans in a box, okay, in work camps is what's coming next. They're doing this by the 1945 World War II equals World War III. So you got to know what happened in World War II. You have to know who the seventh king was to know how this eighth king is being revealed now. So it's happening. We are in the last book of Revelation. That doesn't mean it's the end of the world. It means it's just the beginning of sorrows. So we have a wave of an intense wave to go. Like a woman has labor, he said he would come like a thief in the night. So you better be, on your guard here. This is not going to get better. There's nothing in this peace. Those who say peace and safety, MAGA is the high priest of the Satan church. Peace is that's the same thing, brothers, sisters. I don't come to bring peace. He said, I came to bring a sword of division. So that's what you're going to learn at this ministry, that Father is not going to send you anywhere else. You're going to find it. There's nowhere in the world. I don't know anywhere else. And if you find another ministry that's sharing the same tribulation, and I'm only go by the word, I won't have it changed. I use these tools that I have. These sword, remember, I bring a sword of division. I use the word. And these people here will testify that that we just go over the definition one word at a time. You got to speak one word at a time. Slow down. We'll make sure you know the words. He's the word. You got to know the word. The truth. Remember, he's the aletheia. Will set you free. There's no free will or luck or freedom. That's all gone. But that doesn't happen, until he reveals that to you, and you have to sup and knock with those that are not, and that are on the broad way. They're going through, lead themselves to a place that they're going to be stripped of any is knowledge that they have, and they're going to gnash teeth wishing they had a little taste of that gospel. I think a lot of people, people in hell want ice water, right? Remember he said, go to the woman at the well and drink of the deep water, and you will not thirst again. Thank you, Father, for the living water, for the vessel, pouring out that water on the Fomalhaut, the fish, the age of deception, and pulling off the veil. Welcome to Revelation. You're an idiot, bit. There's no such thing as a universe. Get out of here. There's no universe. You're locked in the firmament. Go away, you stupid ball camp child. Go worship your ball god somewhere else. So we won't do this swine ball gods in here, okay? There's no gods in the sky. There's no such thing as aliens. There's no such thing as big feet. You take your big feet right out of here. You start telling your fairy is a Celtic demon. Tails. Oh, now our transgender ball comet's got a tail pointing at the sun. There's my two witnesses on with your transgender ball comet. It's going to bring your space disease. Oh my gosh. It's a disease from outer space. I so see this coming. So it's the fake alien invasion, brothers, sisters. This is not Project Blue Beam book. All this is part of it's Project Blue book, not Beam, but it's all part of this show. They're about ready to turn the lights out because no, the sun's going to do it. They're waiting. I'm certain of it now. They'd already done it. They're just dug in, ready to go. We're going to Mars. That's what Elon Stinky Muskrat says as he builds his boring company underneath this rock. There's a whole world under your feet that you don't know. I've been tried to take me there already. I've been offered now multiple times, and I'm not going underground. Fuck that. I'm staying up here on the surface no matter what happens like that. I mean, I have a shelter for that. I ain't going in these chasms under there. I don't want under this rock. I'm staying right where I'm at. Like I said, you don't need to go that far under the ground, brothers, sisters, to survive what's coming. But these people got deep, deep chasms, and they're going to drag you down in these, whatever, deep underground military bases. Go for it. That's whatever, FEMA work camps. You can't see them because out of sight, out of mind, but they're all over. They've been boring this company out with your tax dollars, nuclear fusing this rock together so they don't need to dig it out, and glass holing the living shit out of this place. Seriously. You don't understand. People have survived this cycle. We're all here because people in the past got the hell out of the way of what's coming. They wouldn't put military on 19 fucking states if something wasn't coming, you fucking idiots. God damn, these people are stupid.
Yeah, it's happening. These people know exactly what's coming. And I've already told you what is happening. It's already happening. You're just missing it. Oh, we had another solar flare with no fucking energy coming in, and this dumbass is saying universe. Most people are going to miss it, brothers. They ain't going to hear it. You'll be too damn late. You can't turn a goat into a sheep. Remember? Rocks, hide us, fall on us, and hide us from the face of the Lord. You ain't going to escape judgments. I don't care where you're at on this rock. As is above, so is below. He's going to bring the lightning this time. The water sloshing around, cesium 137, vinyl chloride, the BP oil spill. This time he's going to bring the fire. They ain't going to survive this time, brothers and sisters. These people, I hope you've read this book and you've been real supped and read up on this book. You've been eating this meat because they know they're doing this book right in front of your face. They know the book better than all religions combined. Like America has more people in prison, enslaved than all these other corporation nations as well, led by the central banksters. Give a man a gun, he'll rob a bank. Give a man a bank and he'll rob the world. So here we are, JP, Chase, Morgan, Trump, Clinton. They got more Congress millionaires than they do populists, right? Millionaires in Congress. Indebted by the stock exchange, like they staked him to a, right? Yeah. Pegged him to a stock. Yeah. Staked him to a stock, like you've been stocked to the stock exchange. Yeah. Your labor, all this, same thing. They love this. They revel in this stuff. Just slapping people with this book. It's in everything you see. You just don't see it. Adult Swim. You want to go for a swim? The Simpsons. Whatever. They never let me down. I got some of the best study tools, writers that Prognosco. They know the cycles. You don't know the cycles because remember, you're not born with a silver spoon in your mouth. You're not privileged to information. Most people have to die and sell their soul to the information that's given on this ministry. Seriously. Remember, he said, do not worry who can take your flesh. You worry who can take your flesh and your soul. So, can't serve two masters. Better think about what you're doing here. I told you these serpents know the word better than all of you combined. All the world, the religions, all of them, they don't know it. Satan is the Antichrist. He mirrors Christ, so he knows Christ. Remember, he used to be with Father. He used to be his right-hand man. He used to be in the heavens. Remember? Then he fell, not from the sky. That's not where the heavens are. From the ruling class. To reign over this earth, to rule over you, because you think the earth is below your feet. You think hell's below your feet. And Father's the word. You won't even study any of the words. You don't know any of the definitions in the book. You speak like a Satanist, a Christian, or a Satanist, a Catholic, or a Satanist, a Baptist, or a Satanist, a Mormon. They're all Satanists. Satan means the other gospel you added to his book. Remember? Add to my book. I'll blot your name out of that book. Even a letter, a period. Don't add even a period. Don't add a jot, he said, or a tittle. You know what a yod is? He said, don't even add a word, a thought. If you add a thought, your name is not going to be in that book. You will not be called out in the book of life. You will not get a body without Father, without flesh. You'll stay in the flesh, in the dirt, and you'll rot there. And you'll gnash teeth for a long time. And eternity doesn't mean what you think is sitting there forever is, oh, you're going to go to hell for eternity. We're all eternal, you idiot. You come back to your flesh at the little season. We haven't reached that yet. Remember, there hasn't been a seventh shofar. All these false teachers out there. Oh, we're in the little season. Oh, has Christ come back? Has he redeemed his bride? Are we without a body? Because remember, to be with Father, you can't be in flesh. See, that's what these religious morons or Mormons, they're prophets, they're all a bunch of idiots, aren't teaching you. You don't get a body after you die. It's in his word. Cut it off, Paul said. Circumcise, wrestle not against flesh and blood. Remember? Be in the world, but be not of it. The world is flesh, remember? Father is not be born from above, not again. Above means without flesh. Hello, I'll just keep going. I'll go all night with you. But no, I got to stick to this flesh. Well, guess what? You're going to keep it and you're going to gnash teeth and you can't be with Father with flesh. That's what this new Hulkadesh is. Spirit, this body. That's Father. He is I am. Remember, he used to visit one day a year, not as a body. He had to fulfill the Gentile nation by birthing his son, a birth flesh vessel. Remember, he called out to his Father, Abba, Father, you know. So, anyways. All right, let's wrap it up here. Thanks for your words in the chat today, and tomorrow I've got to put that ceiling up, so I might do some filming there. It's going to wreck me, but I did take a couple of days off. You know what I'm saying? Your enemy is yourself. Remember, a man's enemy is to be the one of his own household. You're your biggest enemy, soul. You are your worst nightmare. I am my biggest enemy. Self-will is your biggest enemy. So, yes, Christ in you. Father is within. The kingdom of heaven is within. So, why are you so loud? You are your best friend. Uh-oh. I'm standing here beside myself. Bella is, she must have been an actor in the movie Johnny Five, right? Short Circuit. Or actress, maybe. Before you apply pressure. Always got to put on a tourniquet. Uh-oh. We got a rap going here. I'll continue to rap something. God's side. Oh, well. I'd fuck you all up if I was on the other side by now. I already pulled the button on all you fucking sick people. So it's a good thing I am on God's side, huh? I wasted all of you. Seriously. Well, if I was on the evil side, look at all these people. They just letting their people get kidnapped right out of the streets. They don't even care. I was like, oh, let's run this some more, man. Let's just put ISIS on all the streets. Heck yeah, they're just falling for it, man. We don't even need to set up the Golden Dome. This would be great. We'll just go pull them all and underground. They'll do whatever we tell them. Hey, stand on the X. Hey, push your buggy down the cart that way, and you won't get the bug, right? Go inside. Be afraid of a non-living organism, the dead organism, right? It's not alive. It's a virus. It's a program. It's not a living organism. They will make them scared. I put it on you so much harder than they are. They've been so easy on you guys, truly. Stand on the X, go inside. A virus ain't even alive. That's the stupidest thing ever. I live in a nation that's just, well, everybody did it. Remember, it's not just this corporation, but go inside and be afraid of a bug that's not even alive. It's a virus. A virus is like Bill Gates, like Microsoft computer. It corrupts the mainframe. You've been corrupted thinking you got to be afraid of something. 6 feet. See, it also said 6 feet. I got to get back 6 feet. You know what I'm saying? I got to get back 6 feet. It still works. You know what I'm saying? It still works. Go run up to a cop and tell them, hey, get away from me, 6 feet. They'll back up. Do it to anybody. Just do it for fun, man. Just do it for fun. Just seriously, just show people how flippin' stupid we were. You know what I'm saying? How stupid we were. Not me. I'm just go inside and flatten the curve and fear, and look at all that. Remember what they did to people. So they did that, remember? You don't like old people if you don't wear a face diaper and act like a child, right? You got to do this masquerade. Everybody's doing it. Come on. Be like Nike and just do it. Take the jab. Take the Bex. You'll be fine. Just do it. Remember? Bob said, I'm a lemon pepper Louie. You don't listen to Bob, do you? Listen to that song. Okay, guys, Bob. B.O.B. Bob. It's off the Elements 2 album. And it's, what is that? Oh, crap. It's a song he does about the Vidco. But, what is it? Darn it. I don't know. I'm going to listen to it when I get off here. So, actually, I wanted to listen to some Nelly, too. So, all right. I better go so I can listen to, I can listen to some, get my brain just settled for a minute because I just haven't been sleeping right. And so I got to get up in the morning. I got to push those mourn. What the hell am I mourning for? What's wrong with me? Don't mourn, man. It's another day. I'll be all right. But look, I'm already mourning and I ain't got up out of bed. What the hell's wrong with me? Look at my vernacular. Why are you so upset at yourself for? Why are you mourning? All right, anyways, when I get up in the AM first part of the day, top of the day, I'll push those boards up there. So that wall turned out really good, guys. It did. I got a couple more pieces, and I'm happy that I didn't know what I was going to ever do with those boards. I mean, I'm kind of a little bit, I didn't want to cut them up, and I did, but that's okay because they look good. You know, I like to use a lot of the lengths and stuff. You know, I'm a repurpose guy, so um, you'll see, and that's what I'm doing on that lid. I should have just cut it in smaller sections. I'm saying, um, and did it in smaller. And maybe I'll go get Kevin to ask. I'll ask Kevin. I haven't seen him in a couple of days. I mean, I know he's alive with the dogs and stuff. You know what I'm saying, but he's alive, but he's been doing his thing over there. So, um, oh yeah, no, we already battle is already won. Absolutely. So keep reminding people of that though too. You know what I'm saying on that one. And I don't like to overdo things like that. I don't like to push this peace and easy nonsense. You know what I'm saying? But that he already did. We already won. Father already he already beat this for us. Remember, he already paid the price, and the battle has it already has won. That's why we just got to play our part, endure the end, and then we receive our inheritance after this race to the finish line to death, which is going to be so awesome. You guys are going to, I don't know why people are afraid of death. You know, I don't want to talk about that too much, but it's such a beautiful thing, guys. If you're scared of it, go live a little bit, okay? Get off the internet, please. If you're afraid to die, get off this fucking internet and go live a little bit, please. Go live you got to go live your life, man. If you're afraid to die, you have got to get, you should not be afraid to die at all. Death should be really exciting to you, you know, not to drag this meat suit around. You're supposed to celebrate death, not mourn, okay? And we're not really supposed to celebrate anything, but um, that's why I have to look at this thing with my son and daughter. If they've been, you know, unalive, then they don't have to be here. This is a hard place. I can't believe what's going on right now, you know, with this whole whacking that. Oh, there was a mosquito. Is my door open or something? I don't get too many mosquitoes out here. But, oh man, I wrecked myself today. Good. I hit my leg on the trailer. Really hard to get these things on the trail. Like, don't hit it. And I sure enough, I missed it, didn't pay attention. So, no, yeah, the door's open. I never shut the door. Maybe a mosquito got in through the, I mean, there's a little tiny crack at the bottom or something, but, all right. Much love. Yes, brothers, sisters, choose your battles wisely. You know, we are at war, so please don't go out and try to get involved in this chaos. Okay. And seriously, you know, if you just want to die, then just go do something stupid right now. I'm sure they'd be quite happy to some company. Just, you know, people are on edge right now. The sun has been, you know, emitting more energy again, bombarding through our our magnetic canopy. So that does affect people, whether people realize it or not too. There's been so many studies, case studies, you know, cardiac arrhythmia, ED, erectile dysfunction. There's a lot of things in our body that the sun can, you know, affect us. So try to remember that. I think that, you know, why'd you change your name there? Huh, cool. Good to see you, clown. I recognize that name. Thanks for coming in again. Okay. I do recognize you spent some time in here. So I do appreciate, yeah, I go live every day. You know, I do lots. I put 10, 12 hours a day in. So how much money do we make today? Oh, nothing. We don't need the money. Don't worry. We'll figure it out. So I don't do it for money. It just, it is what it is. But anyways, I got to get this cabin done tomorrow, and I'm not done, but I get work on that so that I can got a lot of other projects out here at the ministry that I'm gonna have to finish up before winter because it's here. It's getting cold already. I mean, we're nice over here on the West Coast, but it's already pounding the East Coast. They've got an early winter. I mean, it is. It's not going to stop. I've looked at all these models. I have a lot of the access. There's just so much access to information right now. But uh, so, but anyways, if anybody wants to make a contribution to the ministry, you can do that by just coming back here again. You don't ever have to tithe monetarily to the ministry. I leave the super chat on if anybody wants to do it that way. If you do want to put money into the ministry quicker, like I have some things with the vehicle here at the ministry, but if they don't, nobody contributes to it, I'll still get it taken care of. Father will provide. I have lots of things for sale. I just kind of get blocked up on the internet a lot because of my, I've worked on the internet for decades, making the way on it. So as soon as the internet came out, I hated it, and I turned myself over to it. I thought, I'm going to turn this thing right on its head. Watch. So I've been blessed to have it. You know what I'm saying? And so, but it's also been very hindering to me at times. So it allowed me to raise my son and be there at all his, football games and parent teacher conferences as a single parent. It really helped a lot. But, you know, I'm glad now that I'm full time. I do this full time and I don't have to worry about anything else but the ministry. I just have one more land payment, and I'm going to put another cabin on that other property, and then we'll rent that because it'll help out. There's just nothing to rent in this town. It's growing too fast, and it's always been hard to find a place to rent out here. So once that's done, then I won't have any payments when I go down south. I can full focus 100% on trying to pull as much money as I can together too to purchase this next ministry down in South America, and then we'll just from there, once that's paid off, I get to go on the road, brothers sisters. Then I get to really truly be what I've really wanted to do for a long time, and that's just go share the word in every country. Share the word, go everywhere, and go to every country. There's nowhere, no country that this ministry does not. This gospel, it is all flesh. So Israel's in Russia, Israel's in Taiwan, Israel's in America, Israel's in Japan, Israel's in Czechoslovakia. The Israel is all flesh. So this is not universe. It's a universal gospel. It's one flesh. That's so everybody needs to hear it, and that's why this ministry online it can stay this way. But I'd like to go put some boots on the ground, if you will. I'm a veteran, so I think it's time to, you know, take this show on the road. And I've been talking about that, but I can't do anything until Father releases me. So I might just have to stay here. You know what I'm saying? Um, in America. And I might get trapped here in this country, and I'll do the best I can with what I got. So this ministry is still beautiful. I was thinking about that today. I was like, I could sell this ministry and move down to South America and live for the next 25 years with no struggle whatsoever. But I'm not going to do that. I'm going to keep this ministry right here. It is, and go suffer down there and work and do it the hard way. You know, I don't want to just, what I'm saying, everywhere. Yeah, I want to go everywhere. I want to go everywhere. I want to go to Saudi Arabia, Iran. Man, I can't wait to go to Iran. Um, I want to go. Yeah, there's nowhere I don't want to go. I want to go everywhere. Every nation, every tongue, every nation needs the gospel. They do. Remember, Christ loves all flesh under this covenant. Remember, not everybody. He loves a little bit from everywhere, just a little bit of everybody. So, but we'll start in South America so we can grow food. This is what the ministry is more. Remember, I'm food motivated. I can't help it. I'm food motivated. So I want to tithe food. I want this ministry to pump out a lot of food. I mean, make a lot of food, send a lot of food out to our, to this parish, to this ministry, these people here that need food. It's expensive. It's hard to get organic, and that's what the food that I want to send out through the ministry is organic food, 100% organic. I found a property down in South America. If I can get up, and Father would unchain me a little bit and allow me to do this. And if not, I'll just file these lawsuits, and then we will never have to worry about any of that ever again. But um, I want to do it the hard way. Remember, I like to do things and grind them out. And um, but we'll be able to produce enough food to
to truly tithe. And wouldn't that be beautiful one day to see that? Uh, no, I'm not worried about Muslims countries. I'm not. I'm not. I have an aura about me. I can be anywhere. People. I do tend to rub people the wrong way, but I'm not. Father protects me wherever I. You know what I'm saying? Wherever I go, He does. I love all people. I don't care. I don't care who they are. Like that. I don't come off that way to people. So if Father wants to, somebody wants to do bad to me, then they're going to do it. I don't live my life like that in fear. I don't. He said, "Fear no man that could take your flesh. Only fear could take your flesh and your soul." So I'm a military veteran since I was 18, 17. I joined the military, literally 17. I started, training to serve and lose my life and, you know, be servant to others. And that's what a servant is, a saint. I'm not saying I'm a saint, but, you know, um, just remember the bowls, the cup of wrath will be poured out of the saints. That's in that cup is the blood of the saints. So people need to know that, that's a beautiful thing. That blood is all of us. He covers. That's what his blood covered. He paid in blood. They striped and whipped my love, and they stabbed him, and he bleed. Remember that blood? Blood turned into water, and I mean it's beautiful. So there's nowhere in the world that this gospel cannot be taught and shared. It is universal in that sense. 144,000 meant white, black, brown, red, yellow, Jew, Gentile, man, woman, good and evil under this covenant. There's nobody that got left out of this one. Remember, it's beautiful. That's the parable of the 144,000. That's not a literal number. There's nothing to do with the number. So I rebuke everybody who's teaching that is a literal number. You're a swine blasphemous. It could be less than 144,000, brothers, sisters. So you better not think it's a number. Oh my gosh. You tell me how many people you know that go after Christ, share this ellipsis gospel we share in here. You know what I'm saying? So, well, if that makes sense, people keep thinking this is a number. That ain't no physical number. So, remember the fulfillment of all flesh, 144. Notice he didn't say, "Oh, I'm from Jeremiah or from Judah," and Jeremiah and Judah didn't succumb to the idolatry. So we get 1201, and you guys get 11,999 in tribe of Ham and tribe of Gad. No, he said 144,000 from each, right? Right? 12 times 12. 12 times 12,000, right, is 144. That is all flesh. That is the covenant of the bride. So it's not a number. It has nothing to do with a number. That's blasphemy. I hear my kitties out there. So, anyways, go back and read your scripture. Remember, he didn't love everybody. He only loved his houses that were related to the Levites, right? Or Aaron, Levitical priest, the high priest Aaron. So, nope. If you weren't related to Levite or from the house of Aaron, you were Gentile. Father didn't love everybody. So try to remember under this covenant, he fulfills the covenant of not just Jews, but Jews and Gentiles. So 144,000, baby. Nobody got left out. Okay. So if your name's in there, you'll know you'll know by their fruit, brothers, sisters. Do not judge them by their cover, right? Judge them with righteous judgment. Go out and judge everybody you come across, okay? Go judge everybody you have a chance and show them the love. Show them to the narrow way. Don't be one of these idiots that tells people you can't judge, trying to rip Christ down from the covenant he made. And you're just some religious idiot then. You're not supposed to be judgmental. Don't listen to these people, brothers, sisters. They don't know what they're talking about. They know nothing of this covenant. So that's why I want you to one word study these books, okay? What is temporary account talking about? Nobody trusts you, temporary. I wouldn't trust anybody that's just called temporary. This shit here ain't legendary. This motherfucker temporary. I come through shit, turn it like blood red like February. Money is secondary. Father is primary. My mind
Yeah, let's not go there. What is this person's name? There we go. False information. Be open to all information. What is that? Yeah, you got to look at both sides. The world definitely needs judgment. It needs righteous judgment, Jack. But righteous judgment. Remember, he pours out a just measure, not vengeance. It needs righteous judgment. Show them to the light. Show them, do not judge them by the cover. You'll know them by their fruit. So if somebody's in the broad way, show them to the narrow way. Absolutely. I hope you got it. Thanks for putting nameless. Thank you for putting the scripture in here when you write it down so everybody can see what scripture and where you're quoting it from and what text. I do always appreciate when people put the scripture. I don't quote scripture right from, every verse, I just don't like to share the word that way, but I do like when people will put in the chat the scripture and the text you're putting in there. So I know a lot of it's watered down because you guys aren't using the interlinear Texas Receptus, but we'll try to. I need to let some of this other, we're gonna let it roll a little bit more like the capital letters and stuff because. Like I said, let's not fight over letters, Jesus nonsense, all that. We need to choose our battles wisely, let Father be the, scriptures aren't eternal truth. You don't know what scriptures are. You have no idea what the scriptures are, temporary. You don't know what truth means. You don't have anything. You don't know what man. Temporary. What are you trying to do? Don't moderate temporary, please. Do not moderate temporary, please. Do not moderate temporary, please. Temporary. How do you come into a ministry and think that you're gonna, with what you're saying, which totally contradicts the scripture? You're totally couldn't be more anti-Christ. I didn't even finish reading all your thing. You couldn't be more anti-Christ. How do you come into a ministry? Do you normally convince a lot of these idiot religious people of what you're saying? Do they go ahead and follow what you're saying? Do they go ahead and follow your nonsense? Because none of this is even scriptural. I don't even think you know what the word scripture means or Bible or any of these things are. No, there is no edicts or exclusions. You're an idiot. See, that's what I'm saying. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know anything. Tell me the gospel. Okay, I don't care what you know. I don't care what you know. Share some gospel in here because Christ is the gospel. So share some gospel or don't ever come in here again because you're just temporary, like some, like the flesh. It's just temporary. You're just it's just fine. I'm not, share the gospel in here. Listen to me. Temporary. Either you do what I tell you or I'm going to take you out of here. Share the gospel with these people in here or you're going to. If you don't know the gospel, you're a viper. I'm waiting. I don't care what you think you know. I want you to share the gospel in here. I'm going to nail you down to the floor because I know you don't know the gospel. Why would I preach the gospel when even home scriptures admit men twist? Okay, goodbye. Why would I preach the gospel? Okay, well, goodbye. If you can't share the gospel in here, you won't fit in here. How does somebody come into a ministry? What an idiot, man. If you can't share the gospel in here, you need to leave. If you don't know the gospel, we'll help show you to the narrow way. You're not going to find the gospel anywhere else other than grace and truth, right? So there you go. Act like this monkey over here. Monkey see, monkey do. It was like a barrel full of monkeys, remember? So it's got it bad. So Jack, go see Grace and Truth Ministries, okay? Go see that. Go to that link right there that here on YouTube that Lady in Red just dropped. Tell me that's not the best you've ever seen in your entire life. You'd be like, wow. It'll wow you. Seriously, it's so good. Never have I ever had anybody come back. Lady in Red moderated on this channel for years. Whenever I'd come back and say, man, that sucked. Seriously, I've never had anybody come back. Oh, he was terrible. That's the same wall from. That's the same wall from the 10 Allen, maybe. What? What are you talking about, Ryan? Private Ryan? Hey, it's war. We had to do that before we go. I'm staying up an extra. I'm not getting out of here like I should have, but that's okay. I'm enjoying myself. All right, we'll take one or two more comments, and I better go, guys. Like I said, I'm gonna beat myself up tomorrow, and I need as much rest as I can, or my body will just. I'll do the work of 2 or 3 men tomorrow. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it. Cool. Jack, seriously, if you can report back, if you want to, if not, and you get stuck over there, man. I've been stuck on Jim for years. I don't want to watch anything but his teachings, but I'm glad that I have this ministry now, you know what I'm saying? And he helped refine what I already fathered wanted, you know. But you're still in here talking shit. Shut the fuck up, temporary. You're an idiot. Goodbye. So, but all right. Thanks for your time, brothers, sisters. Enjoy your meat suit here, because you're not gonna have it after you die. So if you're so worried about having it and hold on to it, then you're gonna keep it. So you better figure out how to let it go now. Better learn how to live without it, because that's how you're supposed to be living. You know, just like he did. And yep, we know. Michael's a bootlicker. Okay, hey, thank you, clown. Okay, I took my notes. I'll know who you are when you come back in here next time. I'll remember you're clown. So I take notes. I never used to, not like I couldn't before, but names I used to have so much other things. I refused to remember everybody's names. So now I can remember people's names that I had forgotten years ago. No, we don't use microwaves. Throw your microwave away. Threw my microwave in the 90s. No cable television, no Wi-Fi, no microwave. Nope. Not happening. Not in this cabin. We're off the grid. So, all right, much agape, Blue. Thank you for the 92 thumbs up, and much agape. Stay in the word, Rose sisters. We are in World War III. Okay, we are. If you don't think we are, then you're kind of missing the boat. So, a potato. I'm broadcasting from the basement of the science building. That's in Cheech and Chong. I love that. That's put it where the moon knows. Oh no, wait, that's Rick D's. Darn it. What was that? All right, never mind. We're broadcasting from a potato chip here in the middle of the desert. It's a Dorito taco flavored fold over taco shell, right? So much agape, Rose sisters. I appreciate all the comments and all the hard work that the moderators doing here too. I know this is not the easiest channel to moderate for, so you guys just do such a bang up job in here, just banging them out of here. We appreciate it. Much appreciated. I'll see you. You know, I'll be back up. I don't sleep but 2 or 3 hours, normally at the most 4. I can't sleep 5 hours, but I might break it up and go 2 hours and get up for a little while and maybe sleep 2 or 3 hours later or something. But I appreciate you guys'
always hard working here. And thanks for um, huh. Yeah, I don't have a microwave. So, okay. Um, I'll see you guys. It's probably today. So enjoy your day. Uh, be refined like gold and silver. So let them beat you. Let them put you through that heat. Let it get hot. I mean, you got to stay in that fire if you're going to be purified. So he said, purify yourself as he purified himself. Okay. If we don't see you again, lights out. Who knows what can happen? I'll see you on the other side. Pastor Revelation. Remember, we're in this book of the apocalypse. We're here. We made it. Heck yeah. What a great time to be the remnant, huh? To be a witness. So go out there and be a witness. Go share the Agape, brothers, sisters. Be charitable with it, okay? Love is charitable. So go be charitable with that Agape. Don't hide that light in a basket. He said, let it shine. Put it at the top of your house. All right, Pastor Apocalypse. Whoa.